Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be kicking off day two of Web3 Inclusivity Summit. Day one was a blast. We had a great response from the community. We had amazing speakers share all their knowledge about Web3 and how they wish to onboard more of you guys into Web3. We had an amazing happy hour in New York. And yeah, all in all, I left the day feeling super energized and excited for today because today we have an amazing lineup of speakers as well. And along with that, we have our in-person happy hour in San Francisco, hosted by our host of the day, who will shortly be introducing themselves. But just some logistics before we begin. Um, if you want to find more information about the speakers and the schedule, go on to www.web3inclusivity.xyz, and we will be sending the link on the Zoom chat. Feel free to use the Zoom chat to, talk during the talks and panels, but use our Discord to really connect with each other. We have specific channels for such as things like sharing your own links for the specific panels to discuss them, connecting with speakers. And then finally, if you have questions for the speakers, please include them in the question box. And if the speaker or the panel is taking questions, we'll be sure to ask your questions to them. So yeah, without further ado, let's kick it off by introducing our hosts for the day, Hannah and Kim. Hannah, if you wanted to introduce yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Deb. Hi, everyone. My name's Hannah Jen. I'm currently on a gap year from Emory University, and I found myself living in a hacker house in San Francisco, where I was first introduced to this wonderful world of Web3. So in my time since taking my leave of absence, and now I've ended up working full-time in the Web3 industry, working on an NFT project, and also helping Deb and our awesome team host the summit. So super excited to be here with y'all today. And we do have one quick shout out for one of our main sponsors that made this entire event possible, which is Harmony. If many of y'all live in SF or New York, are probably familiar with their events in the ecosystem. But for those who aren't, Harmony is scaling Web3 infrastructure for DeFi and NFTs by bringing ZPKs to production and decentralizing governance by funding thousands of DAOs. One of their core mission is to use radical transparency to change the world. And this has resulted in the funding of an all-female DAO, education for individuals in Ghana, and a goal of investing 300 million into impactful DAOs. So if you are interested in starting a DAO or just learning more about their ecosystem, you can head over to their Twitter at Harmony Protocol and connect with them there. But super excited to pass it along to Kimberly to introduce herself and then also introduce our guest speaker.
Thanks, Hannah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly. Really great to be here today. And for a little context on me, I have a background in a lot of Web 2 in terms of product management, software engineering, and I'm currently doing business consulting. And just to introduce what we have on today, we have a lot of really exciting speakers and panelists today. Some of the things that we have lined up are redefining industries in Web3, some talks on social impact, as well as a lot of different panels on marketing, finding careers, and a lot of other D&I events too. So without further ado, would love to introduce Debbie Soon, who will be our opening speaker. And just a little bit of background on Debbie, and she'll introduce herself as well. But Debbie is the co-founder of Hug. She has launched multiple NFT accelerator programs and is currently working with Randy Zuckerberg and is hostess of Girls Table. So really excited to have Debbie here today. Would you like to introduce yourself, Debbie?
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. So excited to be opening for day two of the Inclusivity Summit and also to be speaking to so many of you who have this shared passion for inclusivity and really making this world a better place. I figured at a last minute decided to create slides, so I'm just going to share that. But really today I am excited to talk about what it means to build Inclusivus, why build it, and why we are really stepping into it and going kind of head first. But yeah, I know that day one I had a bunch of incredible speakers who covered a huge range of topics from building communities to NFTs to DeFi. So I know it's a tall order to follow, but I'm going to do my best. But yeah, as the organizers mentioned, as some of you may know, I'm the co-founder of Hug alongside Randy Zuckerberg, where our mission is to level the playing field for everyone to succeed in Web3. we run, accelerator programs to mentor creators, and are also building a do your own research community platform to help everyone discover the projects whose missions that they are really passionate about. So if you are looking to support women-led projects, Asian-founded projects, Black-founded projects, or looking to support projects that are have their causes in sustainability or in terms of LGBTQIA rights, this is the platform where you'll be able to sift through all the noise and basically discover those projects that you're really passionate about. So I guess you may have heard us use the term inclusivist a lot. And I guess a lot of people are like, what on earth is that? Like, and why should we even care? But before we get there, I thought I'll perhaps share a little bit more about my personal story. And so for those of you who don't know, I grew up in Singapore. It's the 18th smallest country in the world. Little fun fact, it was a former British colony. We have a multiracial and multi-religious society. But as a Singaporean Chinese, I guess I was in the majority. And I would say that despite Singapore having preached racial and religious harmony from the beginning, there's definitely a certain kind of privilege that comes from being part of the majority, right? And I think this was something that I was pretty oblivious to until I moved to the UK for college 15 years ago. And, the moment I got there, like no one really seemed to understand me, even though English was my first language. I had a lot of people, come up to me saying that you have a really strange accent. I don't understand you. And then it was even worse when I think moved to America a couple of years later, where I would have people coming up to me saying, where is Singapore? Isn't it a part of China? Which it is not. We're good like 5 to 8 hour flight away from China. And then there'll be people who will, when they see me walking on the street, greet me with konnichiwa, even though I don't have like a single Japanese blood in my body. And so, I left the US over 10 years ago and now only just returned to it last year. And also during a time where, Asian hate crimes was at a peak, right? Which just made me, incredibly kind of nervous and also sad for the world that we live in today. And I know a lot of you may be thinking, what has that got to do with Web3? What has that got to do with inclusivity in Web3? But, I share that because I think, like, first of all, we can agree that the current reality of the world that we live in is not ideal. And if there is an opportunity to, make the world a better place, like, why shouldn't we take it? And another reason why I feel this story is important to me is because I feel like it really shows how our identities and the privilege and disprivilege that comes with it is complex and multifaceted. And on top of that, the different aspects of our identities, whether it be from gender to socioeconomic status, to race, to ethnicity, to disability, to physical appearance, all of that contribute to different modes of discrimination and privilege. And that's something that we term of intersectionality. And I don't know how many of you have seen the wheel of power and privilege, but in the center of the wheel, you have essentially who is kind of considered more powerful, but we are on different spokes of the wheel. So we may feel powerful in certain aspects, but yet also feel disenfranchised in other areas. And so I think being able to recognize all of this, and it's incredibly important if you want to make true progress in really building that inclusiveness that we speak of, and not just in Web3, but in real life as well. So I guess back to what is the inclusivist, and for Hug, we really believe this to be an uplifting, inclusive universe where everyone feels that they belong and is also welcomed with open arms. And to do that, I think we need to recognize that this is a long and constant journey. But why preach inclusivity now of all times, and why do so in Web3? And, in my personal belief, because of the technology that we have in Web3, the ability to give ownership back to all stakeholders, shows that Web3 really is a once in a generation opportunity to solve the wealth disparity that we see in the world today. And I guess unfortunately we're not faring too hot right now. We didn't really get off to a good start. 74% of crypto holders are men, of which 70% of them are white. We have 10% of NFT holders being women. And despite having record sales in the NFT market last year, only 16% of NFT sales went to female artists. And like I said earlier, this is not just about gender. Obviously, gender is one aspect of things, but what about all the different aspects of identities that make us subject to these different types of discrimination? And what can we do proactively to make sure that we are really building a space where everybody can feel like they are succeeding? And so I feel to truly be inclusive, we need to take into account a few different aspects, right? So we have diversity, where we are catering to people from a range of different backgrounds, and as well as accessibility. How are we removing barriers for people with different needs? And essentially what we're striving for is this concept of equity. So treating everybody fairly, but also acknowledging that Web3 can be more challenging for marginalized groups, and allocating resources appropriately for everybody to succeed. And so I know a lot of this is like buzzwords and really it's like buzzwords. Okay, great, we all want to get behind it, but what are some of the concrete steps that we can take? And so I always believe in starting where it's easiest, and really that is start with ourselves. Inclusion takes courage, it takes empathy, it takes practice. And if we, cliche as it is, if we want to be the change that we want to see, how can we acknowledge that our own implicit bias exists? How can we encourage different perspectives, especially from people from non-traditional backgrounds, and be open to ideas, new ideas and questions? And one really simple thing to do too as well is to remove non-inclusive language from our vocabulary. So assuming language that assumes that everybody that you speak to is a man, like gendered terms like sir or bro, or terms like whitelist. So, these are some simple first steps where we can all take that I feel like would move us closer towards this idea of the inclusiveness. And then if you are somebody who is building in the space, there's an even more exciting opportunity to do more in moving things forward across three categories. So from education, understanding that knowledge and education are some of the most significant barriers to crypto adoption today. And so raising awareness about crypto, its applications and its opportunities, especially among underrepresented communities. And then what about equal access? So lowering the cost of entry and creating equal opportunities for everyone to get involved. So for Hug, we recently minted our membership passes through NFTs, and we gave everybody on our mint list a free mint. So we gave 2,500, close to 2,500 free mints. And it was and the process that we had was that people could fill in a 5-minute Typeform application to get onto the mint list. And anybody could apply. So it wasn't like you had to be a part of a specific group, or it wasn't that you had to be a part of another NFT project community already before you could fill in this application form. And so, I think that's something that we feel really passionate about in terms of how can we open the doors to people that really want to be a part of our cause, as well as to, make sure that we reduce as many barriers as we could for people to get involved in this space. And then lastly, accessibility and usability. I think crypto and the blockchain, it stemmed from the tech world. It's extremely overwhelming. It's, so many things that that frankly, even I don't quite understand because I'm not a developer or like an engineer by trade. But, how can we take all of that incredible technology and kind of hide it behind an experience that's really seamless and really, just something that the average person can understand. Like you don't need a tech background to understand, and it's intuitive. And also as well as following accessibility UI guidelines. Do you have strong enough contrast? Do you have like alt text in your images? So these are all the things that as builders, we can, think about. And I truly believe that a road to true inclusion is a long one, and it definitely is not going to be linear. We're going to take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but that's okay so long as we're moving in the right direction. And I just want, if it's anything to take away from today, is that we can take that first step by, first of all, asking ourselves the right questions. So Randy, I don't know how many of you know Randy, but Randy and I, we are truly, truly passionate about building the Inclusivus. We really want to create the most warm and welcoming community to anybody that is entering the NFT space for the first time, whether you're a creator, a collector, and you want to even take things one step further and be a curator. So, being like a tastemaker, if you will, in an NFT space. And, we just want to keep our doors open to as many people, as possible. And so if this is something that, you feel that it's, that you feel like it resonates with you, you can follow us on Twitter at the Hug XYZ, or even check our website at the hug.xyz. But yeah, honestly, this is something that is really true and dear to my heart. And once again, just so excited to be here and so excited for the rest of the speakers to come on today.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Debbie. To kick it off, we have some questions in the Q&A if you'd like to answer. And the first one we have is, how did you get connected to Randy Zuckerberg, and what tips do you have for people who want to find co-founders to start projects in Web3?
Yeah, I guess Randy and I had like the craziest kind of Web3 meet story. So I guess I was actually working in a completely different startup all of last year. And then unfortunately it wasn't shaping out to, it was looking like it wasn't going to work. So my prior co-founder and we made a difficult decision to essentially close that business down. And that kind of gave me, I guess, a lot more free time to start diving into crypto, start diving into NFTs. I started joining a couple of NFT communities. The most notable one being Meta Angels. And I guess I was volunteering, helping them to grow their Instagram presence. And they also had a wishing well feature where you could put, like your wish, right? And after a couple of days of like kind of getting myself immersed in NFT space, I just felt incredibly bullish. I just felt like this is the thing that I need to invest the next several years of my life in. And so I just put some feelers out. I've had a background of founding my first startup since 2015 to working in finance, to then working at like larger scale startups. And so I just wanted to find a way to pivot into Web3, even though I had never been in Web3 before. And so I guess I put out my wish that, hey, I want to build in Web3 next. And then Randy saw that message. We got connected over Discord. We met on Zoom like a couple of days later. And then in like less than 2 weeks from there, I was meeting her in New York, working with her full time. And yeah, it's just been a great like kismet experience. Like I'm one of those, I hate to be like super woo-woo, but there's definitely a part of me that feels that if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And I felt like in this case, it really was. And I guess for anyone who wants to find co-founders to start projects in Web3 with, I would say, just immerse yourself in the community, because I feel like even from my various interactions, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on various communities on Discord, I've always felt that there are so many people out there that are looking to build in this space. And we obviously have to recognize that we're not a jack of all trades, right? There's always going to be something that we're lacking in. And you're always going to be able to find somebody that you complement or they complement you. So, I think I would say stop putting yourself out there. That's probably, and I think stop putting yourself out there, as well as having a really clear idea of what you are looking for. I think that's probably the best way to find a co-founder.
Amazing. No, I love that story too. Just that whole progression of like getting in that deep dive, connecting with Randy, and just finding co-founders that really complement you. I think that's great advice. Going to our next question too, I think building off of that, especially with your expertise in the NFT space, some of the questions that we have are kind of, with everything, all the fast-paced movements and things progressing, how do you keep up with all the changes happening in the NFT space? And then as a secondary question, where do you see the space going in the future, in the coming months, years? Where do you see it progressing?
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot. Like this space has so many things going on. So, I wouldn't say that I have had it all figured out for sure. Like, I definitely do spend a decent amount of time on Twitter. I make sure I'm following the right people so that I can, hear of news or like quote unquote alpha. But, I think that in some cases, that's what we're trying to solve with the platform that we're building at Hug. We wanted to find a way where we can consolidate all of the new announcements that's happening for every single project. So if you click on a project, you'll be able to know what's happening with each one. You can sign up for notifications. But versus right now, you got to be in like 10,000 different discords or something to be able to, to see what is happening in each project. So I think there's definitely areas of improvement here, but yeah, I think at the same time, I would also be kind to ourselves in that it's impossible to keep up with everything. You're definitely going to miss out on something. There's going to be some other person who's making bank other than you. But one of my favorite sayings is that comparison is the thief of joy. And, we have to recognize that we're on our own journeys. And sometimes sometimes what we can do, the best that we can do is based on where we at and what our experience is at the moment. And that's totally fine, right? I think at the end of the day, we are still early. And I know everybody hears this all the time. They're probably sick of it when things don't feel like it's going in their way. But in the grand scheme of things, we're taking even like a 3 to 5 year horizon. We're just so incredibly early. So don't feel that FOMO of, having missed out on something just because you weren't like necessarily plugged in at the time. And in terms of where I see the space moving, it's funny because I feel like the more bullish I am on NFTs as a whole, the more bearish I get on certain projects. And I think this is honestly, this is the way markets work, right? Like as industries start to mature, we start to see more innovation. And so you start to see people who have been thoughtful about innovation succeed, and others who maybe didn't have it quite thought out, like those would be the losers, and they get, unfortunately, not going to make it. And all of that capital that went to those projects are going to go into the other projects where they're continually starting to innovate. So I think one of the things that I'm really excited about for the NFT space is not really looking at NFTs as the business itself, but looking at NFTs as how are they going to facilitate new business ideas and new business models? How NFTs mechanism in which we couldn't do business this way before. And so even things like fundraising. So if there's anybody here that's ever built a startup and you needed to get venture funding, it's an incredibly hard process. And that honestly, that was part of the reason why I closed my previous startup, because I pitched over 70 different VCs and I only got 2 to say yes. And, they felt like we were too early. At the same time, we didn't have enough capital to keep building and to prove what we were trying to build. And so I think NFTs kind of essentially give you the access to early stage funding, but that early stage funding should be used to reinvest into the business to continue, growing this business into something that's scalable and sustainable. And so if you're just relying on NFTs and you're just relying on secondary royalties, that ends up not being a very sustainable business to continue hiring, to continue investing into the community.
Awesome. No, I really like that point too, kind of like looking at NFTs just beyond what it is, but like how does it help improve, like kind of expand business ideas and business models? Really exciting, Debbie. Another question that we had as like as a DM from one of the attendees was, especially working with Randy Zuckerberg, what do you see as a connection between the inclusiverse and the metaverse, and how does Hugs integrate? How do you see Hug integrating into the metaverse in the future? Is there any connection at all there?
No, oh my gosh, I love that question because we just had our first metaverse event, honestly, a couple of days ago. And considering we have about 2,600 holders right now, we had over 1,000 people attend our first metaverse event. And and honestly, I have to be honest here. I had seriously super low expectations from the event because I have been into Decentraland before, but I guess I didn't really go in there with anyone. So I just kind of wandered in there and I was like, this is kind of lame. Like nothing's really happening. So when the opportunity arose to host an event in Decentraland, I was like, you know what, it's great. It's going to be a good learning opportunity for free. We're like, like there's no worst case, right? Like, worst case is that we did a bunch of work, but like, it didn't amount to anything. So, but I guess we decided to conduct like an onboarding session prior to the actual hangout in the event at a Decentraland event itself. And we had, I guess, like 70 to like 80 people join us for a live onboarding session as to how to set up their avatar. Like, this is how you navigate through Decentraland. This is what it's all about. And so when it came to the time to have that event, everybody had like such a great time, and it was just hilarious, like seeing everybody's avatars like hanging out together. Like people were like dancing, like they were, letting letting money fly, like blowing kisses to each other. And we dropped one of Randy's latest music video in the metaverse, and people were like dancing to it. So it was just like a really fun like bonding experience. I know like it sounds totally silly, but it's one of those things where when you hear about it, it sounds silly until you experience it yourself. And that's genuinely the experience that I had. So, I think we are now starting to feel like we are going to develop a metaverse strategy of our own. And I think even in Decentraland right now, or anything that's in metaverse related, it's still very male dominated. And like I said, if you're entering the space for the first time, you're a little lost, right? Like it's just completely, you have no idea what to do. I don't know how many people are good video gamers, but I'm a terrible video gamer. So, sometimes when you're playing a new video game for the first time, you're just running into walls and just bumping into stuff. And that's genuinely what it feels like when you're in Decentraland for the first time. So yeah, I think we're just really excited to kind of be the bridge between NFT communities and the metaverse. And I think that given, all of the ties that we have to different projects in our accelerator program, like there's a real opportunity here to kind of bring together two different communities and kind of merge them and have each other discover what is so magical and beautiful about the space. And I think as technology continues to evolve and, the fidelity of like metaverse increases, you don't need as high computing powers. We're only going to see more on-ramp, and we've seen so many brands as well just be so excited about a space, especially in the fashion world, in the consumer products world. And I think that's what gets me really excited in a section of like physical and virtual.
They're really, really amazing. Thanks so much, Debbie. Just for timing, though, I think we'll have to end here and hand it off to Genevieve, but we can continue this conversation on like Discord, Twitter. We've posted Debbie's socials, but thank you so much, Debbie. And to kick it off now, we have Genevieve, who will be talking about redefining industries in Web3. Would you like to introduce yourself, Genevieve?
Hi, everyone. Wonderful to meet you. I am a Tech 2 builder and a mom of twins and many other things that lives in Chicago. And I came out about 20 years ago and built a company called sittercity.com. So we went out and served 10 million users and sort of redefined, childcare and Web 2. And I'm having a good time now learning about crypto and Web 3. And I have taken some steps to become a builder in crypto. And so I wanted to talk to you all about my experience and what I'm working on and generally how to build in Web3.
Yeah, thank you so much, Debbie. And yeah, if you wanted, feel free to kick it off and take it from here. We're really exciting.
So if it's all right, I'd like to share my screen and walk you guys through a few things I've learned as a Web3 builder. This is, again, I have an interesting lens on a lot of this because I'm coming from Web 2 and building in Web 3. So, one of the biggest things I'm learning, I was kind of laughing to a friend last night about the fact that, in Web 2, particularly, we spent an enormous amount of time, making it easy for anyone to engage with the web, especially because I am a mom, I build for moms. moms, and moms, we have zero time. In particular, I spent a lot of time with a team, every day back at Sitter City, where we would just be constantly hammering on how do we make the registration path cleaner? How do we make the sign up path cleaner? And I kind of find it funny when I moved into Web3, I thought, wow, a lot of this is deliberately obscure. I'm not sure how many of you have tried to use a Discord server, but it will break you if you are coming at it and you're not native to gaming. And so I've spent some time now for the past year. I built a podcast out on Spotify, which is by women and for women, kind of breaking down some of this weird like siloing that I see that I feel like is keeping women out. But I've also just really educated myself about this space and about the ways that we can build. So without further ado, I've mentioned, I've raised 56 million, served 10 million users, built thousands of companies. We sold Sitter City to Bright Horizons in 2020. So that's a background that has been really interesting for me because Web 2 and Web 3 are extremely different paradigms. And I have to say, I'm enjoying Web 3 more. We'll talk about this a little more in a moment, but in Web 2, we would build companies. In Web 3, you can build a revolution. In fact, all of Web3, all of crypto is a reaction against how some things in the world have been perhaps mismanaged. So let me just start with a couple of quick concepts. I know that everyone's coming in at differing levels, and I'm so happy that, I can have a talk, by women for women as well, because, in particular, women, I think we're either just crashing into it, trying to figure out, or we've done deep dives and we've come out experts. So let me just review what Web 1, 2, and 3 are. So Web 1, we all kind of remember, if you are over the age of 35, some of those servers, some of those chat rooms in Web 1, they were very static. They were very simple. They were just placeholders. You went there and you kind of like did one thing and you left. Web 2 was the introduction of social media and commerce to the web. So, not only did social sites like Facebook and Instagram and all sorts of them show up, but also we learned how to monetize the web. And so I actually was part of a study a few years ago where they went through and identified 10 web monetization strategies, everything from advertising generated revenue to subscription, to gaming micropayments, to lead generation. They went through all of the ways that Web 2 discovered that we could bring commerce online. Web 3 is very interesting and very different. And it breaks out in a couple of ways, but we're going to talk about the biggest three ways here. And then we're going to talk about how, when you redefine an industry, Web 3 gives you some distinct advantages. Primarily, what we're going to talk about is trustless, decentralized, and transparency. So let me move my slide forward. So when you're building in Web3, it means that you're making something that has these three characteristics. And I kind of love the ability to build a movement because I have been doing that my whole life. Sitter City was essentially a movement. I was really upset that moms had either had to pay $2,000 to a nanny agency, or they could, go walk around the supermarket on foot to find a sitter. There was nothing in the middle. And that was what I was building back in Web 2. So I generally tend to build like this anyway. And I think women do. We build for the world. We build to give back. That's one of our best qualities. Web 3 is awesome if you like to build this way. I know I love it. And I know that a lot of you are going to love it too. And as you've been, doing this seminar, and as you've been walking around the world in the last few weeks, I'm sure you've already seen this. It's called Web 2 killers. There's a lot of copies already being built out of companies that we know and love, like Kickstarter, Airbnb, Spotify, Google Maps, Discord. They're all being rebuilt right now because entrepreneurs like me are thinking, wow, this is completely bottom up in terms of the build versus the top-down structures that Web 2 companies have. So if you are an entrepreneur, it is a terrific time to hop out there and get moving and try to redefine something in Web Web3. So let's talk through these paradigms really quickly. Trustless is the first one. And trustless essentially means that we no longer need to trust a Mark Zuckerberg with our data. In fact, most of us don't trust Mark Zuckerberg with our data. You know, when you look at Elon Musk and Bezos and everyone running around, they're just, more hyped up versions of a lot of the people we know. There's no reason why they should have so much control. And Web3 basically removes the middleman. So instead of dollars needing to go to Western Union, then go to someone else, the dollar can go straight to the person. And we'll talk about that in a minute and how unbelievably useful that is in areas like, for example, the Ukraine war. Decentralized. What does that mean? So back when I was building Sitter City, it used to be common for us to have server farms, and you would have a few in different areas. We had one in New Jersey, one in Denver, and one in California. And the reason why was if an earthquake took out California, we would still have copies of the site in 2 other areas. Now, computing power and cloud, computing has become so intensively advanced since I was building that we've now moved into complete decentralization. And this is very exciting. This basically means that just in a crazy scenario, if you took out 95% of the world, the other 5% would still have an entire copy of Web3. This is because so many devices are able to stand beside what we used to look at as server farms and share the load. We've just gotten really sophisticated in this area. And finally, transparent. So we all know transparency is important. We also know that there hasn't been a lot of it in Web2 companies. They tend to, hide all their internal conversations and transactions. And, when some of these things come out later, they can be, a bit of an issue in some cases. So transparency here basically means when you're on the blockchain, everything that's happened is publicly visible. Everything. So if let's say there's a social media, app coming out soon that's built in Web3, there's already been several, to be honest, but let's just theoretically hold that up. If you tweet something, there's no deleting that tweet. That will follow you forever. Same thing with a transaction. If you renege on a loan or, something like that, that will follow you forever. And this is very important. Let me just quickly move on, though. I want to, before we hop into the applications that I was beginning to hint at, let's talk about NFTs for a moment. So I think a lot of you know the history of Bitcoin and Web3 and where all this came from, but I'm just going to give like a 2-second summary so that we can all catch up, right? Because I know we come in at different areas. So when Bitcoin was created back in 2008, starting this whole world, right, that we're in, that's had billions of dollars put into it, Bitcoin was a reaction. It was an anger-based reaction to the banks. When Lehman went down, a whole lot of people, that were builders thought, we can't really trust American fiat, American currency anymore. And they thought, well, if you can't trust the fiat that you've trusted so far, you might need to go out and make your own. And so that's what they did. That's where Bitcoin came from. And Bitcoin came along with a ledger. All banks, all financial plays need a ledger. And that was the blockchain. So interestingly, the first chain, Bitcoin, they didn't actually think past just putting transactions in a row, block by block, that the miners were generating, around the world. They didn't really think past that. They just had financial transactions on each block in a row. However, a guy named Vitaly Buterin came along a few years later and said, hey, I think you could do more with this. I think that it would be really cool if we could jam files, into the blocks of the blockchain. And Bitcoin was like, that's great, Vitaly, but we're busy. He was originally going to code this over Bitcoin. And they said, why don't you go make a new chain? So he did, and he came out with Ethereum. And Ethereum was the first time we saw NFTs. What are NFTs? NFTs, in the most simplistic way, are basically files. It could be a sound file, it could be a music file, it could be an art file, jammed into in between, these financial transactions that are happening in the blocks of the blockchain. And so what's interesting about NFTs, this one took me a while. Digital scarcity was something that I had to really wrap my head around. Basically, NFTs allow you to put a limit or a number on a certain level of aspect. Why is this important? Because in a world where everyone can go and screenshot something, ownership actually does matter. And ownership was never really possible before when people were looking at this sort of area. So if you've been through an economics class, you know scarcity is actually important for determining ownership. So digital scarcity became something that NFTs were able to solve. You could have a clear owner, at least listed on the blockchain, for a digital asset. So this was what started the whole craze. Efficient transfer of files became the second piece that was great. So not only can you instantaneously transfer money using the blockchain from one place to another, you can actually also now instantly transfer a file. And this is quite important because it hasn't always been so easy. Accessibility matters as well with NFTs. The fact that you can break up something now, be it a house, be it a movie, be it a album, and you can sell it off, in small parts. Let's say you take $1 million Banksy like Masterworks did a few years ago, and you break it up into 1,000 parts and you sell it off to people. This also is interesting because you might in some cases not be dealing with Reg D, which is normally what we do for investor discovery for investment in a large project. So everything is changing, and it's changing very fast. I want to just quickly put a pin in this too, because this is important. If you're a builder, there are 9 types of NFT that have developed. We know art. We know that probably a lot of us on this call have some kind of an art NFT, right? It's a static picture, but there's also games, like getting, for example, a particular thing in a game that you might want to buy or use, say a special sword to open a certain kingdom or something like that. Collectibles. There's 1,000. Stoner cats, and I want to own, the top 3. Sports and collectibles in that area, be they, physical, or be they like a picture of someone hitting, like a wonderful home run. Real estate, either real estate in the metaverse or real estate in real life. Social media, we all saw, I think that, Jack Dorsey minted his first tweet. It's not actually going very well for him, but this was interesting, right? They wanted to see how this would do. Domain names, fashion items, either real or in the metaverse, right? Because you can now buy a Prada coat and actually get a copy of that to wear on your avatar in the metaverse, right? Which is very cool. And utility. So the most important one to understand of these NFTs is the utility NFT. What does that mean? Utility NFT essentially means that NFT has a real life counterpart. It can function as a ticket to a conference. It can get you into an after party. It will bring you a jacket or a physical work of art alongside the virtual side. So that is what utility means. In the NFT world, there are about 160 marketplaces to my count. This is just something I put together a while ago because I'm fascinated. I actually think this was a few months ago, so it's probably 200 by now. They're blowing up. But something I find very interesting is that the NFT marketplaces not only have had 5 billion, put into them in the past, couple of years, but also they are starting to break out into non-fractionalized and fractionalized. So on the left side, you've got all the different players in the non-fractionalized space. That's traditional NFT sales, like a static image or something like that. But on the other side, on the right side of this chart, you actually have fractionalized NFT marketplaces. And this is really interesting stuff where you can take, again, a Banksy and split it up into 1,000 pieces, or Blockworks will allow 1,000 people to own a home together. Royal.io has raised over 70 million to split up songs or albums by Diplo and the Chainsmokers and similar. And these fractionalizations allow not only for joint ownership, or they will soon because the SEC is wrapping its head around it, right? But they're allowing for joint ownership of an asset. They're also allowing people to think, how can I fundraise for a project? How can I raise, a bunch of money by essentially selling it out in NFTs? So we'll talk a little bit more about this, but NFTs not only mean ownership of a digital file, they also stand for access. And so we'll talk about how you can use that. But if anyone here isn't aware of why Bored Ape Yacht Club became so popular, I remember seeing Paris Hilton and Jimmy Fallon talking about it, going, it's just an ape. What is that? Why is that such a big deal, right? It's not even drawn that well. It's access. When you buy a Bored Ape, you get access to yacht parties and mansion parties all over the world. And that's still going on. They've just transferred into the metaverse, and it's an access to a club of very rich, very fancy people. And so that has value, even if the static art does not seem to. Okay, so let me move forward and talk about Web3 itself. And when you're rebuilding, especially if you've been a Web2 builder, it can often look like Web3 is a solution seeking a problem. There's a large debate going on about this, the idea of, do we need to move over to Web3? Why would we do it? I think a few things have made this inevitable. It wasn't so sure a year ago, obviously, that Web3 was going to be a paradigm that would stick. But, you know, based on the Joe Biden executive order here in the United States anyway, that was a big signaling event. The adoption of social media companies of NFTs for signaling purposes, and in general, the both rebuilding of Web2 companies and Web3 that's going on, as well as a brain drain, which Silicon Valley and other markets have identified, it's here to stay. The brain drain in particular is interesting because a lot of Web2 talent at the C levels is being poached by Web3 builders, and they're retraining that talent because it's cheaper to go out and hire it. So I think Web3 was a solution seeking a problem. I think it's now just a very good solution, which we're seeing, you know, build out into a paradigm shift on the web in terms of how we can build and serve industries. And here are the areas where this is going to be very useful. So if you're a builder and you're looking for somewhere to build, this is the part to pay attention. So I owe a lot of the next few slides to a really wonderful Web3 user called Gout on Twitter. I really urge you to follow him. I think he's got excellent, wonderfully educational posts. But in a series of posts, like sort of a web talk almost on Twitter, he released a beautiful string about Web3 applications to the world. And so the next 7 slides are thanks to him. I have to give him credit for those. They're wonderful. The first area where, if you're building in Web3, you want to take a look is financial transactions. So I could pull out companies here and show you what's going on, but let me just instead pull out the Ukraine war. It used to be that if you wanted to get help, like for example, my family helped a family in Syria back during the Syria war, we had to several times go physically to a Western Union so that we could help our Syrian family's mother get money to her sister. This was not easy. It was quite a difficult transaction. We were sending money to Syria, to Turkey in the middle of a war zone. That's no longer necessary. There has been over $618 million sent over to the Ukraine war. And the Ukraine finance ministers are very clever. They're just basically saying, here's our Ethereum wallet information. Send us NFTs that are worth something. I think someone sent them a CryptoPunk. These are wonderfully useful assets that the Ukraine government can instantly receive and then sell to aid their war effort on the ground. So financial transactions being instantaneous across the world, that's the first time this has happened. And this is why DeFi is taking off the way it is. So when you see somebody building a chain or building a DeFi application, they're taking advantage of this. The second area where Web3 is transformational and where you might want to build is in access to banking. So it's traditionally been only the richest countries and only the richest people in those countries that have been able to take advantage of standard banking. Sadly, in a lot of pockets of the world where they might be having trouble due to being in a war or just poverty, people are still putting money under their mattress, you know, and this is a problem given that it's 2022. So about 1.7 people remain unbanked in the world right now. And Web3 is a wonderful way to get out there and get them into a banking system so their assets are secure, be those digital assets or real assets. A transparent financial system as well was previously inaccessible. So something that might happen in a country that is unstable is that you bank with the country, but then the fiat caves in and you have what's essentially a Great Depression, and run on the banks, your assets disappear. That's not possible in digital currency because everything is tracked on the blockchain and always will be, and is transparent. So this is an area where if you're especially a social impact entrepreneur, you might want to build. Another area that is being widely affected by Web3 is the democratization of work. So used to be when you would show up to an interview, especially if you were a BIPOC female creator, but if you're a female creator in general, we would have to go through some calisthenics to disguise a little bit who we were, what was going on to be hired. And that's because there's a lot of people in this world that are frankly very misogynist or racist or whatever's going on. For me, you know, the issue I primarily dealt with in tech was hiding my pregnant belly. My twins are 10. There's a lot though that we're constantly hiding, that we're constantly concealing, that because we want to, you know, be taken for the merits of our brain and our ability to work. But, you know, appearance, unfortunately, has been a real problem in the United States. And we're trying to grow up, but we're not moving fast enough, in my opinion. So democratizing work, what does this mean? Well, if you're working via a digital avatar, that kind of thing doesn't bother people anymore. It should not have bothered them in the first place, but they can't even see it. And so people care more in Web3 about contributions over pedigree. You can show up and be whoever you want to be. It's not, you know, oh, hey, there's this bro, he's from Princeton. Obviously, I need to hire him because his dad has money. That's not something that can happen in Web3. And that's fantastic. For the very first time, we're freed from our physical selves so that employers, and they shouldn't have had this issue in the first place, can't look at that and can't make a judgment call. So anonymous personas and decentralized work teams are the very essence of Web3. And when you're building, this is something you can take advantage of, but also reputations build over time. So if you're somebody who's not only excellent at work, but you have a lot of trust-based transactions, either donations, or you've always made sure that you made good on your loans and debts, this kind of thing can follow you as well. So the DAO is the new LLC, democratizing groups of people around companies to make joint decisions versus having top-down structures. That's what Web3 stands for, as well as anonymity and avatars generating work as our personas. This is all great. And I'm, for one, very excited about it because I'm not having to hide a pregnant belly anymore. And I know that I've had less problems than some. So please know that, you know, this is an area where we should have done more, but it hasn't been done yet. Data and trust scoring. This is an interesting one as well. So personal data ownership. In Web3, this one was a little hard for me to wrap my head around at first. The identity that you build stays with you on the platform. So you can take your data, your assets, your identity, your trustworthiness, essentially, with you. So something I've been working on recently with a group of builders, BIPOC women, very exciting group, and they're going to go very far, is that you can't lie on a resume anymore. So they're out doing some resume verification around different schools. They're starting to build out a team where they'll go to the school, they will have, like, say, Boston College mint the class of 2022. And then since Boston College has verified that this happened, it's possible, you know, to actually see that the college minted that, it's on the blockchain forever. This means you can't lie on your resume anymore, because if you're not in that mint, you didn't go there. And it's interesting. So even more so than social media, where you might have a post that you put up one day and then you've changed later and you might regret it. Even more so, everything that you do now follows you through the blockchain. And as you're building, it's important to keep that in mind. Network effect is another big area you might hear people talking about. So individuals, they're empowered and incentivized to maintain the ecosystem that they're building through ownership. So here's what this essentially means. Markets can be made for almost any asset, and fractionalization can let almost anyone in. But network effect is really what drives things. A lot of this essentially means that it's not top down anymore. The value of a company might not be just assumed based on how well the C level is doing. The network effect of something is how much the entire system is working to maintain itself and push its product or its good or its change forward in the world. So network effects can incentivize different people who are part of the network and incentivize external people to buy into the a network. And so one of the most exciting things I've seen about this is the fact that you really don't have to be rich anymore to own a part of, at least, a very big artwork. So that's a change to take note of. Supply chains are an area where if you have any expertise, you might want to start building right now. This is an underserved area in terms of Web3, and the traceability in terms of like, where did that product go in the chain, as well as, like where did, the build happen for a charity operation, where was a product taken out of the system, potentially in fraud. This is something that can't really happen anymore in Web3 because everything is tracked, everything is transparent, and you can have a totally transparent, clean system for once when you're tracking a good or a service across the world, really. And so if you have the ability to look at different supply chains, I urge you to look at it. I was talking to a very talented entrepreneur this week in Haiti, and she's revolutionizing the supply chain there for farmers, and she's in the field talking to them with tractors, but she's a Web3 builder. Fascinating stuff. Finally, public good builds. So when developers and users put together a public good, essentially, you can now see that in the way that a lot of companies use their DAO to push that initiative forwards. So if you've been in Discords recently and you've seen a Web3 company in action, one of my favorite ones is Royal.io, which allows for fractionalized ownership of a song or an album. You'll see that, these players inside the Discord, they're working on a merit system. So they're actually getting, tokens based on how well they're contributing back to the community. Are they, for example, checking content? Are they checking IP? Are they actually voting when they get to vote on a certain thing for ownership of the company? Public good builds are allowing for that. And this ties back to the creation of a DAO. Instead of an LLC now, some people are literally incorporating a DAO, and it's very exciting. So the creator economy is the last one I wanted to speak about. For the creator economy, essentially, artists are able to keep and retain more revenue and control than ever before. We've all seen Kanye out talking about how he makes a song, and he doesn't really make a lot of revenue from that. This is going on across all of music, across all of television and film, in a lot of areas. And creators can find better adoption, as well as more revenue with their profits and their creation as a creator. So I'll stop here because I know I've just hit the time limit, and I'll open up for questions if anyone has them. You can drop them in the chat. I also have a podcast, Spotify podcast, which is an introduction to crypto for beginners that I'll post there as well.
Oh,
Thank you
that's
so
awesome.
much, Jen.
Everyone should definitely check out her Spotify. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for questions, but if you would like to connect with Genevieve afterwards, feel free to reach out on like Twitter, Discord, and also hit up her podcast. I know I will. But yeah, thank you so much, Genevieve, again. And to all of the attendees, if that didn't already convince you why Web3 is the future, I really don't know what will, from the supply chain to DAOs as the newest LLCs to impact all around the world, from Ukraine to US. I hope that those in the audience are really interested in potentially starting their own career or starting their own projects within the space. And so our next speaker, Rich, is actually going to give us some tips on how exactly to turn your dreams in Web3 into reality. So I'll pass it off to Rich to not only introduce himself, but also kick off our next panel.
Hi, everyone. GM. I'll quickly share some slides which I created as well. So the session is Turn Your Dreams into Reality with Web3. So I think as of now, you got to know about how cool is Web3. Web3 is the future with our amazing speakers that we had. But now I think with this talk, I would like to focus how to get things into action, right? And before directly jumping onto it, a little bit about myself is I'm Rich Explorer. That's my Web3 name, but my real name is Shubham. And I have been in tech space for more than 6 to 7 years, working for big tech companies like Amazon, LinkedIn. And from past 2 to 3 years, I'm building in crypto space. So I'm like a tech founder. I actually started coding, I don't know, when I was like 10 or something. So yeah, I'm close to computers and coding since then. Let's just directly dive into it because this is a good topic and I want us to spend most time discussing into it. And this is a combination of all the learnings that I've had over the years. And I am really sure that some of these learnings would actually be helpful for a lot of you and will change a lot of you uh, in a positive way. Okay. So yeah, I have made it a little light as well so that you guys can smile in between. So you can see some memes around here and there. So the agenda is really straightforward. We'll talk about some Web3 stories. Who doesn't love stories, right? Then, because this session is convert your dreams into realities, we'll talk a little bit about dreams and maybe dream together. Then, because this is a Web3 panel, we'll go through some learning resources to help your Web3 dream, action items to make your dream a reality, and summary. So that's the agenda. Some of the Web3 success stories, which I'll quickly share with you guys, is here. Like, I know it's filled with a lot of stuff. If you just Google, you'll see a lot of these stories. I've posted some screenshots here in the slide. On the left side, you see like people who were broke earlier were able to earn thousands of dollars by adopting Web3 technology and like going in that space. Even like 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds learned about it and just went and now worth millions of dollars. Then if you see on the right bottom side, we have this Bloomberg article. I think at this particular point in time, you would have heard Constitution DAO a couple of times. I would just like to tell you that so many people came together within a 1 week span to actually collect 40 to 50 million dollars to buy the copy of US institution. So if you take a step back and just think about that, so many people came together to actually buy a copy of US Constitution, and just crowdfunded 40 to 50 million dollars. That's just insane. And we saw a bunch of Ukraine examples as well. And on the right up, we have another example. It's a project with my friend, like he's working on it. I just wanted to quickly bring that up because he has been working on this leisure drink for about 2 years. And he was like constantly thinking how to go to market, launch it, and do what. Then he got introduced to NFTs. And through NFTs, he actually raised $100,000 to take his drink into market. And just last week, he had the first batch of production. People are trying this drink out and stuff. So the scope of Web3 is just immense, right? And I think in a lot of talks, you would have heard that it's not fully explored yet. Like just to give a quick example about NFTs, Vitalik did not even think that NFTs would go this big. It's just the community with Web3, the decentralized collaboration, which is bringing every one of us together to work and collaborate together towards a particular mission. Web3 brings that to everyone as well. So moving on, I think let's talk about our dreams, right? So let's dream together. I would say let's take a few seconds to think of something which you really want to achieve in the next few months to a year. This will be really helpful if you can like take a few seconds, think about something which you really, really want to achieve. It can be like be an amazing investor or have a blue chip NFT or switch from Web 2 to Web 3, or have your own Web 3 company. It can be anything of that sort. Okay, amazing. So now let's just move on to some of the learning resources for different aspects of Web3. So if you want to be a great collector, flipper, trader, investor, anything, you don't want to be sounding like the guy on the right side who is like, oh, when they start talking about all this stuff, I just don't get it. You don't want to be at that position. And investing is also not about investing is investing. It's not gambling. You take intelligent risks, but it's not gambling. So you have to do your own research. So I would say research about the projects, check what is their mission and vision, what is their competition, roadmap, what are they going to achieve in like next few months, weeks, what is the traction, community engagement. All of this is it's available. It applies to NFTs and like crypto projects and everything. Some of these, for example, learn investing concepts like dividend yield, earning per shares, and etc. These apply more towards like coins and stuff. And like, yeah, especially learn how to read charts. What is support, resistance, trend lines, Fibonacci retracements. All these are very important if you want to literally read charts and invest in crypto. Even in Web 2, invest in stocks. There are some tools which I personally use, TradingView, CryptoWatch, which are like good ones in order to do that. I think there are a bunch of resources to literally do research on any of these. So just Google it and you'll find a bunch of resources. The next step is learn and scope Web3. Like if you are at a stage where you're like trying to just learn and like waiting for the right time and like trying to see how things are, I think don't wait long enough to learn and scope what you really want to do in Web3. Like time waits for no one. You just keep waiting for the guy on the right side. So it's not hard enough. If 12-year-olds can do it in a few days, you can too. It's just a matter of effort that you put onto it. You can learn basics of Web3 by Googling best tool ever, of course. You can also learn Solidity and like other building websites on Web3 on their official docs of Solana, or Ethereum. BuildSpace is a really good place where you can learn. I think it has Solidity and Rust, everything. Free Code Camp, Ethernaut is a little more advanced, but it goes into more detail, so it's really good. Rabbit Hole, Crypto Zombies is a good one where you can learn, where you can earn to learn. So there are so many good free resources, and also you earn while you learn, right? So why not? Like Web3 community, everyone in Web3 community wants you to come into this space, learn with us. That everyone wants that, and it's not hard. So the next step is make the move from Web 2 to Web 3 if you want to make the move from Web 2 to Web 3. So I can tell you, I can very well relate to the guy on the right side. The day I was hired on my Web 2 job, I was like, whoa, the best job ever. Love it. But then a lot of times we feel like the other one. Like every day ever since, you're like, oh, maybe you feel that imposter syndrome, right? And especially for me, Web3 just gave me something to wake up to, something to think about, something to enjoy, not just sit and code, but something to enjoy, something to dream about, something to be passionate about, right? So that's just what Web3 brought into me. And here I can just share a quick resources with you guys on how you can make the move from Web2 to Web3. I think one of the very best ways is to actually join the events and conferences, right? All these NFT NYC, ETH NYC. I'm in NYC, so that's why I'm saying NYC. But yeah, ETH. This event was also kind of started when the people who are organizing this event came together in East Denver, I guess. So you meet really interesting people and go to those events, go to those conferences. The next part is join communities and discords. There are so many communities who are like literally helping you, hand holding you to, learn and move, take the next step to Web3, whatever you want to do. Like join those communities, introduce yourself, tell what you really want to do, participate in hackathons. It doesn't matter if you are if you come from a non-technical background. You really should, participate in hackathons, contribute in any manner, right? And obviously, when you participate in hackathons, go to events and all these things, you actually have a chance to, earn those cryptos, those awards, those free NFTs. Like, why not? Like, people are paying you to actually learn and grow yourself, right? Twitter and LinkedIn are also really good tools if you want to find jobs. I know these are Web2, but these are actually really good tools to find. Just say what you're looking for, and people might reach out to you. You never know. Cryptojobs.co, and there is cryptojobslist.com. There are some Web3 related jobs website as well. BuildSpace also has BuildSpace jobs. Then there are some VC job boards where all these VCs who have openings on their portfolio companies, they just open it up and like you can literally apply there. So there's immense amount of opportunities out there. You just have to go in. You just really have to get in. The next step is like start your Web3 company. I know a lot of you might be thinking like, oh, how to do that? Like, I don't know about Web3. Like, it's just, I don't understand it. You can never wait. You can never get to a position where you can say this is the perfect moment. There's no perfect moment, right? You have to like get started like now. Talk to like-minded people in Discord or in IRL events. Get those advisors, like talk to those people, get those advisors. I can't tell you how important it is and how revolutionary it is to like just talk to people and share what you have in mind, right? Talk to your customers is actually very important, even for an NFT project, even for a company which you're trying to build, a tool, platform, whatever. Knowing your audience and like planning things around it is very important. Make a quick MVP or a landing page to validate your idea. I think that is super important as well. There are a lot of no-code tools. For example, I think I don't have it in the slide, but there's so many no-code tools like Bubble, a software Wix, Squarespace for landing pages and websites. And if you want to do some no-code tooling in the Web3 space, like your ERC tokens or your NFTs, you can try platforms like ThirdWeb, Coinwise, and a bunch of those. So it's really amazing to you just have to get out there and you can get all the help you need. You can also join some non-equity grant programs like Gitcoin grants. Like a lot of protocols are giving humongous amount of grants. Like on layer 3, you can get a lot of bounties going on. So grants and bounties are everywhere. You just go in, participate in some, learn, and you'll trust me, you'll actually learn a lot from participating in these programs and like hackathons. Then you can do it yourself. The next thing is join Web3 accelerators. I think accelerators and incubators are really important. And like they literally, when they say accelerator, they really connect you to the right set of people and really accelerate your growth and helps you focus on where you should be focusing, taking care of the rest of the things. Although they take some equity, but they help you a lot in return. So Mesh, Techstars, Alliance, Stacks, all these are like some of the Web3 accelerators which you can have a look at, apply, stuff like that. So I think these are some of the items which which would help you, some resources which would probably help you. The next part of this talk is to actually directly go into the action items. And let's just take an example of this guy right here, who is, like, let's assume his name is John or something. And John wants to start his own Web3 company, and he's like so passionate. He's like, let's do it right now. And what are the action items for him, right? So okay, so time to bring it into action, right? I think the first step is dream big, which I think most of us do. But if we don't, that is like the first step of doing anything, is just dream big. They don't cost any money, they don't cost you anything. Dream big. The next step is visualize and manifest what you want to be every day. If John wants to start his own company, he should be visualizing and manifesting that he has reached at that level. He is the founder of this very cool company raising 20 million or whatever, and plan according to that. Prepare a roadmap and milestones for the next few months, years, and literally go by that. It requires a lot of planning. And for you guys as well, if you have thought of a really cool dream which you want to achieve in the next few months to an year, you should probably be going through these steps as well, right? The next step is plan daily and stay organized. You have to plan on a daily basis. Plan your day and stay organized. 135 list is a thing where you can be like, I have 1, 3, or 5 items in today's agenda which I'll complete. Just focus on those tasks and get it done. End of day, have retrospective. Uh, like, retrospect your day. Just take out 15-20 minutes, think what you did right, what you did wrong, what you want to improve, and what you should be working towards. And also pat yourself on the back that you did something great. If you completed, like, out of 5 items, if you completed 4, pat yourself on the back. Then respect and be true to yourself. A lot of times, I think I've felt in Web3 space as well, I felt that, okay, Web3 is not there yet. Ethereum is charging so much fees. It's not there yet. We lie to ourselves. We make excuses. And it's like, if you think about it, we are not making excuses to someone else. We are doing it to ourselves, right? And when you do it to yourself, you just don't reach the level which you want to reach. So respect yourself and be true to yourself is one of the very key points. Sacrifices are very important in anything, especially in Web3, because people are moving fast here. You have to make sacrifices, move fast. That is like one of those things which you need. And at the end, keep smiling and obviously trust yourself. You'll encounter a lot of failures, especially in Web3, where, like, things move so fast. At the end of the day, you might be like, oh, I thought of this idea, but somebody else implemented it. Just pivot, keep smiling, trust yourself. And the last bonus point with Web3 is actually to use your community. Have an accountability buddy. And any join discords, have accountability buddies, or work with the community. Web3 is all about community, people working together towards a bigger mission. Work with those people, find the right set of people. With Web3 there are no boundaries. You can work with anyone sitting in any other country around the globe, and you can literally have that accountability to each other. So you can just use that. So at the end of it, I would actually really like to say, the only thing that will stop you from fulfilling your dreams is you. And that is actually the summary as well. Just this word, just this one line is the summary of the whole presentation that I had, is that it's just you. That's it. End. And thank you so much for listening to the talk. I am a Web3 tech founder, so if you need any help in any way to onboard onto Web3, to learn more about Web3, you want to know resources, you want to know anything of that sort, feel free to hit me up. Uh, you can get all my socials on richexplorer.com. My Twitter is richexplorer_, so you can hit me up there as well. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you guys liked it.
That was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Rich. And I also really enjoyed the memes. So thanks for throwing those in there. They were very entertaining. I'm curious if there are any questions. I see Syria just asked, what communities do you recommend for beginners in Web3? If you have any recommendations.
Yeah, so there are a bunch of communities like Try Crypto, Boys Club. I'm a part of, like, I'm a developer, so I'm a part of Developer DAO, FWB. All these are really good communities. You can also ping me offline. I can find you a good list and just send it to you. More than happy to help anyone and like help you guys get started.
Awesome. So anyone who would like that list, feel free to head over to his Twitter, give him a follow, and slide to those DMs. But we have another question from Ayana. Which events should we consider going to this year? I know that there's like so many ETH events and like Bitcoin
Yeah.
events. So like curious, in your
Yeah.
opinion, which ones are you like most excited to look to attend this year?
Yes, 100%. I think I'm most excited for NFT and ETH NYC, to be honest, DAO NYC as well. Last week I moved from San Francisco to NYC because I was like, I really want to see the events going here. But if you just Google Ethereum events or like something like that, there is this ethereum.org link with all the events. So just make into as many events as possible. Like it's not up to it's up to you how many events you can go into, to be honest. I would recommend you to attend as many as possible.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen that spreadsheet. It's huge. It's literally just like every
Exactly.
single week there's something going on.
Yeah, I'm planning my trips according to the events as well. So I want to go to all the events.
Also good excuse to travel and
Yes.
Cool. Another question we have is, what makes you excited to be a part of an event celebrating inclusivity?
Yes, that's a great question. I think I am an ally for inclusivity, and like I really I support from the bottom of my heart. And like I can, like, if you really are looking forward to any help in anything, just feel free to reach out to me. I can help you as an ally. I'm really uh, I just have so much immense feelings for this.
Yeah, for sure. And then another follow-up question we had for ETH.NYC is, how does one become a part of that community? I'm assuming maybe this person like hasn't attended any of these events before. So if you would like to just like briefly give a rundown of like how these conferences usually go and how to become integrated into this whole like ecosystem within Web3.
Yeah, 100%. So it's not that complicated, to be honest. Like, there is a Telegram chat for NFT NYC. I can add, if you hit me up, I can add it to you there. You get all the resources there. And to be honest, it's like you don't have to buy passes to these conferences for like $500. You just go there, in the morning, just enjoy, for example, New York, and in the evening, attend all these, happy hours, events, free stuff, and like make those connections. Just enjoy. The whole agenda of attending any event is to actually enjoy. Don't force yourself to like learn a lot. Even if you take one thing from the event, or even if you just make 5 connections in the event, I'm telling you, that is amazing. Like, a small example is these 5 people in East Denver came together and organized this summit, right? So like, you can literally talk offline. Like, you have all the examples here. Just do it. Just go and do it. And like, it's not hard enough.
Yeah, I would also like to strongly echo that sentiment. This conference was organized out of an idea that happened at Eats Denver, and the turnaround was like very quickly, like less than a couple months. So truly, when it comes to these conferences, really encourage all of y'all to just go, put yourself out there, see what happens, and you'll come to find that opportunities really lie everywhere, especially within the Web3 space.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of resources, communities, individuals who want to help you achieve your dreams, just like Rich. So we're going to wrap up this panel, but go ahead and add him on Twitter and Discord. I believe we sent out the information in the chat earlier, but we'll transition to our next panel going on, which is how to get a job in Web3. So Rich, thank you so much again. And I think we're still waiting on one more panelist, but if the upcoming panelists want to go ahead and turn their cameras on, and we can like pin you to the screen, that would be amazing. Cool. We'll go ahead and get started then. It would be really awesome if we could just kind of popcorn around and have all the panelists introduce themselves really quickly. So Sumi is first on my screen. So if you want to go and then just popcorn it to someone else.
Sure. Hey, everyone. I'm Sumi. I just graduated college 2 weeks ago. I studied CS at Stanford. And in a month from now, I'm going to be starting software engineering at Alchemy. And so I would say I've been in the Web3 space for around like a year and a half now. I got my feet wet when I was interning at Alchemy during my gap year. And yeah, very excited to be with you all today. I'll popcorn to Jacqueline.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline, and I'm actually still currently a student at the University of Waterloo. And I've been taking time like on and off to work in Web3 companies and do different internships. And right now I am working at Coinbase as a software engineer. And also some of the side projects that I'm very involved with is Versus. It's a community that's focused on creating a bridge between like linguistic and artistic interests and Web3. So I'm working on a project called Reference, which is building a tool for people to view different meanings and words in like everything is stored on chain and way for people to understand more about different words in Web3. And in the past, they also organized a Web3 toy drive called ElfDAO, where we raised about 50K over 2 weeks to support children who were underprivileged and couldn't afford gifts for the holidays.
Hey everyone, my name is Saneri. I am currently a PM at Coinbase, leading all creator efforts for Coinbase NFT. And prior to this, I worked as a PM at Meta on the creators team, helping lead initiatives for creators to connect with their fans. I also started a community called Web3 PMs, which helps people break into Web3 and product roles. Both are kind of traditionally difficult areas to break into as product manager in Web3. So it's a community that helps people find resources, connect with each other, and kind of understand some of the opportunities that are out there and how to make that transition successfully.
Hi, everybody. I'm Liv, Full Stack Liv on Twitter, and I had recently graduated in 2020 with a background in STEM, and then went to get my master's degree in business management. So kind of have a very diverse educational background ranging from healthcare to entrepreneurship to business management. Currently still working in Web2. I work in tech innovation at a corporate bank, but definitely looking forward to pivoting into Web3 in the near future. I will say that I am relatively new to the space, probably less than 2 months at this point, so very, very new, but it's been such an amazing experience networking with people, building relationships, and having the opportunity to invest in the Symmetrical, which is an investment DAO. So kind of dipping my toes in the Web3 waters by getting involved in DAOs and building out my own personal Twitter brand. I go by Web3 Wifey on Twitter, and my goal there is just to essentially onboard, although I don't want to use that word because it does sound kind of corporate, but essentially bring more people into Web3, break down those barriers to entry because there is a lot of information to consume. And a lot of times it's hard, I know from my experience, to know where to start. So just creating those initial entry steps for people.
Awesome. Well, thank you all again so much for joining us for this panel. And for all the attendees, hopefully you'll get a lot of really great advice coming out of this session, because especially when it comes to Web3, sometimes there are kind of non-traditional creative ways to get hired within the industry. I know there are a lot of recent graduates on the panel, and for like Web2 or like traditional tech in corporate America, there's very like traditional ways of like going through a recruiter and going on LinkedIn. But I feel like Web3 is a bit more like flexible and a bit more diverse. So would love to start the panel off by just asking each of you, what is one non-traditional way you or someone you know has been hired in Web3? Just so that we can start the conversation going on the different avenues to like actually land a job in Web3. And anyone on the panel, feel free to kick it off.
Sure, I can kick it off. Coinbase is definitely a bigger company, so we have traditional pathways to get into it. So you can like apply online, go through a recruiter, and definitely many people successfully get hired that way. But also as like a Web3 company, they're always looking for just like strong talent and kind of defining your own role, which is how I came in. So even though I went through the normal process, I like networked with people at the company and kind of shared the areas I was interested in, which were creators and NFTs, and that kind of helped solidify the role. So that was how I did it. So it's kind of like a combo of applying as well as like reaching out. But I have a ton of friends who have straight up Twitter DM someone with, and I think a lot of people get Twitter DM. So it's important to not just say like, hey, like I'm interested in your company, can we talk? But like, hey, this is why I'm interested in your company. This is what I think you do really well. And here's the value that I bring and what I could, and like what I think you should be doing, or something that's a little bit more perspective driven. And then like, are you open for a 20-minute chat? And I know a lot of people who have gotten in the door and gotten jobs from a conversation like that.
Yeah, to piggyback what Neri said, like I personally got my start in Web3 when I sent a cold email to Nikhil to find out if I could intern during my gap year. And that was kind of how I got my foot in the door. It took a lot of persistence in the beginning because, you know, like people are super busy, but, you know, if you are really persistent about what you can offer and like why you want to be there, I think that's really effective. And something that I've seen work for my friends is, you know, a lot of them are working on side projects and they post about them on Twitter or they publish their GitHub, and they've found like people have inbounded them directly because they are building in the open or writing articles and stuff like that. So I think if you're trying to get started in the space, I would definitely say like start publishing stuff, whether it's code or whether it's articles, whether it's tweets. I've seen that work out for a lot of people.
I want to add on to, I think everyone's kind of mentioned already, but like Twitter is honestly like kind of where a lot of crypto things are happening. And I know a lot of people who have found roles through Twitter. And me personally, I've gotten a lot of intro calls and inbound kind of reach outs, as well as me reaching out to people through DMs through Twitter, because like Sumi like mentioned, like I do a bit of open source work on online, and like do some like GitHub like open source work as well as personal projects, and generally some people will like actually like reach out and ask me questions about it on Twitter, and I've gotten a couple like kind of offers through that. And also like a really like I think Web3, this entire summit is like an example of that, but people get jobs at a lot of these like ETH Denver and like different like summits and events. So I have definitely met people at like different after parties or like just networking events at different conferences, and then ended up like continuing the conversation afterwards, and even like being extended offers and like opportunities through that. So those people and like going opportunities. And I think the last one that's like kind of more of an obvious way, but like people don't get involved enough, is in DAOs. Actually, a lot of like DAOs and orgs have Discords, and it feels really overwhelming because there's like maybe thousands of people in the Discord and you don't feel like you can get involved. But for most of these orgs, there's only like a core team of like 10 people. So if you as an individual person start getting more interested in a certain part of what this DAO or org is doing, and just start building in it and like asking, oh, how can you help? How can you contribute? Like you already stand out so much amongst the thousands of lurkers on the Discord, because most Discords only have like a couple, maybe like up to like 20 to 50 people who are actually active, and the rest are just like looking. So you can join these huge communities and like start asking how you can contribute, and become like a really big part of that organization really soon.
I can't emphasize enough the truth behind networking and how it's opened the door for so many opportunities for me, whether it's in Web 2 and in Web 3. So I think it's amazing to leverage the connections you can make on social media and Jacqueline, I'm really glad you brought up Discord because I've been in quite a few Discords that have channels that are literally called job opportunities, and people will just post links to opportunities for you, and they're really, everybody's willing to advocate on your behalf too. And so if you're willing to take the initiative for yourself, put yourself out there, make those connections, have those 20-minute calls, you're really going to set yourself up for success when it comes to getting a job, especially if you're trying to break into the Web3 space. And I will say myself, working in Web2, the Web3 space is looking very intriguing to me. Would definitely love to pivot a career into that space someday. So it's great to be able to make those connections early on now, and then hopefully act on them later.
Yeah, and kind of just to re-emphasize how important it is, not only to network, but to show up. I actually got like my job offer from attending ETH Denver. And initially I just went to like hang out and just like see what a crypto conference looked like. But there were literally opportunities like coming left and right. So truly, if you were like here for the last session, there's a huge list of all of these conferences and events going on this year and next year. So we'll definitely encourage y'all to go and check those out. But beyond, getting these opportunities, kind of being new in the Web3 space, I found it really beneficial to have like some friends or even like a mentor who was there to kind of guide me along my transition of moving from like Web2 to Web3, or from a student to a full-time employee within Web3. So I was curious if you all had a friend or a mentor or like an advisor who helped you along your transition into Web3, and what was one piece of advice that you found valuable?
I can start. So I had a couple people help me in my Web3 journey. So actually, before my first Alchemy interview for my internship, I called up my best friend Ryan. He had been in the space for a little bit. And he gave me a crash course on Web3, and he really emphasized like there's no dumb questions. The ecosystem's moving really quickly. Like it's hard to keep up. So, like you can't, it's really hard to say the wrong thing. And that was something that was really echoed during my time at Alchemy as well. So my mentor was Alon Halpern. She's really active on Twitter, super cool, like probably like the sickest person out there. And she really reiterated like, you can ask me whatever you want. Like it's such a new and evolving space. And I think just having these initial mentors that emphasize that like this is a moving space and you really can't say something wrong. It's important to ask questions for your own understanding and to be able to help contribute to the space. Like that really helped me. And then I think also like when you pick a place that you want to start your Web3 career in, like try to be around people that have a really good inclusive culture. So that's something I found at Alchemy. Like, Web3 can tend to be like very non-diverse, but with the right culture, it can really help like foster your growth. So I think that's something you should try to seek out too when you're figuring out your Web3 journey.
Yeah, I can share. I had a lot of mentors throughout my life, and especially that helped me make the transition. One in particular was my manager at Facebook, or at Meta, who now has since left Meta as well to work in Web3. But he was very great about talking about not just like professional goals within my job, but also goals outside of it. And through that, started talking about like my passion and excitement for Web3. And I'd only been at Meta at that point for about 6 months, and very much felt like I was going to at least finish 1 year at Facebook before I moved into my next role. And he really encouraged me to just like not feel any like obligation to where you're at and kind of follow your passion. And I think the second big thing was I felt like I needed to be an expert in Web3, which is a really hard thing to feel an expert of because the space changes so much and there's just so much to learn. And he really just encouraged me to like, no, just like there's so many opportunities out there. You know a lot, like trust yourself. I think a lot of women have imposter syndrome, and we have like a higher bar of where we think the qualifications we think we need to meet before we think we're qualified candidates. And there's a ton of research on this with like LinkedIn job descriptions, and like women are less likely to apply unless they meet like 8 out of 10 qualifications. And I think men need to meet 4 out of 10 qualifications until they feel they're ready to apply. And he was just like, go for it. And I think I just like needed that encouragement and confidence. And so find yourself cheerleaders in your life that will help fill that self-doubt when you have any.
I can go next for this one. I think I've been really lucky to have a couple of internship opportunities as well as like really structured opportunities to work in Web3. At my first internship that was in Web3, I was working at this company called CurveGrid, and I had zero blockchain and Web3 experience going into this company. And the founders, as well as my mentor who was assigned to me, went out of their way to make sure that I was like being onboarded into Web3 really well. They taught me how to build a dApp from scratch. They like pair programmed with me to like learn how to like write contracts and everything. And it was just like something that like I'm so grateful for, because like especially after leaving, I'm now at Coinbase. I've been realizing that a lot of people like didn't get the opportunity to have kind of like, I guess, their hand held through the first like 8 months of their Web3 journey, where I was really fortunate to be able to like shadow different meetings, like shadow meetings with different clients, as well as like just have them like review all of my like Web3 code, which was like, I'm just like so grateful that I had this opportunity. And I think people who are looking to break in, like if they're able to find a sorry, I'm outside right now, but if they're able to find opportunities where their company can has a lot of like Web3 experts or like engineers who have expertise in Web3 and able to get mentorship, that's like a super big like differentiating factor, I think, between working for like Web3 like native companies over like companies who are just starting out and are like kind of transitioning towards it. And another thing that I've been finding like really amazing at Coinbase right now is that there's a lot of people that are similar. They've been in the Web3 space for a while and just really able to offer a lot of mentorship. One of like the mentors that I met at Coinbase like literally coached me through a negotiation call. Like I was on the call and they were like listening in and like texting me what I need to say at every step of the way, because like I had never like negotiated like a contract before. And I think the most important piece of advice from Hannah's question was that I heard from one of my mentors was actually to not get overwhelmed with FOMO. I think in Web3, there are so many opportunities. And at first, when I was like a couple months ago, like every time I got an opportunity, I wanted to say yes right away, because I felt like that was the only time I would ever get this opportunity ever again. But as I kind of have been in the space for a little bit longer, I realized that like, don't be afraid to say no if you're not super, super excited about it, because these opportunities, like there's so many of them and like there's an abundance of opportunities and people to work with. So you don't have to say no or rush into every project that you hear about. It's more important to make sure you find things that are aligned with your personal goals and like the values are aligned with your own like life mission, and say yes more selectively, because that was something that I struggled with at first, was like saying yes to so many things and then ending up being a little bit burned out and like scattered amongst like too many different projects. So I would say to anyone starting out to just be like, don't be afraid to say yes, but also be selective about what you say yes to.
Jacqueline, I couldn't agree with that more. I'm feeling in that position a little bit right now, where I feel like because I'm so new to the space, there's so many amazing opportunities out there to touch, but you do have to be selective because your time is valuable. And for myself, also working a Web 2 job, I dedicate 40 hours a week to that. And so the remaining hours I have to figure out how to balance learning Web 3, getting myself onboarded. But my entry to Web 3 story is a little bit untraditional, which I think it's a funny story. So I actually I was on a dating app for a brief period of time and actually came across a profile of somebody who had Web3 in their bio as their career. And I dabbled briefly in the crypto space. I knew a little bit about crypto, a little bit about blockchain, but I didn't really know much about Web3. So initially I was like, what company is this? What company is called Web3? So I went to Google and realized it wasn't a company, but it was a concept. And it was just this crazy thing. And so I was like, all right, I matched with this person naturally when we met up in person. I asked, tell me about your career. Like, I'm so curious. And he was telling me about Web3, and it just kind of reignited this entrepreneurial spark that's been suppressed because of a corporate job. And I got excited. I was like, wait, this is such a cool opportunity to build. I have this opportunity to create and to build. And so after that date, I went home and did a deep dive on the internet, just consuming article after article about Web3, kind of realizing what DAOs were, all the different spaces. And I kept track of all of the articles that I was reading and essentially compiled them into a guide I posted on my Twitter that I hope will help other people who are new to the space as well. But yeah, just like constantly consuming information, which is the phase that I'm in right now, does feel overwhelming sometimes. So yeah, echoing what Jacqueline said, it's important to manage your time wisely when it comes to getting onboarded into the space, but also know that there's going to be plenty more opportunities to come because we're so early and so many amazing things are being built. So pace yourself, it's going to be okay. And the community has your back.
Wow, that is such a great story that a dating app was actually useful in like more than one ways. It actually helped pivot you into kind of this new space that you're exploring. I guess like another question to kind of jump off of what Jacqueline mentioned is when you are kind of like negotiating these offers or you have like received an offer for a job in Web3, are there any like additional like things to keep in mind when you're like negotiating these offers? I know like many people have reached out to me and they're like, oh, like I got this offer, like does this seem right for the role? Because like this space is very new. So like curious if y'all have any advice on that, and if there are like any resources that you use to kind of like suss out like, is this opportunity like good for me?
I think for me, I really lean on mentors. Like you mentioned, the space is so new that it's hard to just go on like Levels FYI and like search for it because most of these companies like just don't have this information online yet. So a lot of times, like I kind of do what I guess people have been doing with you is like I reach out to people who have been in the space for longer, or someone who's been like just in general in the tech industry for longer and ask them if these numbers look right. And also like I guess a big thing in Web3 that's confusing is like a lot of companies will issue like give you like tokens or some type of like alternative agreement that's different from like the normal like cash and equity kind of deal that you get at normal tech companies. So evaluating that can get really tricky sometimes. So asking people who are like maybe they're investors of the company that you're interviewing with, or also like people who use the product and like kind of find out how much you believe in like that product and vision, because with the computation packages of Web3, like it's really confusing, especially like when there's a lot of like tokenomics and stuff potentially involved. So that's in addition to like the normal equity setup. But in terms of like actual resources online, I honestly like if you guys have one, like please share, because I don't know if there's like open source ones that I haven't found good ones yet.
I second that. Please share information because as I begin to make a transition, I would love to have resources. I don't think I can necessarily speak right now at the point that I'm at on salary and what to expect with those types of packages, but I do agree with having mentorship and people that have been in the space for longer, which I'm slowly building out right now, has proven to be so beneficial. Everybody's so willing to help. And I think if you're willing to put yourself out there and have those conversations and embrace that transparency and vulnerability in the space, it's going to benefit you in the long run.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're each supposed to go, but I don't have too much to add on this front. I think I was lucky being in the States long enough. I did have friends I could lean on, but I haven't seen, especially when comparing, I was comparing Web 2 and Web 3 job offers. And, when there's tokens on one side, somebody's offering you tokens, somebody's offering you equity, which one means more, that can make things pretty complicated. So I leaned on friends that I had in the ecosystem. But I definitely think there's a lot more, like there's definitely a need there in a place where we could discuss these type of things.
Cool. Yeah, I know recently there's been a page that's been blowing up on TikTok called Salary Transparent Street. And it's this girl who like walks down a street in Washington, D.C. and just like asks people what their salary is. So it seems like there's definitely a need for some like compilation of these resources. So maybe an attendee will be inspired and we'll work on that project moving forward. But one of our like last questions to wrap up is, what is one recommendation of a resource or a community to find Web3 jobs and opportunities? And feel free to give more than one recommendation if you have a couple on your mind.
Before I jump in and answer that, I just wanted to mention I sent a article from Paradigm that explains like token compensation, which I found really helpful when I was like evaluating some offers. So check that out for like understanding better like token compensation.
I can jump in here really quickly. I've been such a deep dive on Twitter lately, trying to figure out which resources are available that will help me learn more about Web3 and the offerings there. But I recently got into Boys Club, and I know that's a pretty big name within the Web3 space, but they have an awesome job board through Palette. And I think Palette has a lot of really great collectives that streamline the talent pools and help people figure out where they could best fit in the Web3 ecosystem. So would recommend checking out different Discord channel palettes if they have them, or like I had said earlier, Discord job opportunity channels if they have them. Those are really helpful too. I think yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen too much else outside of that, but like I said, still new to the space. And please toss me recommendations because I would love to keep learning.
Well, I can share a few. Obviously have to plug Web3 PMs. We have a job board and we have a ton of recruiters that reach out wanting to hire Web3 product managers. I will caveat that most of them right now are people with like at least a year of product experience, but we're trying to diversify that and kind of bring on like opportunities that are looking for stuff beyond that. Palette is definitely great. I would find companies you're interested in and people that you think are like great thought leaders in the space. A lot of those people have palette boards, and a lot of those companies don't have job opportunities listed on their website, but they're always willing to talk to qualified people. I think Alchemy is an example of that, where like they get a ton of inbound interest, so like they won't post the jobs, but if the right person comes along, they'll make room for them. And then I think if you're looking for stuff that's earlier stage, like talk to investors and ask them like what are their portfolio companies they would recommend people looking into.
Yeah, just to echo that a little bit, like one thing I've seen some friends get jobs through is Gabby Goldberg's job list. She's a pretty big VC Twitter influencer, so she's got some cool stuff there. And I've also, I haven't tried this myself, but I've seen people post like, I'm a blockchain engineer. I've been coding for these years, trying to get into blockchain, like looking for a job, and people just end up getting inbound on Twitter that way. So that could be something to try.
Sumi beat me to it, but basically Gabby Goldberg's list is like a gold mine for a lot of opportunities in Web3, and also Twitter in general. Like just looking around, a lot of managers of individual teams at different companies will post like they're looking for like some type of role for to be like filled in like X amount of time, and like there's a lot of things like that on Twitter. And if you just like follow the right people, like they'll just show up on your feed and you can like reply and DM different people at different companies, which I think is really helpful. And another thing is that like I guess this is not really a resource, but one way to kind of like, I guess, create luck or like build your own like serendipity is to like post more on Twitter and like open source like your work and like post more articles, and people will just start reaching out to you. And like that's a really great way to like create your own resources that like gravitate towards you instead of always trying to like look for things.
Those were all really awesome resources. And I think our team's going to compile a bunch more to send out on our Twitter account afterwards. But one final question, and then we'll wrap up this panel. What are some of your immediate and or long-term goals within Web3? You know, like in the traditional interview, you'll be asked like, what are your like short-term or like long-term plans for your career? So curious, like what do you see for like your own career in Web3 in the upcoming years?
I can start off. So, I mean, long game, my goal is to be an entrepreneur, and that's something that really excites me about the Web3 space because it's so fresh, it's so new, it's kind of evening out the playing field, and anybody can build a great company. You know, I've seen people that like haven't even started college yet, starting their own companies, getting a ton of funding, and then there's also people that are like very well accomplished in the Web2 space and building stuff. So I think it's the Web3 is like an incredible like space where anyone, you know, if you kind of put in the time, you can build something really cool and have an impact. And so for me, that really excites me, and like that's something that I want to do in the next like 5-10 years in Web3.
I think echoing what Sumi said, a lot of people in Web3 have a similar sentiment, but I'm also really interested in entrepreneurship and want to have more time to work on my own type of projects or launch my own company. And I think a really cool thing about Web3 is that, like, unlike, I guess, other industries, it's really welcome to be working on your own side projects while you're working like a normal full-time job. Like right now where I am at Coinbase, like tons of people on my team and like throughout the org all are working on like really cool side projects, and it's not frowned upon. Like, in fact, they will share it within the team to like each other about what they're working on outside of work. And I think in like maybe traditional tech, you might be afraid to tell your manager that you're working on other things because like companies are a bit like weird about you like splitting your time and not focusing. But in Web3, there's like this whole culture of like people really getting excited when you are working on things outside of work. And I've been finding that like a really awesome way to kind of like start building now, and you don't have to wait. You don't have to quit your job to be building something cool in Web3 when you're working in the Web3 space. So.
Yeah, definitely want to echo both those sentiments. I agree. I think that I'm continuing to learn about the space. And so that's definitely my short-term goal is to keep learning more and building connections. And then long-term would be continue building something of my own. I think Web3 PMs has been a great way for me to start doing that. But I'm really excited to learn more about the space and find opportunities in the space that I think are gaps and people that I'd be excited to work with to start something new.
What really drew me into this space was the community element of it. It's something I'd never seen before. And so I think in the short term right now, I hosted one meetup, but I'm trying to host more IRL meetups to just foster those Web3 friendships in person, because I still think it's important to prioritize the human connection, because collaboration for me, especially working in innovation, happens best when you're in person with somebody. It's a little bit tougher to do online. So that short term is just continuing to foster those friendships. But I think there's so much growth that can happen from a community perspective within Web3, like as DAOs continue to be built and as more people start developing their own projects. I can see how you really do need the support of the community to foster those things and to keep it moving forward. So lean on each other. Everybody has been amazing that I've met so far. My Twitter had a little growth spurt, which is super cool. And so because of that, I was able to connect with people over DMs and have video chats and even meet them in real life that I may have never crossed paths with otherwise. So definitely awesome to lean on the community because it's next level. This doesn't exist in Web 2.
And speaking of IRL community meetups, if you're in San Francisco, we do have an event today. So everyone in the audience, I just sent along the Partyful invite if anyone does want to attend that. But thank you all so much for being on this panel and sharing a bit about your personal journey and also some really great resources and advice for those who are interested in breaking into Web3. We're going to take like a quick 2 to 3 minute break because we've been going at it since 9 a.m. But thank you all again so much. And our next panel will be moderated by Kimberly, and it's the Black and Web3 panel. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. This is such an awesome opportunity.
Guys.
Thanks.
Bye. And while we're waiting for our next panelists to join, we do have a quick shout out for Harmony, one of our main sponsors for this event. They are currently hiring for their One Wallet, social crypto platform for social media roles. So if you are interested, either shoot me a DM on Twitter, it's just my name, or reach out to @Harmony Protocol and they'll get you set up.
Hi, everyone. I think we're going to be starting in a minute. So for the panelists, Kendall, Johnny, if you're around, if you can turn on your cameras and then we'll get started. Hi, Kendall.
Hello, hello. How's it going? This has been great so far.
Yeah, super excited to have you. Oh, welcome, Johnny. Yeah, we can kick it off now for our Black and Web3 panel. And I'm Kimberly, so I'm one of the co-hosts for today, and really, really excited to have you both here and sharing your experiences, especially in terms of like the Black community, as well as just your overall backgrounds and experiences. Really excited to dig into it. And so just to kick things off a little bit, just to introduce, we have Kendall here from All Raise, and then Ajani as well, both having really great VC backgrounds, and would love for you guys also to introduce yourselves and more about your journey into Web3, and just talking a little bit more in terms of how did you get started and how's your journey changed. But yeah, let's kick it off with introductions then.
Awesome. I'll kick it off. So hi, everyone. As Kimberly mentioned, I'm Kendall Rankin. I currently serve as the Senior Manager of Programs at All Raise. So if you're not familiar with All Raise, essentially we're focused on getting more women founders VC funding and more women into check writing roles in venture capital. And so part of that role is just managing our entire community. And I share that because it's part of the reason why I even got into Web3 in the first place, is because a lot of the investors in our community were coming to me last fall, like, my firm is starting to invest in Web3. I would love more training and love to connect with people. And I'm like, what is Web3? And so that was how I originally even heard about Web3, or the term that we use to coin it. And within that, I, over the next couple of months, just did a deep dive, like bought a couple NFTs, joined communities, Discords, and even started a newsletter called Web3 for the Culture, which just democratizes access to knowledge for people who, aren't super technical, but want to be immersed in the space and learn. So that's a little bit about me. I'm also based in Chicago, but from the DMV area. So shout out to my Midwest and East Coast folks. But I'll pass it over to Ajani.
Thanks. Wow, I didn't know you were from the DMV. I went to Howard. So I
Awesome.
spent a lot of time in the DMV, and I was actually born in Cincinnati, so I'm from the Midwest too.
Okay, love it.
But hi guys, I'm Ajani. I'm an associate at Based in Partners. We have kind of two practices as a fund. We have like our early stage fund, where we're leading seed and Series A rounds. We invest in companies all over the world: software, fintech, Web3. And then last summer, we started a growth fund called the Advancement Initiative. And with the Advancement Initiative, Base 10 invests in leading growth stage private technology companies, and then we donate half of our profits as scholarships in the name of our portfolio companies to historically Black colleges and universities around the country. And so those scholarships are coming from the kind of proceeds of these companies as they grow, and so it's kind of just positive and incentive aligned for all the parties involved. And the fund is anchored in part by the endowments of historically Black colleges. So my school, Howard, is actually a beneficiary of the fund, as well as like 7 or 8 other HBCUs for the first Advancement Initiative. And it was kind of through the Advancement Initiative actually that I started getting more involved in Web3 last summer. We had the chance to invest in like BlockFi and FTX, and like creating opportunities to invest in kind of those companies. I think for us as a firm, helped us like build conviction about Web3, especially as they kind of navigated extreme hyper growth and like regulatory hurdles, and then also gave us a lot of learnings that helped us in kind of early stage investing in other areas globally in Web3. And so it's been a really fun ride. And I think one thing about like Base 10 as a fund that's really unique, we're if I can say this, kind of one of the Blacker funds in Silicon Valley. And it's great to be able to explore new spaces, and then also know that the people that will win with you are people from your community.
Super awesome, and definitely going to check out your newsletter after, Kendall. I think going and on that note too, Johnny, I think this is a perfect lead up for our next question in terms of how do you see that your overall identity and background has shaped your experiences on how you engage in Web3 and kind of shape the impact that you want to make?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think that again, I'll like swing it back to the Advancement Initiative first, and then to something else that I think is a strength of Base 10. But like I actually came from in HBCU, so that was kind of like my like path and adventure. I was at Howard, then like kind of began working at Base 10. And you know, when you I think when you go to an HBCU, you can't come out of that experience without knowing kind of a lot about you know, the like history of your own people like in this country. And so I think that the like as you know, new spaces are being built, and Web3 is, you know, kind of one of the most aspirational you know, kind of spaces in all of business. You're always thinking about like, oh, how will this shape out? Because you know, like as Black people, I think we're all like kind of constantly thinking about like how the, you know, like how history has evolved to get us to this point. How can we make like the future better? And I think the, you know, fact that the fact that, you know, spaces like this exist, and that, you know, our generation is, you know, thinking about these things ahead of time and not you know, trying to, you know, create situations that you know, have existed in the past where we're, you know, correcting for our past mistakes is after we've built the new world, is I think like a really positive like indicator for the future. And then I guess the next thing I'll say about how identity shaped how I, you know, want to make an impact in Web3. So one real strong point of Base 10 is international investing. About like 40% of our dollars go overseas. So whether it's Latin America or like fintech in Africa, which has been like another big theme for us. And just being, you know, thinking about how people outside of the United States with a ton of resources, like non kind of like crypto whales, are going to be able to like how they're going to interact with Web3 and how they'll like kind of exist in the new world that's being created, is something that we kind of do constantly. And so I think you know, international investing, fintech investing has always been like a big focus of Base 10, and with Web3, I think it's super aligned because it's such a wide open greenfield opportunity.
Yeah, great insight there. And I think for me personally, so as I mentioned, I'm from the DMV. I grew up in Prince George's County, which is a predominantly Black county right outside of DC. And I saw, I think, just the stark differences in my county versus like Montgomery County or Howard County, which they're relatively diverse, but mostly predominantly white. And I think for me, the way I've like decided to go into my professional career is to pursue opportunities that help me close disparities and close like economic opportunities. And so with Web3, I feel like one of the biggest you know, the biggest wins of Web3 is that it allows for you to have more ownership and also give power back to the original creators. And I think a lot of times, actually my friend Miles, he has a lifestyle brand, and one of the quotes that he has on one of his t-shirts is, "We created the culture they monetize." And I think a lot of what that means, you know, is I think Black people as a society, as a group, as a demographic, oftentimes like really help push the culture forward, but oftentimes aren't given the same, you know, whether it's respect or financial benefit as other groups that may make money off of some of the work that we create, whether that's back in the day from picking stuff and being slaves, or if it's like creating music or new TikTok dances. And so we've often been exploited. And I think seeing that in my community growing up, I realized that I want to be a part of change. And so this Web3 opportunity that, you know, I came across over the past few months, to me, is the first time where I think the playing field could be leveled. However, it will take a lot more intentionality to bring along communities that have typically been disadvantaged in these big wealth transfer moments, right? And so I think for me, knowing where I come from, you know, Prince George's County, and then knowing where I feel like Black people, like knowing the power within our community and within, you know, other minority communities as well, I think is really powerful. And being able to leverage that in a way that generates financial freedom is super important to me, which is why I think I'm focused most of my work. And now that I know Web3 and I'm in the space, I'm like, yeah, this is where I'm gonna stick. And I think everyone eventually will get here. It's just a matter of who gets there first. And the early adopters typically benefit financially, as well as like with social capital, et cetera. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to level the playing field.
Yeah, definitely. No, I love your points, Johnny and Kendall, like in terms of opening up access and promoting financial freedom for underrepresented groups and disadvantaged groups and kind of leveling that playing field with like equity, like totally agree too. In terms of Web3, I think there's so much opportunity for decentralization and democratization. But like you said, there's a lot of other barriers and like hurdles ahead. And I think one thing as a follow-up question, in terms of how you see like the Web3 like leveling the playing field for financial inclusion, for better opportunities, what are some particular challenges as well in Web3 that you think they can better identify? Because just for me, I think there's also a high hurdle, especially in mainstream right now, that knowledge and entering crypto and just having those broader conversations. So would love to hear your input there.
Yeah, I can take that one first. I think there are two main things. So the first is kind of, as you mentioned, it's like that access to knowledge or even feeling confident enough that you can play in the space. I think right now, a lot of the terminology can seem very confusing. It can seem too technical. And it's not that, folks in our community can't engage in that. It's just that it's not something that, we're always used to speaking, right? Like even IRL or saying, URL, it's like people don't really know what that is unless you're in the Web3 space. And I argue that that's demographic agnostic, right? So it doesn't matter what demographic you are. If you're not in the space, it's hard to understand. So democratizing the access to the knowledge, but then also this is a very specific example, but I remember when I first purchased an NFT and I was so excited to change my profile picture and seem like I was part of the cool VC Twitter, Web3 Twitter community. But then after a while, I realized that me changing my profile picture to a woman, it wasn't even a Black profile picture, but changing my profile picture to that kind of took away the representation that I think is necessary in the space. And so a lot of times, or even I think I joined a spaces with the Web3 inclusivity team before, or Twitter, Twitter Spaces. I think that's what it's called. The Twitter chat where people talk. I joined it and it was like an inclusivity conversation. And I realized that I just couldn't tell what demographic people were from. And that's great, right? But I also think there's beauty in being able to celebrate that there's so many different demographics, nationalities, all being part of this movement. And when I change my profile picture to something where you can't tell who I am, it kind of strips my identity where we should be celebrating identity. And so that's one of my biggest fears too, is that it becomes so demographic agnostic that you just don't know who's who and aren't able to celebrate all the unique cultures that are part of this movement. So democratizing access to knowledge and also representation are the two for me.
Yeah, I think those are great points. And like as I think about what are the kind of barriers to equality in Web3, I think they take a different shape, but aren't like altogether different than like barriers to equality within like the traditional financial system. In the sense that like for example, like if you live in the United States, like you have a decent like opportunity in general to like partake in Web3, like become become educated on the space, like participate in like different organizations, DAOs, things like that. But if you like live outside of the United States, or if you're like an average citizen in a developing country like Nigeria, like Egypt, Ethiopia, like a place like that, the like same things that are keeping people from participating in kind of the fintech revolution, right? Like lack of access to traditional bank accounts so that they can even like purchase assets like in Web3, and the lack of like on ramps that are accessible to them are really difficult challenges. And so those are some of the things that I get excited about investing in and seeing, right? Is companies that are making it possible not just for people in the United States or the developed world to like take part in this kind of like brave new world that so many great people here are building, but also that let not even just like all like any citizens at all in like developing countries partake in Web3, but even like any citizens outside of the kind of most advantaged group that have like access to consistent cellular data, or a phone that's powerful enough to run sophisticated apps. Like it's, I think, a real challenge is making it possible for people with very kind of like low resources to partake in the space at all. I think it's a big challenge.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think like, especially as it feels like, I think a bubble sometimes, like for me, and like just kind of looking at like those other challenges, like just bringing out resources and like going like beyond like that immediate kind of, I think, like tech hub of like the fact that we have internet connectivity. I think that's such a good point to make. And then also on the idea of like democratizing access to knowledge and representation, I think with like the aspect of like identity anonymization with Web3, there's such an interesting like dichotomy there to balance as well. But yeah, really great insights. And I think also on that note too, going along, just overall, like diversity inclusivity, it's cited as a big core of Web3, but obviously a very big gap on who are the leaders that are present, and like very few, I think, representation from underrepresented groups, like with Black leaders on projects and organizations. And so just kind of looking at like allies or what others can do, what do you think can be done to encourage the Black community to become more involved in Web3? And what do you think allies or others can do, or even the current leaders now, efforts that maybe they should start taking as well to encourage better diversity and inclusivity?
That's a good question. I think that it's not fundamentally different from things that like can be done to make it easier for like anyone in the mainstream to get involved in crypto. And so here I'll shout out my roommate Yash Mundra, who's like building a startup that I think is a great example of the way that we that like people that are kind of more crypto native can make it easier for people that are kind of new to blockchains, new to our space, to like find out what they should be doing with their money. It's called a crew. And I think that just making it like a dead simple to own crypto, but then also making it easy for people, once they have assets in the space, to like have kind of an intuitive user experience, I think is the thing that's going to like drive adoption more than anything. Like when you look at it, like the kind of crypto gaming space, right? Making it so that people at the end of the day don't even like need to know that they like have like they don't even need to necessarily know their wallet address or like carry around this like really confusing key or things like that. Like making it just a really simple intuitive like user experience, I think, and like making the space fun will just inevitably drag more people in.
Yeah, Johnny, to that point, I think like the user experience piece, I feel like there's going to be a boom in the number of jobs in that space, or people asking for that to help build other companies to make it accessible. I think that's just like the biggest thing right now. It's really technical. Even for me, like I went to Georgia Tech, did engineering, and I'm like, it's still super technical, but you also only need to know enough to be dangerous, right? You need to know enough to understand the trends, kind of what's happening. And for me, in terms of the questions on what people can do, I think it's been really interesting to me because being in the VC space by working at Allraise, it's all new to me. I started around this time last year, and I always say that if I hadn't worked at Allraise, I'm not sure that I would have found out about it as quickly as I did, or even if at all, and I still may have been kind of on the outskirts of this community. And so I think it's really about being intentional about bringing certain people into your closed networks and your spaces. For example, I have a friend who was recently, and she's a white woman, recently invited to join this Discord of high up execs, white men who are all leading these like Web2 companies, and they wanted to bring her in because they wanted some diversity, and so they wanted to diversify who was getting access to the knowledge. But within that Discord, they share what the next big NFT projects are, what coins to invest in. So there's like a lot of knowledge sharing that's happening just far above our heads sometimes that we don't even realize we don't have access to. You don't know what you don't know sometimes. So I think being very intentional around, if you say you're an ally, how are you sharing knowledge with the people that don't look like you or aren't in your immediate circle or aren't in your Discord channels? And then, I think even a step before that knowledge piece is just understanding what all of this even means, but at a basic level where it's like, okay, I know you can set up a wallet, or I can maybe buy some cryptocurrency on Coinbase. Like making it as user-friendly and accessible as possible, I think is the first step. But just open your closed doors and be a real ally is my biggest advice.
Yeah, definitely. Like, love that, like having that intentionality and mindfulness, being open. And I second the part also on user experience. Just I have a CS background too, and I think there's times I'm just like jumping through like hoops and like definitely if I was telling this to my grandparents or my parents, they would be a lot more confused. Also going back to one of your early points, we have a question in the chat from Tiffany. And I think this is going to a few of your earlier pieces, Kendall, on representation. And her question was in terms of the anonymity and like the demographic agnostic nature on Web3, how it's with all those different kind of like images and NFTs and JPEGs, like what does that mean we can't really get stats on like how like Web3 is being used? Like where is information we can get in terms of representation, and like how do we know if there's representation if we can't really tell with the issue of identity?
Yeah, that's a really good question. One I don't even really have the answer to, but I think an indicator I will say of being active in the space or not, to me, is how many people or the demographic of people that own cryptocurrency, because I feel like that often can be a gate into like purchasing an NFT or like buying, a ENS domain or whatever it may be. So I don't necessarily know if there's a way to, because it's a very fine line, as Kimberly mentioned, between allowing people to come and maybe be able to hide their identity if they want, or allow people to come and like be their full self and be welcome. So great question. I wish I had the answer. Johnny, do you know?
As far as like data gathering about like who owns assets in Web3, I don't have like a great answer for that. But I guess like the thing that I would say is just kind of looking at the kind of like macro picture. It's like where are these opportunities being created, and look at the kind of like public face of the space, and it's not necessarily it's like not necessarily the most diverse, but I think that like like companies are starting to think about bringing more more diverse kind of like groups into the space. So when I think about that, I think about like FTX's investment in Chipper Cash, which is like an African like fintech company out of Uganda that has the potential to be like a real crypto on ramp for millions of users across the continent. Or some of other large crypto exchanges investments in like other countries like India with kind of large poor populations that can truly like get a lot of value out of the like kind of infrastructure advantages that Web3 offers. So I think if we look at like what are big moves that are like that established players in this space can make to help like populations that are completely left out of the like space today, I think that like replicating some of that like early success and like early effort is going to be the biggest thing that moves the needle.
Yeah, definitely. Like looking at like what groups aren't even included right now and the macros. And some of our talks earlier too, some of the speakers had mentioned, like you said, Johnny, there's some companies that are also doing surveys and data collection. Theirs was more on the gender front. So some of the stats that were pulled out were like men are twice as likely to invest in crypto than women, but definitely I think other areas in terms of data collection can be improved. And another question, I think, transitioning, I know we're almost at the end, and one of the questions that was really curious, and like if there was any leaders from like the Black community or from like any other like kind of like underrepresented group that you'd like to spotlight, any organizations or groups or projects that you're really excited about that you think should have like a bigger voice, or just something that you're really interested that you'd like to promote here today or talk about more, especially with all the different like groups that you've worked with your like backgrounds.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple, I think 4 Black women that I'm like, I admire a lot in the space. One is Iman Europe. She's running, I think, head of artist relations at Sound XYZ, so Web3 tools for artists. Latasha, she's also Iman Europe is an artist. She does music NFTs. Latasha's an NFT artist who's really been advocating in this space. She's at Call Me Latasha on Twitter. Kirby Porter is another one. She's heavily into Web3 or sports in Web3, the intersection there, especially with the NIL. And then the last person is Ariana the Techie. That's her name on Twitter, but she just closed a round led by Harlem Capital. And they have a really good story about 3 Black women coming together in Web3. One as an advisor, one as an investor, and the other, Ariana, is the founder. So those are just 4 Black women in the space that I'd like to highlight. Yeah, and then, I think there's another one. Oh my gosh, Friendly Black Hotties. They're a group that's onboarding Black women into the Web3 space. And so you purchase an NFT, they're on Solana, and then you get access to a lot of different resources to learn and onboard people. So I love people that are doing the education work and the onboarding work, because as I think Aaron mentioned in here, there's also a mentality in the Black community that I think we have to overcome in terms of trusting banks and trusting these new systems, because that distrust has been that trust has been broken in the past. And so it's hard to regain sometimes. So those are some things that I'd like to leave, but thank you all. And I'll pass it to Ajani to wrap us up.
Cool. Yeah. I think that, there's a lot of like kind of great, Black founders in this space that I could highlight. One thing, I guess, that I would call out in the kind of spirit of onboarding kind of new users, participants, and builders in Web3. The first that I would highlight is the Black Venture Capital Consortium. So this is a program across several HBCUs that basically operates a curriculum that prepares Black students to be really active participants in the kind of startup ecosystem. And they have a kind of a great crypto curriculum that they're launching next school year. So they have tracks for engineering, product management, venture capital. And they do a really good job, I think, of getting Black students into early career opportunities in high growth startups, and we work with them a lot at Base 10, actually, for interns, for our own funds, but also for portfolio companies for the advancement initiative and our own early stage portfolio too. So that's a great initiative that I would like to highlight.
Yes. Okay. I'm also dropping one other thing in the chat too. Okay.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna be clicking and following all these links afterwards and checking out these awesome initiatives. But yeah, thank you so much, Kendall and Ajani, for your time. This has been really awesome, and we'll hope to continue this conversation offline on our Discord, and we've shared your socials as well. But thank you so much for your time. And it looks like during the conversation to the Zoom, the chat, I was trying to keep up with it. It looks like there's also a lot of good conversation that was going on as well. But yeah, thank you guys.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
And then, yeah, so next up we'll be having Snow, will be giving a talk on creating your first smart contract. So really exciting, and want to give a big warm welcome. And if you'd like to kick it off from there.
Hey, thanks for having me. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Sneh. I'm really excited to be here. I have been in this space in Web3 space for about 5 years now. I'm a core developer, so I build products, I build Web3 things. I have previously worked at MetaMask, also got a chance to work at the blockchain security team at Coinbase. And currently I am building an education platform, which is free to use for anyone in the world to learn Web3. The education platform is for developers in the space. But yeah, I'm really excited to be here and share with you how to build a simple smart contract I guess. And can I get started and share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
Awesome. So I hope it's visible. Okay. All right. All right. So let me get started with, we learn a very simple smart contract. So what are smart contracts? Smart contracts are essentially kind of a way through which you can interact with the blockchains, through which you can store data on blockchains. This was something which was very unique to Ethereum, and that's why Ethereum became, like, I think one of the most commonly used chains these days, because Ethereum like popularized the idea of storing data on blockchain. Initially, Bitcoin was focusing on money transfer, and that was like the only use case that Bitcoin was putting forward. Even though you could write some smart contracts on Bitcoin, but that was not something that they wanted to promote. But Ethereum came in and they wanted to emphasize, and they wanted to essentially make sure that data could also be stored on chain. So this was like a huge revolution that came in Web3 very early on. And as we all know, many people started creating their own ICOs, started creating their own tokens, which was not initially possible. And you could now create currency all out of thin air and build your own economy around it. So that's what smart contracts really help you in doing for people who are not aware of what a smart contract is. And smart contracts are very easy to develop. They were like the code behind smart contracts and the syntax behind smart contracts was written by Vitalik. It's not a hard language, but it has, like, most of the people think that Solidity is hard. Solidity is not hard. It is very similar to how Web2 languages work in general. But the learning curve is hard because you have to make sure that you're aligning it with the principles of blockchain in general. And because once you push some code to blockchain, it's permanent and you cannot change it. So you have to make sure that your code doesn't have any bugs or it doesn't have any vulnerabilities, which might cause, the $1 million hacks you always hear about. So that's why making your smart contracts secure and optimized is important, and a very important concept in Ethereum, because when you once deploy the smart contract, it's permanent and you cannot undo it. So that's like the brief introduction about what smart contracts are. But essentially, you can consider them as a way in which you interact with the Ethereum blockchain, or now like there are many other blockchains which support smart contracts, but it's a way you interact with the blockchain so that you can store data on chain. And that's what you use a contract for. To interact with a contract, you also need a wallet. So I'm going to be using MetaMask. You guys can, if you don't have a wallet, you can go to metamask.io, I guess, and you can download one. It's going to prompt you to like set up everything and your seed phrase. Make sure you don't share your seed phrase or private key with anyone. And once you're done with all that, you'll be able to you'll have this Fox-like thing on your browser, and you'll be able to see a screen like this. You might need to enable, I think you need to enable, oh no, okay, yeah, I think it's already enabled. Oh yeah, you need to go to networks and you need to enable these test nets that I have, because by default, these are not enabled because it's only important for developers and not general public. general public usually doesn't use test networks, but for developers, it's important to use these test nets to essentially, like test their code. So for testing purposes, there are many test networks on which like run parallelly to Ethereum. And some of them are like, you can see Ropsten, Rinkeby, Gurley, Cohen, all these are test networks for Ethereum chain. And essentially they are like, you can think of it as a staging environment where you can push your dummy code, where you can push your test code, and you can check if your contract is working properly or not. So yeah, so just think of it like staging environments where you can essentially test your staging code. And Rinkeby testnet is the one that we're going to be using today. So I already have some Ether on Rinkeby, but you can essentially search for Rinkeby faucet. And what a faucet is that, oh, this one is offline. Okay, this one. Oh yeah, okay, this one has some. So what a faucet is essentially it gives you free money. So you just, because it's a staging environment, the money doesn't really have any value. So all you got to do is you have to copy your address from here, you have to paste it, and it's going to send you some test Ether for free. That's what a faucet is used for. And yeah, like it's going to give you free Ether. And it's pretty cool because you can use this for testing purposes. So go ahead and if you want to like get some faucet Ether from Rinkeby, you can go here. And it's a trusted site because Alchemy is a trusted company in Web3, so you should be okay. So yeah, so after you click on this, it's gonna send you some Ether, and your account should have some balance. For me right now, I have 0.47, and that should be okay. For this tutorial, we are not doing anything that complex. It's gonna be our first, building our first smart contract. So this much should be fine. Yeah, so we should be good to go. So where we're going to be coding our smart contract is Remix. Remix is like an online ID for writing your code. So you just have to go to remix.ethereum.org and you press enter and you accept these conditions. And what you got to do is inside the contracts folder, not sure if you can. Right. Since inside the contracts, they already give you some contracts that you can see and you can view and you can write, like, have an idea of how everything works. But we'll write our own contract today. But essentially, they give you some basic code to get started with. So to create a new contract, you have to right click and click on new file. And I'm gonna just name it greeting.sol. So sol stands for solidity. So that's the extension you use for your smart contract. And then you press enter and it's gonna create this new file for you. So now if you look at the examples, right, what they're doing is they're specifying a license. So what is a license? License is like, how you give licenses on GitHub, like an MIT license, a GPL license. So an MIT license means that it's free to use for anyone in this world. So anyone can reference your code or use your code without any legal obligations. So today we'll use MIT because anybody can use our code for free. So that's what it stands for, SPDX license identifier. This is how you specify the license that you want to give your smart contract. And this is important because you want to let the world know how they can use your smart contract, right? The code that's there in your smart contract. If you look at something else that other example contracts have is the version. So you need to specify which Solidity version you're going to be using, because multiple versions of Solidity have different syntax. So it's important to specify which version of Solidity you're using, very similar to how other software in Web2 also works. You specify, the NPM package, or you specify the version of the software you're going to be using. So similarly, smart contracts are very similar. So yeah, so this is how you specify the version. We'll be using 0.8.4 because that's like, I guess, the most commonly used one right now. And what this arrow means is that anything above or including 0.8.4 should work. Yeah, so any version which is above 0.8.4 or including 0.8.4 should work. The syntax should work. Then you specify the name of the contract. So it's very similar to how classes work in normal programming languages. Like you specify the name of the class. So similarly, you write contract and then you give it a name. So the name we give it is greetings. So we're going to be storing greetings in this smart contract. So yeah, that should be very simple. Now the function is also very similar to how you create functions in Web2 world. It's not anything that complicated. So you set greeting. So you just say function and then you say set greeting, and yeah, and then you use these curly braces to enclose it in to specify that this is a function block. And we will, I'm saying set greeting. This is going to be get greeting, and this is going to be a view function because we won't be changing the state of the smart contract. So let me create a variable here saying string greeting. So this is initially, so what Solidity does is you can like create global variables, which is like global variables are something which are already there in Solidity, like for example, block.timestamp or some other variables which like are already present in Solidity, which you can use and you don't need to like specify. Then there are some variables which you can create outside, like in the global scope of your contract, which means like these are like storage variables. So these variables are going to remain, anything that you declare outside of your functions are going to be stored permanently on the blockchain. So if I declare string greeting outside this function, this variable is going to remain or is going to get stored on the blockchain forever when you deploy this smart contract. So that's what the distinguishing factor is. Anything I declare in here inside the function is in the local scope of the function, and it's going to remain there only when the function is executing. But this variable is there, for permanent storage or storage in the blockchain forever. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return this string, which is greeting. And we also need to specify what it returns. So it's going to be returning a string, which is going to be greeting. And yeah, and this is going to be a public function. So let's understand what it's trying to do. So view means that it's not changing the state of the system. So you're not changing the value that's there in the variable greeting. So it's just a view. So you're just reading from the state of the blockchain. When you're just reading from the state of the blockchain, you can use view. And most of the view functions don't require gas. So that's why you can use view. Public means that this function can be called by an outside user. So user like, any outside address can call this function. And also like other contracts, if they want to like call their call this function, they can call this function. So that's what public means. It's very similar to how public keyword works in Web2 world as well. So you can kind of draw analogy there, that it's accessible by everyone. It's accessible by the different contracts. It's accessible by the addresses. So anybody can read the state of the greeting stored in your contract. And obviously, this second function is going to be set greeting, which is like now we're going to like set the value of this greeting variable that we created. So let's take in greeting value from the storage, from the user, and set it here. Okay. So I'm going to explain what I'm trying to do here, but essentially I have a function which is set greeting. So I want to set the value of this greeting variable. And yeah, so essentially how I am trying to do this is like I'm taking an input value from the user. So this is going to be a value that the external contract or the external user is going to like specify, and I'm denoting it with underscore greeting. It's a memory variable. So I talked about storage, which was like permanent storage, right? Like something that is going to get stored in blockchain forever. And that was like this variable greeting. But memory essentially means something that you don't want to store forever on chain, but you just want to keep it while this function is executing. And that's what memory variable is used for. So yeah, so we don't want to like store the input provided by the user forever. And that's why we are, yeah, so that's why we are using memory here, because we don't care about the value specified by the user. All we care about is the greeting variable finally, which is going to be the ultimate state of our contract. And obviously it's going to be public because we want anybody to be able to like set the greeting essentially. And yep, that's a simple contract. So now what we're supposed to do is like now someone can set the greeting or they can get the greeting. It's very similar to how other code works in Web2 as well. So now what do we do, right? Like we compile the code so that we can generate the ABI for this contract, or we can generate the bytecode. And this is also very similar to how Web2 world works. You compile your code. So you have to go to this tab here, and it's going to already specify a compiler, and we should be okay because I said like this arrow specifies anything above 0.8.4 should work, and everything else should be fine. Right, so it says data location must be memory for. Oh yeah, sorry. Here also, the memory location should be, yeah, okay, I think combined. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I forgot to add a memory keyword here because again, we don't care about the return value. We don't want to store it forever. So you just say that it's going to be of type memory because we don't want to store what we're returning. The only thing we care about is this greeting, which is going to be stored forever. We don't care about the return value. So that's why it's memory. Memory means something which is only there while the function is executing. So it compiled, it's not giving me any error. So this means that we're good to go. So we're done, like we compiled the first contract. Now, obviously, just compiling is not good enough. We want to like interact with this smart contract. To interact, you gotta go on this tab and it says deploy and run. And what we're gonna use is injected Web3. Injected Web3 means that being able to connect with the wallet that we injected. So we injected this fox-like looking like thing So I'm gonna just connect it here. It's connecting it. Nice. So it connected it with my address. It did everything. And injected Web3 essentially means the wallet is injecting Web3 for you in this browser. There are other options as well you can use, like, your own, if you're running your own chain, you can use that. But right now we'll just use the wallet because that's like, I think, the most commonly used thing. So yeah, and essentially it does everything for you. It sets up your account that's currently connected. It sets up the gas limit and everything. It knows the contract that we're trying to deploy. So our contract is greeting. So it automatically figured it out, which is nice. So we don't have to do anything. All we have to do is click on this deploy. And yep, then this box is also gonna again pop up. And what it says is that it's a contract deployment. Yes, we are deploying a contract. It's going to estimate the gas for you, which is like the fees that you're trying to pay for like being able to deploy this contract to smart contract. So gas, how I like to explain it is like the fees you're paying the miners to be able to store, this contract on the chain, or being able to store that the data that you're going to be like storing on chain. So that's what this gas is used for. I mean, in layman's word, that's how you can understand it right now. But there's a huge explanation for what gas really is, and but essentially what you can understand here, like why we have to pay gas or why we have to pay ether, is because we are going to deploy this contract for which the miner has to do some work, right? They have to check, they have to store this contract, they have to execute your contract, they have to allocate memory, and they also have to come to consensus, and they have to store your variables that I was talking about. So like they're going to be doing some work in storing everything that you're doing. And for that, obviously, you have to pay them money. It's very similar to how you pay AWS or you pay, other databases money to store your data. So similarly, like miners are going to store this this contract of yours and its variables, its state on the in the nodes that they're running. Nodes are essentially the hardware on which the EVM is running, right? So they're going to be storing it on the nodes, and you have to pay them for storing your data. So that's what this payment is for. That's what we're going to be paying here. And MetaMask, the advantage of MetaMask is that it automatically calculates it for you, and it tells you, okay, this is what is the amount of gas that you have to pay for this transaction to get successful, for this contract to get deployed, for the miners to accept this. And that's why MetaMask does all this for you behind the scene. And then you click confirm, and it's going to do things like you can click this button, which is like view on Etherscan. And I see a green tick here, which means it's deployed. But let's have a look at what Etherscan is. So Etherscan is a way in which you can see, you can actually look at all the transactions that are happening on the blockchain. So for example, we are on the Ring2B testnet right now. So you can see on the blocks. So this is the block number. This is the address of the miner. These are like all the transactions that are happening. These are the latest blocks. So it's like an explorer, which helps you see what all is happening on chain, on the blockchain. And as you can see, what happened here is it said that the status was success. This was the block in which it was mined. It was like, the blockchain. So it's a chain of blocks. So which block it was mined in, this was the block number. So from is my address, this is the contract that it created, and Etherscan is very smart. It detects that this was the contract, this is the address of the contract, and this was the contract creation that we were trying to do. And then it also tells you the gas price, the fees, yeah, as I mentioned, like gas is more than what I talked about, and like there are many things that you have to understand what's happening between that. But like let's keep it simple for now and not go into too much details. But yeah, like it splits down how much gas was used, like the base fees, and max priority fees, and yep, it gives you a lot of information and the timestamp. And if you go here and you click on this contract, you can see that it says contract creation. And yeah, it gives you all the information about the contract. It also detects if it's an NFT contract or not, but obviously our contract is not an NFT contract, so it's not detecting it. But it's an explorer. It's a nice way to see all the things that are happening in your contract. So yeah, so now our contract is deployed. Let me go ahead and open this beautiful interface. So after your contract is deployed, it's going to open this amazing UI for you to interact with your with the contract that you deployed right now. So if you remember this set greeting function that we created, what you can do is like you can set a greeting saying hello, and yep, confirm, v1 Etherscan. It takes some time because it's trying to mine this transaction. Okay, so it's now indexing it. Sometimes the network is a little bit slow when there are a lot of transactions happening. Okay, success, nice. So now when you get the greeting, it's going to say hello. So now this string, the greeting string, is stored on chain forever. And this is the beauty of blockchain, and how like smart contracts work in general. Yep, and that's it for my presentation.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for presenting. That was super insightful. And as like a non-dev myself, I feel like even I was able to like follow along and like learn some things. So thank you so much again for coming and hosting that workshop. And now we're going to transition to another panel focused mainly on marketing within Web3. So if the panelists of this upcoming event want to turn their cameras on, we can go ahead and get started. Cool. Hello, hello. Why don't we do a quick round of introductions? Is it Evelina, if you want to go first?
Okay, I'm first. Hello, everybody. My name is Evelina. I have been in the crypto space since 2016. I started my experience at Waves as a global marketing and PR. And after 2 years, I quit the company and launched my own marketing PR agency, Decrypto PR, and became a consultant. And also, I used to write for Goldstein Media. It's a media outlet focused on crypto and blockchain. And in the end of last year, I joined Avis Layer. It's a seed stage blockchain, cloud, AI, and data accelerator based here in New York City as a mentor. Yeah, so that's pretty briefly my background.
Oh, you want to go?
Awesome. I was just going to go next. I'm Shine. I am the founder of a brand consultancy called Designed by Shine. Name may change. We do a lot of like brand strategy design, kind of consulting, coaching, content creation. I'm also an Adobe partner, so I do a lot of like content creation with other brands, a lot of like mentorship, education, that type of stuff. I do have a few Web3 clients. I'm still kind of like Web2, Web 2.5, but I have a lot of Web3 clients. And then like just personally, I'm involved in Consumer DAO. I'm a creator on Continuum, which is a Web3 learn to earn platform. And then I'm just kind of involved in some other Web3 communities.
Awesome. Well, thank you all both for introducing yourselves. I think we have one more panelist who's running a little late, so we'll go ahead and get started. And then when she joins, she can introduce herself as well. But personally, I am studying marketing in college, and the role that I have right now is in product marketing in Web3. So I'm super hyped and super excited for this panel on marketing and PR. So we can jump straight into the questions. One of them was, how has your previous marketing background translated into marketing in Web3? And were there any new skills you had to learn to kind of adapt to this industry?
Shine, you want to start, or I can start if you want?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, my transition was happened kind of pretty naturally, because I used to work in a fintech company. It was equivalent Square. So I was already familiar with this space, and it's really helped me, because the same back to the 2016, the same, or 2017, the same journalists who covered fintech topics also covered about crypto or about blockchain. So I mean, that's really helpful to me. What is pretty new, and it's pretty different compared with Web 2 and Web 3 is a community. So community became a key, and if in Web 2 you need to buy users, so in Web 3 you need to build the community, and then if they somehow contribute, you can reward them. It's totally different, tactic. So that was pretty. You need to be. I needed to develop my skills and to get more knowledge about it. So.
Yeah, I would definitely echo that. I think for the last 2 years, I've kind of been doing a lot of just like brand strategy, brand identity, and content marketing stuff. So it was always very like foundational or like kind of one-off, not really like, sticking with a brand long term, things like that. I was never really in-house or anything. So I did a lot of just more like one-off projects and things like that. But luckily, I feel like most of my skills were able to translate pretty seamlessly into Web3, just because I mean, at the end of the day, like these NFT projects, these different communities, these startups, essentially they're still just they're still just building brands. They're still just marketing, and things may look a little different and we have different terms, but at its core, that's what we're doing. We're giving value, we're creating this culture, this identity. And so I think that skill set was already there, and it was just a matter of like kind of adapting to the environment and the culture in this space. I think personally, like my approach to branding was always very like human centered, especially because I've worked with a lot of like personal brands specifically. And so I was always very focused on creating community around like single set of vision, single set of values, single vision, that kind of thing, which is pretty much what Web3 is really doing. It's kind of the like natural evolution of brand too. So it felt like a natural transition, and I was very happy to like, okay, sweet, I can cut out all the other junk and just focus on like the nice part, the feelings part, the connecting with people that I personally enjoy, because I'm not a very analytic person per se. But I think one thing that I really have been challenging myself to like grow in, especially coming into Web3, is really building culture. I think the culture in Web3 and the culture in communities and the culture in these projects is really the utility, the real like alpha, the biggest value that I've seen for people. And so while I've always kind of like emphasized this conceptually, like, yes, we're going to build culture, we're going to cultivate culture, because the nature of my work was so like one-off, I never really got to do that. I kind of just like laid that out for my clients. But now being in Web3, that's kind of like, it's necessary, it's required, and it's highly in demand. And so for me, like I've been pushing myself to learn more about like co-creating culture and how to best set communities up for success in that way, and like how to facilitate that. So I guess that's kind of my take.
Yeah, no, those are really great answers. And kind of to echo like what you mentioned, culture going hand in hand with community, especially in Web3, is like so crucial for a project to like really take off and like resonate. And I think that's a skill that like I personally had to learn, is just like how to build community, especially because like Web3 is like literally run on like Discords and Telegram chats. And like I had never had any experience with like any of that previously. So that was like one new skill set that I kind of had to like build when I first entered Web3, is just like learning how to kind of cultivate community through virtual means and not necessarily like IRL. So yeah, thank you all so much for those really great answers. Another question we had is, what is one of the most interesting Web3 marketing or PR projects that you have personally worked on? And either of you feel free to go first.
Okay, so well, I can start. Well, I had a really great opportunity to help Rarible. It's an NFT marketplace, as you know, and so in the last year, when it's kind of NFTs became a hype, and big brands and celebrities started to launch NFTs. So I helped it to pitch kind of stories and NFTs launch on Rarible. So for example, I helped it to get a coverage around like Remova. It's a travel brand of Louis Vuitton concern. You know, it was pretty new for that time when it's kind of fashion jumped in a NFT space. And another example is I helped it to, you know, to get kind of more attention to the Steve Harvey, TV host and comedian, who launched NFTs for his charity foundation and put revenue from the sales for his charity foundation. It was pretty fun and pretty, you know, I was excited to work with his team. So it was a great experience.
I definitely have not worked with Steve Harvey, but that is so cool. I think my favorite so far, and I can't say the name of the org because NDAs, still in like kind of in the works, still very fresh. But one of my clients came to me for like brand strategy work, which essentially was kind of like a rebrand, repositioning, like really just kind of optimizing for like market penetration and stuff. And it was super fun, but it was like my most in-depth project personally. And so the biggest challenge, which honestly I feel like I've seen in a lot of like Web3 startups or NFT projects or just things kind of in this space lately, is that, you know, you can be kind of following along this page and love their content and really be plugged into the community for months, but you still don't know what they do. Like you can read the whole homepage and you're like, I don't know what this is. And so they were kind of struggling with that same project of like, we have this community, we have people who, you know, love the vibes, love the energy, but we don't know what we're supporting. We don't know what we're here for. And there was just kind of that lack of like clarity in the communication of the brand. And, you know, it's really hard to market something that's like unclear and that people don't understand. And so I got to just come in and really like get that knowledge transfer from the founders and play the sort of like bridge from them to the consumer and really figure out like what was most valuable for the community, how to translate that to them the easiest way as possible, the most compelling way as possible. And I don't know, I thought it was a really fun project because I'm super passionate about what their cause is. And I really liked getting to play that sort of like mediator and jump into the shoes of the consumer and then kind of jump back and forth and just bridge that gap. And everything turned out really well. I got to even do like some copywriting, user testing, all that good stuff, which was very fun.
Thank y'all both for sharing on like some of the projects you've worked on. I think one thing that has really stood out to me between like traditional marketing and like Web3 marketing campaigns is like how quickly they kind of come about and how like fast the turnaround is. For like the company that I'm with right now, it was like 4 days before the South by Southwest conference in Austin. And then I hop into a Zoom call and they're like, yo, what are we doing? And I'm like, we're going? Like, there's only 4 days. And so kind of learning how to like work in a really fast pace in like this environment, I think has been a really beneficial skill that I've been able to pick up. So like no idea is too crazy when it comes to like marketing and Web3. I feel like everyone's like down to do like the wildest things to like attract attention and really stand out. So to hear like Evelina knew you worked with like Steve Harvey on like his NFT drop. Like that sounds really crazy and like beyond what I would have ever thought he would have done, but like it happened. So really cool to like hear about those projects. Another question that we had is, what is your personal favorite Web3 marketing or PR campaign that you've seen, either on social media or like something that you worked with, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I really love how, you know, media started to transform in Web3, and it's not about marketing campaign. I really excited when Forbes Singapore was the first media outlet who have been launched NFT as an NFT. You know, I think it was the September issue, and they decided to be like, you know, most advanced media. So they launched the September issue as NFTs. And I think this is really, you know, to be on a cutting edge, you know, in media outlets. So I found that's really, really, you know, that's really great. Yeah.
I think my favorite has been the MEMS NFT project. Some of my, I guess, sort of like internet friends are like running that, and I don't know, I just really admire what they've done because I think they've built such a huge community. Like I want to say upwards of 25K, which like is huge to me, especially for something that's really grassroots with no, you know, no paid promo, not a lot of shilling. Like, and I'll explain, but they built such a huge community in such a short amount of time, like a month or two, really purely just by focusing on their message, curating immaculate vibes, the best vibes, and really just prioritizing people over metrics or, you know, the way things have always been done, which is kind of hard to say because the space is so new and things are always changing. But like, you know, they didn't build a Discord out for the public. They didn't have this crazy like allow list, you know, you have to jump through all these hoops. Like it was just very much, we're going to start a Twitter, we're going to start talking about it. We're just like sending good morning, you know, we're sending GMs, we're sending like little trickle pieces of the artwork. I think they just really created a really strong culture, a really unique culture to kind of like cut through the noise without all of the like, I don't know, all of the things that you sometimes feel like you have to do to, you know, show your project or to succeed so far. And so I just think that the culture that they created and the way that they were able to do it all without like this crazy Discord and without overcomplicating things was really impressive, definitely very inspirational. It kind of gives me hope that not every valuable project in the space has to be like this, you know, crazy blue chip with huge Discords and cult followings and you have to do all these different things just to kind of get in. I don't know. I think it's just a really like immaculate community that they have been building. And I mean, it clearly worked. They sold out, you know, on Mint really, really quickly. So that's my favorite.
Wow, and someone in the comments was like, can you share that project? So if you want to like plug their link so the audience can check it out, feel free to. But I would say like one more interesting campaign that I've seen, and I'm sure everyone has like seen on their Twitter feed if you're even remotely in Web3 or like tech Twitter, is the crypto coven. Like me, like versus IRL, sort of like the pictures of like their crypto coven and then like a selfie of themselves that kind of like match that photo. I feel like that was like a really interesting campaign, and it was one of like the first like doxing campaigns, I guess, because people were like kind of like showing their faces. But I feel like that was impactful in the sense that sometimes when you're just scrolling on Twitter and you're like responding to Discord messages and Telegram messages, like you kind of separate like the human from like their like username, you know, and then there's kind of like a disconnect between that because Web3 is all about like being anonymous. But I felt like that campaign was really interesting because you finally got to put like a face to these people that you've been following and interacting with. And I feel like it kind of open the gates for more people being comfortable to do like more IRL events. And so like we just had like an IRL meetup in New York yesterday, and we're having one today in San Francisco for the Inclusivity Summit. So I feel like that was one of my like more favorite campaigns. And also like I love seeing all those selfies and like photos of everyone's wishes. But yeah, the next question that we have is, what is one marketing resource or community, it could be like Web2 or like Web3, that you both have enjoyed learning from or like finding job opportunities from?
Well, I'm really excited to be part of the female communities. It was really, really helpful. It's a lot of them. I can name some of them. It's not all. Like V3, like Shify, like World of Women, Search, and BFF. I mean, that's so many of them, and it's really, that's kind of pretty different. But all of them, it's really friendly, very open, and you can find a lot of opportunities. So I really recommend all women who is considered to transition from Web 2 to Web 3, or in general, they're interested to know more about crypto, to join these communities. You will find a lot of useful content, a lot of opportunities, and include the job positions. And also, I would love to name the newsletter. It's called Cryptocurrency Jobs. If you're looking for jobs, so this is a good summary you can get, on your email, and find the summary of the companies who is looking for new employers.
Awesome. I definitely love some of those communities too. I think my number one recommendation will probably have to be Consumer DAO, which I'm part of, so shameless self plug, I guess. But so good, really just awesome group of people, really helpful group of people, like very genuine, very open to giving you whatever resources and access and collaboration. I think they've done the DAO structure really well. But yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of people who are passionate about the relationship between, brand and consumer, and how Web3 is changing that. So if you're kind of a fanatic about that stuff, which you might be if you're listening to this, I think it's a good place to start. One of the, like, I don't know, founders, I guess, Johnny, he has a newsletter for Consumer DAO, which he sends out really regularly as well. So good, like incredible insights, very in-depth, really good like think pieces. So if you're really into like the kind of maybe psychology and behavioral aspects of like marketing and stuff like that, 10 out of 10 recommend Consumer DAO. Also, I just joined Boys Club, which just talking about like, the kind of female communities, so cool. Highly recommend that as well. They're just like really great vibes and really helpful, tons of resources, tons of people that you can, lean on for access to stuff too. So definitely those are my top two.
Yeah, and I guess for me, shameless plug for one of our main sponsors for this event, which is Harmony. They have an all-female DAO called Blue DAO. It's part of their whole Blue Metaverse initiative, but they're like a similar community to like SheFi and like Boys Club, where they're always posting like job opportunities and like project ideas. And it's been a really interesting like cultivating ground for a lot of the projects that I wanted to do in Web3. So we'll definitely also throw that in there. We're now going to turn to the audience to like ask some questions. But Tiffany asked, what makes Web3 more about community than Web2? And I think she asked us when we were discussing like culture and community in regards to Web3. So Shine, if you want to like kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, as a non-technical person, Web3, of course, is aided by tech, as a lot of these like cultural movements are, but I really look at Web3 as like a cultural movement, as a paradigm shift, and the tech is like a means to an end. But regardless, I think we're just kind of at this place, and maybe this is late stage capitalism, or maybe it's the pandemic, or whatever the cause may be. But I think we're kind of at a point, just as a society, as people, where there's got to be more. There's got to be more than these transactional relationships with brands. There's got to be more than consumers just being numbers. There's got to be more than, these kind of just very performative campaigns, these very performative pieces of content. I think just, especially with Gen Z, consumers are just demanding more. They're demanding realness. They're demanding genuine connection. And I think as a Gen Zer, we're not willing to put up with just kind of being used for our money anymore. I think we're being very particular about where we invest our time and our money and our energy. And I think Web3 is kind of a reaction to that, or I guess a shift like into that sort of like mentality of, there's more than just like money. And I think for me, like community is really what life is all about. Like we're created for connection. And I think that that's when we find the most like fulfillment and the most opportunities and the most success and the most joy. And so I think now we're just finally putting that pressure on, people with sort of the power, people with the influence, which are brands, which are companies, which are influential creators, or just people with, more resources. We're putting that demand on them that, if we're going to be giving you our time, we're going to be giving you our money. Like there has to be something here for us that's more than just your product. That's more than just your presence. That's more than just us being fans. It's really a two-way relationship. There has to be mutual value, and it's no longer like we're just giving value in the marketing sense of like anything we create is value. Like I think there's really a higher standard for what value looks like, and for what you have to kind of give. And I think you have to give first in this space. And I really appreciate that, because I think we've just taken advantage of consumers for so long, and of, you know, lower class and all these different things. And so I think that's why community is so much more important in Web3, because just we're culturally at a time where there's no longer any choice but community. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I just would love to absolutely agree with you, and I would just would love to add what how Web3 transformed the way how you communicate with your users. If before you need to, you know, to spend all your time and efforts and money to, you know, to buy the traffic, to lead generation. So in Web2, you build a good product, I mean, and to spread about it. And the best way how you can be thankful for your first users, you know, to suggest rewards to them, you know, and how people can join, you know, how they can join you and help you to, especially in the early days when you do the like first steps to promote the company. So they became kind of ambassadors, you know, and they can, you know, help you. So they can became contributors, and not just the users. This is what I really love, you know, and especially then you can get rewards. I'm also the user of many tools and services, and just because I've used it, not like it was Web 2 when, you know, big corporations just, you know, became more greed and just earn money, you know, but you can share with your users, and, you know, they can be, you know, also get benefits from your product or your services.
Yeah, for sure. Both really, really great answers. Let's see. Someone asked, I think this was in regards to Evelina mentioning her NFT project. How do people create NFTs, and what applications do people use to create digital art? I know we could go into like a whole workshop on this alone, but very briefly, are there any main marketplaces or like resources that you like to use when it comes to like NFT creation?
Well, that's a kind of big topic. I mean, it's pretty briefly. I'm not an artist myself. I just help them to highlight, you know, to get attention to the product. They typically, you know, the main marketplaces like OpenSea or Rarible, or maybe Shan, you can help me which others most popular. I don't want to, you know, to forget something. Marketplace is also very popular. So, but the key thing is not about marketplace. I guess now it's a key thing to pick the network which will be the most, you know, useful for you. And you know, the gas fee is really high currently. Yeah, so yeah, so you pick the marketplace when you love the most, and you can create your artwork. It could be, you know, it could be anything, like, you know, only picture, or it could be you know, video, audio, whatever, and it could be actually physical object, and connect with NFTs. And, you know, the hardest part is to spread information about it. The hardest is to attract attention. So many NFTs now. So yeah, so I mean, it's kind of pretty briefly, but it's a big common topic.
Yeah, just to quickly add on to that, so I'm actually a graphic designer. That's like my OG background. So I do like the actual creation of artwork and stuff. So if you were like, whoever asked that, if you're wondering like specifically like how to actually create this, you can create NFT artwork in like anything that you create any digital artwork in. Like Procreate is one, any, you know, Adobe app like Photoshop, Illustrator, anything like that. You can create, like, I mean, they can even be images, you know, so like Lightroom, that kind of thing. Pretty much any sort of digital creation tool. You simply just have to export it and then upload it to a marketplace. So you don't have to use any like, you know, crazy new Web3 native product. Like you can use whatever tool you already use. And then you just, like Evelina said, just upload it or whatever to whichever marketplace you'd use. Yeah, like definitely OpenSea, Rarible, Foundation, like Super Rare, that kind of thing. Those were the ones I know of. So yeah.
Cool. We had one more audience question, which was, how do you join these like all female or like marketing organizations within Web3, whether they're like DAOs or like other groups?
Well, if you're interested, I can share the list of them. I just created for myself, and I quite often have been asking my friends to share it and how to join. I just discovered it pretty randomly, sometimes on Twitter, sometimes just on Google, or somebody recommended me or mentioned at event, and I joined it. I would say most of them, and they're pretty different, and it's really helpful. So after our panel, I can share the list of the kind of key female communities. Yeah, typically you can join they have a Telegram group or Discord group, and also on website, sometimes like an application form plus newsletter. This is kind of pretty common thing.
Shine, do you want to go?
No, I was just gonna say I didn't really have anything to add. Like I usually just find these through Twitter and then I just join the Discord or whatever. It's a very informal process in my experience. Like, I mean, certain DAOs you like will have to apply to like actually be a contributing member or whatever. But yeah, just kind of wherever you find them, like look for people. I think a lot of people put them in their bios too, honestly, on Twitter and stuff. So, you can kind of go down the rabbit hole of like clicking ads and like, oh, who's in this and what is this? And that's how I found everything.
Yeah, I would also agree with both of y'all. Like typically there will be like a Telegram group chat or like a Discord, and you just kind of join those and then you're like initiated, you're like part of the group. There's no super formal like, unless you really want to apply to be like a contributor.
Yeah.
But I will say there are like certain projects that are like NFT gated, or like communities that are NFT gated. So like I know Chris Cantino runs like the CPG club, and that's around like consumer packaged goods. And I know for that, like you have to purchase like an NFT, but I would say like for the majority of these communities, it's just kind of like, as long as you can find the link and accept the invite, like you're in. So that process is like fairly easy. I think those were all of the questions. So we'll just finish like a minute or two early to like give everyone a break, because we've been going at it since like 9 a.m. Pacific time. But thank you both for joining our panel and sharing a bit about your journey, the projects that you've worked on, and some really helpful resources. And to everyone in the audience, if you're interested in like reaching out or asking any of our panelists questions, we've sent their Twitter information in the bio. So please give them a follow and support the work that they're doing. But thank you all again for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Such a blast.
Bye.
Bye. And for everyone else here, our next panel is actually on crypto security. So we'll wait until our workshop leader is here, and then we'll get started. Okay, so it looks like is it Mika or like Micah is here? If you want to turn your camera on, and we can get the workshop started. I think we might have some technical difficulties. Give us 1 second. Okay, I think they're having a little difficulty like connecting to Wi-Fi and getting their camera turned on. So while we're waiting for that to kind of situate itself out, curious if everyone in the comments can shout out where you're tuning in from. For this Inclusivity Summit, we only hosted a meetup in New York and San Francisco, but we would love to host like some mini meetups around the US and like maybe even the rest of the world soon. So please let us know where you're from so that we can like start to gauge interest and reserve some funding aside to like sponsor like a happy hour or like a charcuterie board picnic or something around the US. So let us know where you're from. And I think Micah is on now. And please let me know how to pronounce your name.
Yeah, it's Micah. You got it.
Okay, awesome, Micah. So Micah, if you just want to do an introduction about yourself and your background, and she'll be presenting on crypto security today. So super.
Yes, sorry for the technical delay. I had the spinning wheel of doom when I got added as a panelist and the whole thing crashed, but we're back. Quick background on me. So my name is Micah. I'm a Stanford grad, and most recently I worked at Microsoft as a cybersecurity engineer. And then in 2021, I started my own company called Web3. We help you protect your digital assets for the unexpected. So we help you protect your crypto in case of loss of access, hacks, and even crypto wills and estate planning.
Awesome, cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And feel free to dive right in. If you would like to share your screen, feel free to.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right. So I give you my brief background, but a fun fact has to do with my intro to Web3, so I'll talk about that. So I used to be an acrobat for Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil, it's an entertainment company around the world, and it's focused on human acrobatics, but I had some nerdy coworkers that I used to work with, and they were really into Bitcoin. So this is back in 2014, 2015, and that's really when I started diving into the technology of blockchain and realizing how much opportunity there was. So that's where I started, but more on the technical side, kind of conceptual. And then I started getting more into DeFi and NFTs during 2020 and 2021. And then I ended up starting Web3. So that's kind of my background there. You can keep up with like me and Web3 on Twitter, Instagram, basically anywhere. But in terms of crypto security, which is why I'm here to talk about it, why does this matter? So in the new world of crypto, most of the time, you're going to be in charge of your own safety and security online. So if you own any non-custodial wallets, these are things like your MetaMask or a Phantom wallet, you own your crypto. And with great power comes great responsibility. So you need to actively have really good systems and practices in place to make sure that you get to stay safe online. And for a lot of people just starting out, these things are not necessarily intuitive. So they can be really complicated. And on top of that, you're trying to learn all of these new crypto concepts. So basically today, I want to give you some really easy and actionable steps and tools that you can use to help you stay safe and secure in Web3. So agenda for today, we're going to talk about wallet basics to start off. And I'm going to start at ground zero with some really functional security steps to keep your crypto safe. If you're already in crypto, these are going to be really basic, but it's always good to review the basics before building on top of them. For the second thing, we're going to talk about social safety. So this is probably the most important piece of the puzzle. Social engineering, which is things like phishing, DMs, playing on FOMO and emotions, timing. This is actually how the majority of individuals actually get scammed in this space. And then last thing, for advanced topics, I'll cover some advanced topics. These are things like cold storage, multi-wallet management, and so on. They're not necessarily advanced, but they're a step above the basics. So before I dive in, I do want to start with a personal story. So I've been hacked 2 times. So I should say I've been scammed completely through well-done social engineering scams. And to give you an example, I'll explain one of the times that it happened to me. So one day, back in the day, I was just getting started in NFTs, and I was looking at different collections, looking at upcoming mints, and so on. And I found this project with a ton of hype on Twitter. So I went ahead and joined the Discord, followed the Twitter, and I'll share a bunch of Discord tips later on, but this is how it gets into how they got me. So typically projects that haven't launched yet will have their mint dates displayed on their official Discord channel somewhere in the information section. And we were getting pretty close to that mint date. And one day before the mint, I get a DM from a very, very official looking profile. And then the information was really structured well, and it said that I'd been selected for a whitelist mint. And at that time, this is like beginnings of NFT for me. I knew that this is supposed to be a good thing. It usually meant you could mint before the public sale at a lower price, yada, yada. And it also said that I had 1 hour to mint. So it had a link that was really well spelled and seemed legitimate. And so I went to that website, and it really, really looked good. So it had all the same branding. It had this really well rendered promo video in the background. It was super well done. So I clicked the mint button. I didn't read what I was approving because I knew that there was a very short time limit for me to mint this whitelist spot. And then I see this text send in my MetaMask wallet instead of mint. So by the time I realized that something had gone wrong, it was too late. My ETH was gone, the transaction had gone through, and I was really crushed. I felt embarrassed. I felt really upset. I felt kind of dumb. And all of this turned into motivation to improve my own personal security online. And also make sure this kind of stuff doesn't happen to other people. So in this story, there's a couple things here. The scam, it pretty much played on my excitement to get this super popular NFT, right? It played on the timing. It knew the mint was close. So in my head, it wasn't necessarily a red flag that someone might be talking about a whitelist mint around mint time. And then the visuals were really on point. And I think with traditional scams, things like phishing and email scams, we're used to poor grammar or misspellings and things that just stand out as illegitimate. But nowadays, the scams look really good. The websites look good. And it also made me rush to act, right? That 1 hour window that it gave me, it made me less likely to check and verify all of these little things that could have saved me from losing money. So these are things I would have looked at if I wasn't in a rush. So that's why we're here, right? So even after all of those experiences, I fell for it again. So far, since those two, I haven't fallen for them yet, hopefully, but I've set up some pretty good systems to keep myself from falling prey to my reptilian brain. And I'm gonna share those with you today. So done with story time, but the first topic is wallet basics. And these are just technical tips that are the base foundation of everything you wanna do in Web3. And when in doubt, always return to these things. So these three things are about your seed phrase, about wallet connection tips, and then they're about wallet options. So very first, number one rule in all of crypto, never share your seed phrase or private keys. So your seed phrase, it's that 12 or 24 word phrase that you're gonna get when you first set up your wallet. This should never be shared with anyone. However, it's also your recovery phrase if you ever lose access to your wallet. So it's tricky because you both have to keep it safe and you have to keep it out of the hands of other people. So in general, one rule is you don't want this phrase to even touch any digital space. You don't want to put it on your desktop. You don't want to save it in your cloud notes. You don't want to put it on a text on your phone. I would even advise against saving it to your 1Password or your LastPass. Just keep it off anything digital. So what option does that leave you with is the physical. So physical storage of the seed phrase, it's the most common method. It's also the easiest method, but you really need to be careful about it because now it's entering the physical world. So one option, very simple, is to write the seed phrase down on a piece of paper. Like this is the most common recommendation that most places will give you in terms of managing your seed phrase. You can make multiple copies of the seed phrase and then you store it in various places where you know it's going to stay absolutely safe and you won't forget where it is. So some products have come out to kind of improve this physical storage aspect. There's like metal etching companies that make physical products. There's canisters that are supposed to be like end of world indestructible kind of things. Lots of solutions out there. Decide what's right for you. But there are also more advanced ways to protect your wallet, like the wallet access and protect the assets in your wallet, including my company Webacy, but well, that'll come up later. But number one, you never want to share your seed phrase. Topic number two. So these are technical tips when it comes to connecting your wallet. So to interact with anything on Web3, you're going to need to connect your wallet to things at some point, to websites, to dApps. And after my hack experiences, I got really jaded around connecting my wallet to anything. But you're going to have to do it to interact with things in crypto. So here are some tips to help you with that. But when you're connecting your wallet, you always want to make sure that you trust the website that you're on. And the easiest way to do this is to look at the URL, which it seems really easy, but all of us skip over it when we're visiting websites. So you want to look at the URL in your browser. And this is basically the number one way you can make sure you're on the website that you mean to be on. And at a really high level, I recommend that you stay on legitimate, big, trusted websites until you become more versed in the space. So these are places like OpenSea, LooksRare. Even still, you always want to check the URL. Another tip is that when you're getting email links and DMs that are sent to you via URL, even from someone that you're supposed to be able to trust, a friend, a company, I always recommend retyping that URL directly into the browser or copying the text and then pasting it into the browser. So the thing with hyperlinks is that you can have the text say something that's different than the actual URL you're being sent to. So you want to avoid anything like that by actually copy pasting or just typing it in yourself. So the next thing is wallet prompts. So the wallet connect prompt is going to open up a dialogue in your wallet. So your MetaMask is going to open, your Coinbase wallet is going to open. And this is another place when you want to pause and you want to check things. So you want to read everything that the wallet connect prompt is asking you to do. So what is the actual website trying to connect with you? Check that URL one more time. And then what permissions is it asking you for? So viewing the wallet address is reasonable, but approving transactions on your behalf is not a reasonable ask when you're connecting your wallet. So if anything looks off to you, do not connect your wallet. There's also a difference between signing something and connecting your wallet. So make sure you're watching out for that too. The third thing on this slide is disconnecting your wallet. So after I'm done doing whatever I'm doing on my dApp, I always disconnect that wallet from the website I gave access to in the beginning. So this is still a really new space, and each company website that you trust, it's always being developed. So if they ever become compromised in the future for any reason, you want to make sure that they don't have any permissions to your wallet. And then you can easily do that by disconnecting your wallet from dApps manually through the UI in the wallet. And every wallet UI has the disconnect button. It could be a little tricky to find, but it's there. All right, last point in the wallet basics section. This is to get a hardware wallet. So hardware wallets, they're a physical item that keep your private keys off of the digital space. And you have to have that physical item to be able to approve things. So if you want to approve anything, buy anything, transact, and so on, you need the physical item. So of course now you have to keep that physical item safe, but it provides a huge extra layer of security in Web3. So I personally use a Ledger wallet. I have mine here, kind of hard to see right here. It's pretty small. But there are other options like Trezor, so on. You want to do some of your own research into the options out there and pick what's right for you. I know Ledger has a lot of educational videos and content, so that's why I went with Ledger. It's also a big brand name. A big topic for today is actually social safety. So many of the individual scams and hacks happen because of social engineering techniques. And we're human, we're emotional creatures, and sometimes we're really dumb and hopeful and trusting, and that's what they play on. So anytime you get into a Discord, the very first thing you should do is turn off your DMs. So scammers, they're gonna target the newest member of each Discord to go after. And you can actually see in order who the newest members to join a Discord channel are. And they're gonna try to send you a legitimate looking message and link through your DMs. But if you turn off your DMs, they can't reach you, so they're just gonna move on to the next person. So always turn off your DMs, any channel you join. And this thing, the same thing, the same concept actually goes for social media as well, like traditional social media. So I'm talking about Twitter, LinkedIn, even Instagram. You don't want to click on any social media links or links in DMs that people send you, also Facebook. I don't care who it is, even if it's from a friend or a verified account. I can tell you there have been so many prominent people in the space getting scammed because they thought they were speaking to someone they knew. So be careful there. And if you're curious about something, just call the person. If you know them directly, talk to them, go find out for yourself, which brings me to this last point on this slide, which is DYOR, which stands for do your own research. And this means that anything you do in crypto and Web3, you want to make sure that you put in the time to understand what it is, who made it, what is it supposed to do, what are you going to get from it. You're in charge of your own safety and security in crypto, and so you should put in the time and work it takes to keep yourself safe. And that's why when I got hacked, there really wasn't anyone to be mad about other than myself. And of course, these bad actors that they are to blame in the end, but they're always going to be there. And so you're the one taking action in the space. So it's your job to do the work. But we hear do your own research all the time. What does it actually mean? No one tells you what research looks like. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what research looks like. The three main things I look for when I'm researching a project or dApp are the team, the feedback, and the code. So for the team, who made the project? Are they real people, or are they undoxed JPEG images with cartoon faces and weird nicknames? The privacy in the incognito mode of Web3 makes it really acceptable to hide your identity, which is positive in many, many ways, but it's not great for safety. So project creators have no responsibility or stake in a project if something doesn't go well or if something bad happens. So maybe you've heard of the term a rug pull when it's referring to a project. It often refers to an NFT project where the creators take all the money from sales and completely disappear. And if you don't know who these people are, they're going to get away with it because there's no identity to take responsibility for what just happened. So I always check the team. Are they real people with names? Do they put their name and identity on the line? And what are their backgrounds? Where did they work before? Where did they come from? If it's a company, what kind of advisors do they have on the board? Who are the founders? Who are the investors even? Second thing on do your own research is feedback. So what are other people saying about the project? If you go into Discord, what kind of other people are there? You can see if there's a community, if there's conversation, what is happening in the channels. And you can also check Twitter if they happen to have a Twitter project as well. Web3 is super community driven, as we have all been learning the past 2 days. It's also very participant driven. So you want to look for signals from others about projects you're looking into. The last one on here, this one's a little more advanced, but learning how to read Etherscan and smart contracts are going to put you into a whole nother level of being able to keep yourself safe. So I'm not saying you need to go and read the entire smart contract behind every single project, but it gives you another tool in your security tool belt to pick up red flags or concerns in the security of the code. So even still, you can go to Etherscan and take a look at what functions are built in there. You can read comments from people who have actually gone through and read the entire code and so much more. So, spend some time looking into the technical side of things if you want to level up your security game. And this part, the research part, it's really just about taking that extra step. And sometimes that extra step can be the difference between staying safe or falling for something malicious. And hackers are going to go for the very lowest hanging fruit possible. So by educating yourself and those people around you, you're going to help your circle climb to a higher part of that tree, less likely to be targeted. All right, so we're on to the advanced section of wallet security. These are not actually more complicated. They're just more smart things you can do to keep yourself safe in Web3. So the very first thing on this list is multiple wallets. So now this is completely my suggestion and it's what I do, but you should do whatever works best for you. Me personally though, I designate one trash wallet for anything that is even slightly questionable in crypto. And there's plenty of questionable, websites and things that happen in crypto. So anytime I do things like putting myself on a whitelist or clicking on stuff, approving anything, or even minting anything, I use this trash wallet. And I basically keep 0 ETH in the wallet at all times, unless I'm going to mint something. And then right before the mint, I will dump the mint amount plus gas into the wallet, mint it, and then there's basically nothing left in the wallet. And then after I mint an NFT or whatever I'm doing, I'll transfer that to my other stuff. So I'll transfer it to my cold storage, and my cold storage wallets aren't having to touch anything on the hot internet. So this way, if the wallet ever becomes compromised, there's not much in there. I'm limiting my own risk, and I can just make a fresh wallet and start over if I ever need to. So that's one method to kind of level up your crypto security game. Second tip, check your approvals. Now, what does this mean? So sometimes when you're using dApps and minting stuff, swapping tokens, you end up approving certain things on the contents of your wallet. And then for example, if you're listing something on OpenSea for sale, you're setting an approval for that NFT to be sold on a certain condition. So usually this is all fine, especially if you're using trusted websites. But sometimes approvals are the reason people get stuff stolen. So it's always really important to check what approvals you have on anything in your wallet and do this frequently. You could do it every other day, you could do it weekly. And if there's anything doubtful, you can revoke those approvals. So there's a few places you can actually go to revoke the approvals. So the most straightforward is Etherscan. They have a token approval checker tool. You can go in there and you can revoke everything. There's also revoke.cash, which is very popular. It looks really janky, but a lot of people, trust it. The third thing is reading the news. So if you're on Twitter, people will actually post really long threads if there's a new vulnerability or if they get hacked. And oftentimes it explains what happened to them so it doesn't happen to you. So I would recommend reading these. The space is always changing. So we're learning new things about the tech. You have to keep yourself up to date with these new things. My company, WebSC, our Twitter, we repost anything regarding crypto security and vulnerabilities that we find. So if you follow us, you'll see a lot of the updates. And then the last thing on this advanced topic list It's about setting up your backup and emergency protocols. So if you ever lose access to your wallet, like how are you going to recover those assets? This usually comes down to the seed phrase recovery. Or what if you forget your password? What if you get locked out of your machine? And in the worst case, what if you get hacked, or what if your machine gets stolen, something bigger on that scale? And in all of these situations, it's always best to have a backup plan. And it's like when you prepare an emergency medical kit, you're probably never going to need it, and you never want to have to need it. But if you do need it, you're going to be really grateful that you had it in the first place. So totally unshameful self-promotion, but these are tools that we're building at Webacy. We're building a backup wallet functionality, a kill switch for hacks, all the good stuff. Check it out. But this brings me to story time number 2. The setting is East Denver. The snow is falling, and you're packed in a dark room with a bunch of crypto networking folks. And the music is so loud that you can't hear the crypto bro talking about the new protocol he's building. And then suddenly you hear a ping on your phone, and actually everyone's phone is pinging. The news broke about a dangerous new OpenSea phishing scam going around, stealing people's expensive and clout-worthy NFTs. And then the next thing you know, the room is clearing and tech bros are scrambling to call their Ubers back to their 3-star hotels to go and save their precious JPEGs. So the rest of the night, these guys are spending time revoking their approvals to their tokens. And for some of them, they're transferring every single NFT to a brand new wallet, and they have hundreds to just go over. So this is barely dramatized. I was there, this happened, and these crypto natives, some of them don't even have a plan in this situation. So I think it's better to think about this stuff now, so you've got a solid option if it ever comes up. Even better, you apply all of these tips so it never happens to you in the first place. All right, a couple rapid fire things to close us out. So first thing, get a hardware wallet. Like I mentioned before, Ledger, Trezor, a couple of them are out there. Get a physical way to store your keys. Second, do not click on anything if you don't know what it is. Just don't do it. Third, learning the difference between smart contract functions. So a transfer function is very different than a mint method, and a signature is very different from connecting to an app. So you want to learn the difference between those things. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Nobody is going to buy you free drinks at the crypto bar. Turn off all of your DMs. And lastly, you want to double check everything yet again. Every transaction, every website, every collection on OpenSea, absolutely everything. And I want all of these crypto security habits to become second nature for everybody. And you're going to have to build your own systems and mental checks that are going to stay with you. But I hope that some of the things I talked about today are going to be things that you can start applying today. And then also, it's complicated. So this is new stuff. And I want you to feel confident about interacting with the Web3 space, armed with the knowledge and the habits that you need to keep you safe. So I'll pause there. I'll look at any questions if there are any, but you can also contact me and connect with me on Twitter and Webacy.
Wow, I was literally like taking notes. I think this has been one of the most informative sessions we've had so far, because security is like such an important aspect of Web3, but like when you're kind of new in the space, you're just distracted by like all these shiny like projects and like launches, and you're not really thinking about like all these things. But then when you get hacked, it like really hits. So thank you so much for like sharing not only like your personal like experiences with like getting hacked, but also like tips on how to not get hacked, and different resources that you can use. So first of all, I just want to say thank you so much. We'll see if the audience has any questions, but while we're waiting for them, I would also like to share a little embarrassing security story that I have. When I like first joined the crypto space, I like didn't really understand like seed phrases and like passwords and blah, blah, blah. And I was creating a wallet on a really popular like wallet site. And then when I got my seed phrase, I was like, oh, like I'll just like copy and paste this and put it in my notes. And so I had it like command seed and like command V'd, but then one of my friends and I were trying to Zoom, and then she's like, oh, can you send me the Zoom link? And so I thought that I had like copied the Zoom link, but I guess I did it, and then I accidentally sent her my seed phrase. And so like those like little trip ups, it's like so easy to do because like Web3 is so digital and you're literally just like clicking buttons. And so definitely like I hope all the attendees today like took away some really valuable advice, because security is like so important. And I like fumbled the bag like many times when I first entered this space. So thank you again for sharing. I feel like this is a topic that I'm also very passionate about.
So I have a question, Hannah, if you don't mind. So my question is, for the first time ever this week, and I consider myself really security, like I'm very security friendly. I know what to do. I do all the right steps, right? I was like so proud. Oh, I've never gotten hacked, blah, 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 blah. Stupid me, I'm in a meeting, I start getting notifications, and meanwhile, I'm on D&D on Discord. So like, I'm not supposed to be getting notifications, but somehow I'm getting notifications that, oh, you're missing the free mint. Why are you missing the free mint? Because the Discord got hacked. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm missing the free mint. Like, I'm in a meeting, you're multitasking, you're not thinking. That is a really common theme that I hear for everybody that gets hacked, is that they were trying to do like two things at once. My question to you is, everyone talks about these are the steps, what you need to do to not get hacked, right? What happens when you get hacked? What are the steps? Because I can tell you, like, the panic I felt as soon as I clicked and went, oh my God, I can't believe I'm the biggest idiot and I fell for it. What do you do? Like, I went directly to Etherscan, I revoked everything, but like, I don't keep ETH in my wallet. So I had no money to do the revokes. And like, so what in that circumstance, like, what do you feel the best steps are for people to, like, if they are hacked and it is a wallet and it has stuff in it, what do you do?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And this happens all the time. And the answer is, unfortunately, it depends on the type of hack. There's a lot of hacks out there that are immediate. So you probably, when you clicked it, you probably saw them as, this is what happened to me. I saw the mistake. And panicking, there is a cancel option on during the transaction, but you need to be fast enough to click it. So if it's something like you're sending pure ETH to someone else, you have to be fast enough to click that cancel button to, revoke it in the moment. Most of the time, you're not going to be fast enough. So in that sense, there's no recovering of it. There's a lot of hacks, though, that actually come and get you later. So I had a friend who signed something, they approved something that seemed normal, but then a few hours later, their whole wallet was drained, right? And so at that moment, he knew that he had signed something kind of weird, but nothing happened. So he didn't think anything of it. So in those situations, that is when you're able to go back to revoke.cash and revoke everything. But you really just need to be on top of it, because this stuff happens. And if it was immediate, both of my two hacks were immediate transfers, I just wasn't fast enough. That's why we're missing some of like the security tools, especially with the time delta hacks that don't exist. Again, shameless self-promotion. We built it at WebSC to deal with that particular one, but there's things you can't protect against, like if you click on something that is wrong.
So then, okay, because it's a shameless hack and we have 1 minute, what can you tell us about your about WebSC? Tell us, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, WebSC is helping you protect against the unexpected, and unexpected is broad for a really big reason. So we have a backup wallet functionality. If you ever lose access to your original wallet, how do you recover that? It's all free of seed phrase and private keys. So I'm promoting this because we don't ask for it, right? We created a solution that does not require you to give us your seed phrase or private keys. And the other thing is we have a kill switch. So anytime there's that time delta hack where there is a little bit of time before things get stolen, you're able to transfer everything to a safe house wallet that you already designated. But that's a whole nother talk. I know we're at time, so thank you for the time, the questions.
Yes, and everyone's like super hyped for your company, and someone was like, can I get a pre-beta code? So I don't know if you have a wait list, but if you do, like, please share it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll drop the link.
Awesome, cool. So the link is being dropped. Thank you so much again for hosting this panel. It was like one of the ones that I learned like so much information from. And our next panel is with Michael, and it's about diversity and inclusion and NFTs. And so I know a lot of the audience had questions earlier about NFTs. How do you make them? Where to list them? Blah, blah, blah. And so this should be like a deeper dive into really like the D&I and NFTs. So Michael, take the stage. Feel free to introduce yourself, and then if you want to share your screen, you can as well.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much, Hannah. I really appreciate it. I'll preface the talk by saying I'm going to have a very exciting special guest come on in the last 10 minutes. So we'll promote them to be a speaker as well, and you'll be able to see them. But my name is Michael Brevel. I grew up in Seattle, Washington, currently living in Mountain View, California. And in the time in between, I studied philosophy in college and computer science at a school in Boston. I'm sure many of you can guess where that might be. And then after going to college, I worked at Microsoft and joined their venture capital fund. So you probably saw Carly Stein yesterday on one of the panels. Carly and I used to be coworkers at Microsoft. But today's talk is about diversity and inclusion in the NFT space. You should be able to see my screen now. And this is probably one of my favorite kind of NFTs that I own. It's actually a combination of two different NFTs. The first is Damien Hirst. He's, this kind of world famous artist, probably one of the highest grossing artists of the world today, who dropped, this is his first NFT collection called The Currency. And the second is from Kunho Kim, who talks about accessibility and does a lot of projects about accessibility in the NFT space. So what we're talking about today is diversity and inclusion in NFTs. And I want to give people a framework for how to think about D&I in the NFT world, more than just giving, an example of what, examples of NFTs in the D&I space. Because I think the framework matters a lot more than the actual NFTs themselves. So let's start by just talking about how NFTs even, began to be a thing, because I realized that we haven't really even paused to do that kind of zoom out, like, what is an NFT? When did it start? So obviously NFT stands for non-fungible token, but the first time it actually popped up in literature was in 2012 in this paper by Menti Rosenfeld. This is even before Ethereum existed, right? And so Menti, released this concept called colored coins, which was an idea for the Bitcoin blockchain. And the whole idea was to describe a class of different methods that could represent and manage real world assets on the blockchain. So you could use blockchain to prove kind of physical ownership, right? And so if you look into his actual paper on colored coins, in chapter 1, he had this really interesting framework for what that might look like. He talked about smart property, owning a physical asset through the blockchain, company stock, deterministic contracts, bonds, demand deposits. And then on point number 6, it wasn't even the first thing in his paper, is this thing called emergent currencies, where he says, maybe a community might want to use a local currency that can, issue tokens that can be distributed, and maybe they can attach something to it in some certain fashion. And that was kind of the first writing of NFTs. Unfortunately, with Bitcoin, the actual realization of these 7 points couldn't be realized just because of the infrastructure. But once Ethereum became super popular, there was a chance that this could actually happen in the real world. So the first NFT, was minted. Collectively, people will call this the first NFT was minted in 2014. This was actually sold at Sotheby's for $1.4 million in June of 2021 during what many people will call the NFT summer. But this was minted by Kevin McCoy, who's a digital artist, in May of 2014. And it's called Quantum. And it's essentially just, this hypnotic kind of GIF that repeats. And he kind of designed it to be in the style of octopuses, right? And this is, right after Ethereum is first, kind of launching, and it's kind of the first quote unquote NFT, right? And then there are, of course, more things that came out mostly in meme culture. So you'll see here, maybe some of you have seen these. Some people would call these the first NFTs. They're the CryptoPunks, which I would say is the first, I guess, modern NFT created by Matt Hall and John Watkins in 2017. They kind of pioneered the idea of, let's do a certain number of portraits, in this case, 10,000 of CryptoPunks, of which a collection of 9 of those sold for about 16 million at Christie's. And of course, it was inspired by the London punk culture and the cyberpunk movement. And to this day, they've done billions in transaction volume. And then blockchain gaming was the next evolution. Let's go beyond these pixels and add some utility in the metaverse to them, which I didn't realize this until I was doing research for this talk, but CryptoKitties was made by Dapper Labs, right? The same Dapper Labs that did, NFT and the pop shop kind of idea that kind of brought NFTs to the mainstream in early 2021. And of course, more NFT gaming examples. I think what most of us have probably seen is this thing by Beeple, which is called Everydays. It was 5,000 different images of various drawings that Beeple did every single day. This kind of became the big NFT artwork that sold for, I think, almost $70 million, $69 million to be exact. But what's super fascinating about this is, of course, these are all the past artworks. And if you look at the artists who are creating this, all of these artists and all of this artwork has been created mostly by white men, right? And that bias comes through in the art that people are creating as well. I mean, even with the first 5,000 days, a bunch of critics have looked at the top left of this picture. And if you look at some of those drawings, they're actually not super inclusive, right? There is a picture, actually this one right here that my mouse is over. The title of this picture is called Black Guy, quote unquote. Like that's the title of the whole entire image, right? And yet for some reason, Sotheby's is selling this, Christie's is selling this, but no one is looking at the actual specific images and talking about the bias that's behind the individual works, right? And as artists or as art collectors, it's important to be mindful of the biases that this art has latent in it. And you may be thinking, okay, cool, so what? Like, of course, art has bias. Of course, art is made with people's, own perspective, that they have, but why does that matter at all? And this is where my major thesis comes up for what I want to share in this whole talk. Art both reflects society and infects society, right? If you look at how it reflects society, there's this great quote by Pablo Picasso that I do not seek, I find. When Pablo was talking, how does he find art to create? How does he find work to create? He says, well, I look at the world and I create art based off what the world looks like, right? And if you take that perspective, then maybe you'd think, okay, if I want to be a really good NFT artist, let me go to a bunch of art museums and look at those art museums and see, what art is being created in that museum that I can copy, quote unquote, or adapt. But the problem is that 85% of works in major art collections belong to white artists and 87% belong to men, right? So if we're really going to, assume that art reflects the world, it doesn't really in the way that it should, right? And then the part two of that is, well, art also infects the world, meaning that the art that people create can actually change how people think, right? I think that's a pretty interesting statement. I think also a pretty solid statement that a lot of people would agree with. So if we agree with this idea that art both infects and reflects, we can kind of almost assume too that there's this cycle, right? Pablo Picasso creates, La Demoiselle, this amazing art piece that starts the Cubist art movement. Then it infects all these other artists to start making Cubist art, and it goes on to change and reflect in society, which is then circulated and circulated and circulated through, the birth and creation and the uptake of modern art, right? The way that that's relevant to this talk is I would almost argue that NFTs, which are kind of this new way of doing art, also both reflect and infect society. And so if you're thinking, what NFTs should we be promoting? What NFTs should we be purchasing? What NFTs truly have purchasing power and buying power? We can think of it in this framework, that they should both reflect society, but then also trying to positively influence and infect society. So this is a fun kind of Twitter thing that I found about how NFTs can reflect society. Some NFT artist or NFT collector who bought a CryptoPunk and realized, pretty funnily that he, identified with how his punk looked like. But of course, the downside of having NFTs reflect society is also that people have to purchase these NFTs. And with that purchasing cost, there might be a drop in purchasing power. I recently came across this tweet by Mike Novogratz, who said, I'm bothered by the fact that Black punks, CryptoPunks, trade cheaper than white ones. I understand how markets work, but damn, my hope is that the metaverse will be a better place, not one with the same prejudices we have in the real world. Call me naive, I guess. The same thing was reflected by Tony Herrera, who is also a big NFT collector. I think he owns maybe 9 or 10 of these CryptoPunks. And he said, am I the only one that is getting upset at seeing the lowest priced Meebits are all brown and dark skinned? Who's down to help me with the Meebits DAO that would purchase the most brown and dark skinned Meebits? Retweet and DM me, I'm serious, right? I think this is both going into the fact that if NFTs reflect society and society is already unjust, do we want our NFTs to reflect that injustice, right? I think that's the core question behind this hypothesis that NFTs reflect society. And of course, if we look at the math, we can say, okay, well, maybe Tony, and maybe Tony was just, saying, and Mike were just seeing things that weren't real. But if you dig into the numbers, this is from from Degen Data. I actually DM'd him on Twitter and asked him to send me kind of updated numbers on pricing statistics in the CryptoPunk collection. And he sent me a couple of these graphs. And one of these graphs is, describing how much NFTs sell for, depending on what the actual NFTs look like, right? Both on skin color of the males, skin color of the females, which is the next slide, and then also a slide on pricing from males versus females NFT collections. And I think the bottom line is unsurprisingly, when you look at society, if you think of where pricing power lies, people want to buy NFTs that might look like them. And if you're, have been in kind of this dominant, position of power and having this excess income, you'll have the money to buy the NFTs that look most like you, which might be lighter or really light skinned male NFTs versus the mid or dark skin NFTs, right? The same is true of female NFTs, right? Of skin color. And of course, it's not to say, people aren't buying, dark skin NFTs, but it might just be that the people who want to buy dark skin NFTs don't have the capital to do so, right? And so, of course, you could say, well, why not just have, a light skin investor buy a bunch of dark skin NFTs and then resell them? And it was an interesting argument that I heard as I was kind of doing research for this project was, if the floors of all these different SKUs and demographics and features are consistently below their peers, then when you buy the NFT and you sell the NFT, you'll still make a lower return, even if the collection, say, increased 20%. Right? 20% of 5 is still less than 20% of 10. And so that's an interesting argument, really interesting data, and same with the gender dynamics. Of course, this data ends at the end of November of 2021. So I decided to go and find the most recent data, which was actually from the last 90 days. And in the last 90 days, you can see that, there's been almost $2 billion in sales of, CryptoPunks. And the average male CryptoPunk had an average sale price of 73 ETH. That's just in the last 90 days. And the average female CryptoPunk had a sale price of 59 ETH. And if you do the math, that's a difference of about $30,000, almost $40,000. Right. And so there is this discrepancy in who is buying what NFTs, one, and two, how much they're selling for. Right. And if you were to, extrapolate that, I mean, this is a screenshot to show that it's literally from their website. Like, I didn't do any crazy math. I just went to their website, looked at the attributes, and found the average sale price. And so why is it that this information is public? People know about it, and yet we're still not acting on it. So I guess that's the sad kind of part of the talk. But the happy and more kind of influential and optimistic part of the talk is, NFTs don't just reflect society, but they can also infect and change society. And there are a whole host of NFT projects, DAOs, creators, influencers who are trying to push this, right? To make their NFTs infect society in a way that doesn't require traditional artistic gates, right? Meaning, let's say, you wanted to create an art piece and put it in the Met, the Museum of Metropolitan Art. Today, if you want to do that, you have to get, a gallerist, someone who's going to display your art everywhere, who's going to get you into this museum. But with NFTs, you can really just go drop a collection and build an audience. And as long as you have an audience that's willing to talk about your work, that's willing to advertise your work, that's willing to promote your work, you can get this work into the world. And so it dramatically reduces the barriers to get art into the world, which increases the ability of this art to infect positive change, right? And these are just a few of the organizations that are already doing that, both in the Indigenous front, in the LGBTQ plus front, in the front of, female-owned and female-run NFT projects, and also in Latinx projects, and so on and so forth. These are, again, many more projects that people might recognize. I put Deadfellas on here because with the NFT world being so anonymous and with Web3 being so anonymous, you can be someone who's traditionally underrepresented in the art world and still be super successful, right? And so with Deadfellas, the founder of this project, it's a female founder, and yet most people who own a Deadfella may not even know that, right? And so the ability to infect society positively, even anonymously, is something that's uniquely, positioned in Web3. So I think I want to come back to this final point of it's this cycle where we can use NFTs as a way to positively impact society, bring more people into the art world, and raise this awareness. And I think if you look at kind of NFTs as they reflect society, you can hijack what society has reflected and infect it with kind of this more positive change, whether through funds, whether through someone like Betty, who made Deadfellas, or through, an amazing project like Boss Beauties, which just raised, almost $5 million in venture funding. So the guest speakers that I had, there's two of them. I'd love if someone could promote them to be speakers on the stage. One of them is called Kunho Kim, Kunho Kam, and the other is Guilty Yoza. They created this project called Wheel Cards, because a lot of what we've talked about today and over the last 2 days have been, of course, diversity and inclusion, but around mainly the branches of gender, sexual orientation, and race. And I think it's super important to take a step back and to think about accessibility. And how are we talking about Web3 as it relates to accessibility and building accessibility from the ground up? So this is Kunho and Guilty Gyoza. Maybe once they're in and promoted, maybe you guys can unmute and give a shout. I'll wait to hear from you guys.
Hello.
Kunho.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Can you guys hear us?
Awesome. We can hear you both.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Michael, for inviting us and give us space to talk about this project. And I think it's a very important cause that a lot of communities and NFTs and Web3 are talking about it right now, but we hope that we can kickstart this movement. So I think the vision that we had before is that a lot of Web 1.0 and 2.0 projects and also the whole industry started without the inclusivity in mind. And what we thought that we shouldn't really do make the same mistake and start the Web3 with inclusivity in mind. What we mean by that is that a lot of representation, as Michael talked about, matters a lot on NFT projects, and we can reflect on the pricing of it and everything. So when we started about a year ago, there had not been a single project that dealt with disabilities or inclusion. So we wanted to make like a CryptoPunk kind of projects where we had wheelchairs and also people with different colors and also different, I think races being on top of it. I think what we wanted to show is that there are a lot of different types of people who are using wheelchairs, and also there are a lot of diversity that can be shown from the project. I think one of the beauties of this project is that Web3, I think in nature and also by its default, has inclusivity and diversity programmed in itself. I think Thomas can talk a little bit more about why Web3 is coded with inclusivity and diversity in itself.
Sure. So I think that when we are creating these realities, these worlds on the blockchain, we can choose to deliberately encode values of inclusivity in the smart contract, and that can be enforced autonomously by the blockchain. And so that means that no central authority or no arbitrary politics or interest groups can influence those rules and can influence those processes. And so if we encode those values in the smart contract, they can be enforced from the get-go. And so this is on-chain reality is this concept that we coined. We're all building in one way or another on-chain realities, starting with NFT projects of the visual art or audio art, or even building on-chain game worlds. These are all realities. And one of the philosophy that can be enforced or can be followed is this concept of multi-ingress and inclusivity, which means that these realities welcome people from different background, different interests, different experiences, and they can all find ways to express themselves creatively in these realities. Moreover, no one owns the world. And so on the contrary, if certain projects or certain entities own these worlds, then they can be swayed by different interest groups over time, and they can change perhaps the values that should be enforced. And Codis law is this concept that many years ago, we had the DAO attack where the Codis law is seriously challenged. Again, when making realities, we need to be mindful of the laws or the values that we encode into the smart contract. And if they are encoded with these wonderful values that we desire, then we can make the reality much better than the physical reality we all reside in.
And I know, when you first launched Wheel Cards, I saw it coming out in the press like all the time, right? And it was during the Olympics. maybe give us a bit more context. Why was it important to tie it around this event, and what were some of like the real world implications of selling these digital ones and zeros?
I think we wanted to showcase this concept of inclusivity on Web3. I think Paralympics is a really major event and also an important event for in the world, and we wanted to show how this can actually impact Web3 and also the disability community. So we sold the wheel cards on Binance and featuring wheelchair characters or working with the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. And from the proceeds, what we did is that we actually created the first NFT scholarship in Vietnam, Fulbright University, Vietnam. So we actually chose two students this year and started funding those students to continue their studies in Vietnam through the sales of the NFT project. And I think this is a great example of how NFT projects can actually be useful and also bringing positive impact to the world. And also, I think it kind of I think the most fundamental value of the on-chain reality we talked about. And I think the reason why we tackled the disability community was that it's something that it's often overlooked, and also we thought that having what could be the most exciting and also most important topic that we can showcase on this inclusive and also diverse I think a feature of Web3, and then we thought that disability community is the best way to actually I think showcase this feature of Web3.
Awesome. I know we have about 8 minutes left, and I have a ton of questions, but for people in the audience, feel free to drop your questions in the chat because we have these phenomenal people here, and also because I've done a bit of thoughts and thinking of the NFT space. But I guess the first question that would come to my mind is why is this work so important? Why is accessibility top of mind to you?
I think it's very personal to me, and also I'm in a wheelchair. So I've just like how Michael talked about. I wanted to see an NFT that I can actually own and I represent myself, but I couldn't really find anything. So I was talking about this with Thomas, and we thought that why not actually start a project, because Web3 in itself, in its nature, has inclusivity in its core. So let's start a project that actually shows these properties.
Totally. I think maybe for you, Thomas, this question is a good one. The next question is, what makes art NFTs easier to spread to more people than in Web 2? Like in theory, in Web 2, someone could just make art and put it on the internet. So why is Web 3 so unique in doing this?
Yeah, well, I think that is actually a very good question. I think that one of the contributing factor now is that blockchain technology is still at its infancy stage, NFT as well as a medium. And so projects have an easier time to surface on the top of the marketplace, as opposed to your regular Web 2 platforms with recommendation engines. You need to compete fiercely with other projects and figure out how to game the algorithm to have maybe a window during the day to surface on top. So that's one idea. I think another idea is NFT. Behind NFT, the medium itself is the blockchain itself, and it gives you much more programmability than if you list your art on a third-party Web 2 platform. Whereas if a Web 2 platform, you have to conform to the kind of flexibility they give to you. You can't really go around it. But with blockchain, as long as you can find engineers and program the smart contract specifically for your specific need for your art project, whether it's the way you distribute your art, whether it's the way you distribute the proceeds from auctioning the art to particular causes, you can customize that fundamentally on the blockchain itself. And so that gives NFT art I think a more wonderful flexibility. And so that also gives rise to its sort of widespreadness and covering all different kinds of corner cases and covering the long tail of different interests and needs.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think that's a great response. There's two more questions here that I'll take on. They actually both fall in the same bucket. One is about the widespread use of apes and monkeys by projects that are mostly created by majority white hetero men. And the second question is the history of a lot of these artists may provide and have almost too many what seems like overly coincidental associations to kind of neo-Nazi imagery or neo-Nazi kind of mindsets. And so the both of the questions are asking, what do we do or how do we ensure that NFT projects and brands don't elevate or promote the worst parts of ourselves in our current society? So I'll take a crack at it, and then I'd love for you two to kind of chime in with your thoughts. But I think going back to the framework that I pitched in this talk of how NFTs both kind of reflect society and then infect or impact society, I think there are definitely negative parts of society that will be reflected in NFTs. And given that you only need maybe 10,000 sales to be successful, there's almost always going to be 10,000 people who are willing to buy a product, right? It kind of goes back to Kevin Kelly's concept of the 1,000 true fans. If you really want to make a great business, just find 1,000 people who will pay you $10 a month, and now you're making $120,000 a year, right? It's easier than ever to find those 1,000 or 10,000 true fans. Just because it's easy does not mean that it's right, right? And so I think on for both sides, for people who want to build their 1,000 true fans to promote some sort of social good, I think that is really important to double down on what's working and what's doing well, and using your voice, my voice, the voices of influencers to promote those projects to get them to find their true fans and to find the general public more so than the projects that might be laden with some of this bias in the past. If you guys have any thoughts, would love to hear it. I'm also going to go back to this slide so we can have your Twitters on the page in case people want to follow you.
I think I wanted to add a little bit more about the how NFTs can help spread more people to then Web2 is just in itself. I think NFTs is the first kind of internet piece that we can actually truly own. I think once people start owning things, you have more passion about it, and also you care more about it. And I think that's the most important part why Web3 version of NFTs are more powerful and also spreadable than your JPEG or PNG.
Totally. And I also saw a chat comment of what are some of the artists out there that are doing and building in this space that are people of color or even just from marginalized groups. And I'm going to try and find a link to drop, but a lot of these NFT collections are inspired by raising money for these types of causes. I know we have maybe 30 seconds left. So maybe, and Thomas, I would love to hear, what, in one word, what is your hope for the NFT marketplace in the next 12 months?
Thomas, you want to go first?
Let's say an explosion of diversity. I think that as technology matures, more artists have the ability to create art directly, bypassing third-party developers or third-party groups, and so they can represent the background and the experience that they come from. So I think diversity is what I'm looking forward to.
That's a lot of hyphens in that sentence.
I think for me is infinite worlds. So we can do a lot of infinitely interesting projects on top of NFT worlds. And I think I'm really excited about that.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for having me. Thank you, Kuno and Thomas, for joining me. You both are in a time zone where it's almost 9:30 or 10 p.m. So we really appreciate you for staying up late for us. And of course, if you have any questions or if you'd like to connect with us, we're all available on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on our personal websites, and so on and so forth. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for having us.
That was an amazing panel. Thank you all so much for joining us. And Michael, thank you for bringing Thomas and Kung Ho as two awesome guests. But now we'll go ahead and switch over to our next panel, which is about social impact in Web3. So I'm not too sure if our speaker is here yet. So we might take like a 1 to 2 minute break while we wait for her to join. Oh, she just joined. Jessica, if you want to turn your camera on, we can go ahead and start the next session.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen because I do have a presentation. But I guess this is a good chance for everyone wants a coffee or bathroom break. I think it's been like a long day of summit talks. So just give me a moment.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think next time we'll definitely factor in some breaks here and there because we didn't realize that we literally had like back-to-back 30-minute sessions from 9 until 3. So yeah, definitely good note for next time.
Kudos to everyone that's been joining and listening in. Just give me 1 minute. Where is, oh, share screen, okay.
Awesome. Yeah, if you want to get situated and then introduce yourself, and then the floor is yours for the next 30 minutes.
Great. Can you see my screen as a presentation or just as a browser?
I think it's still in browser mode.
All right, sorry, just bear with me.
No, you're good.
How do I share so that it's like the presentation itself?
I think you can click view.
I did that. View, like presentation, slideshow, start slideshow.
Oh,
Wait. Now we're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, let me introduce myself. I'm Jessica Salama. I'm the community lead at Good Dollar, which is the anti-poverty protocol powered by a DAO. I joined about 2 years ago, right before the pandemic, which I'll explain why that matters in a bit. But I kind of want to like frame this talk sort of what I had on my own agenda, which is first, like I'll introduce myself and I'll talk about Good Dollar and why Good Dollar and crypto universal basic income matters. But then I also wanted to open up the floor and make this sort of like a more free-flowing discussion for anyone on the call that wants to ask questions. If you're working for a nonprofit and want to make the leap into Web3, if you have, any grassroots organizations that you're a part of and are trying to understand like what's the connection, let's talk about that because I think it's a really important discussion. So with that, let me jump in. So like I said, I joined Good Dollar about 2 years ago. My background is in public health. I spent about 5 years working for PSI, which is the sort of the OG of social marketing NGOs on a mission to create greater market access for women and girls around the world to family planning services and health clinics. And we did that with emerging technology. So whether it was drones in Madagascar, deploying condoms, or chatbots in Cote d'Ivoire, teaching girls about birth control methods. This was many years ago, but it was a really cool job to see like the intersection of tech and impact and how many we impacted millions of people around the world. But I will say, honestly, I was pretty disillusioned by the impact industry in the current state, which is there's a lack of transparency in where the money goes, how the money gets to, where the money is supposed to go. So you have billions of dollars in donor funds, decisions being made by groups of donors that are very far removed from beneficiaries themselves and the people actually receiving aid. And it creates this dependency model that doesn't actually, in the long term, help people out of poverty, which I think is one of the most crucial, if not the most crucial challenges of our time is wealth inequality. As we've seen with the pandemic, that wealth inequality is on the rise. It grew exponentially. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. We see this now, especially with the crypto boom. There's land in the metaverse being sold for thousands and thousands of dollars, yet the current universe right now has a myriad of problems that we cannot fail to ignore. So that's a little about me. Good dollar, I mentioned universal basic income. This is universal basic income is the idea that every person in the world deserves, it is their right, it is their share of the economy to have some minimum amount of money unconditionally given to them by some governing body, whether that's like a local government, a national government. This really picked up during the pandemic with the stimulus bills and the stimulus checks. But what we saw is that, I mean, it took months to arrive, if not, it took forever to arrive to some people, and was distributed pretty unfairly. And if you look at the global landscape, definitely distributed unfairly. So Good Dollar was founded, actually, the idea was started many, many years ago by the founder of eToro, which is a social investing copy trading platform where you can buy stocks and crypto. Currently serves over 20 million people around the world. The founder of eToro had this idea way back when Bitcoin was just emerging, that blockchain technology can deliver a universal basic income. Fast forward to 2018, Yoni presented this idea at the, what was it? Can't believe I'm blanking on the name, in Lisbon. And then after a few years of, the Lisbon Tech Summit in 2018. And after a few years of research, we finally launched in 2020 the digital wallet and the token, the Good Dollar token. And we have since launched the DAO as well. Why can't I see? I'm just going fast. Okay, so let me go back to why did we think of tackling on this problem head first? It's because 1.7 billion people around the world are unbanked, and 5.5 billion are financially underserved. However, I really want to make a point that we need to stop saying that you want to bank the unbanked, because this is assuming that people want access to a bank or need access to a bank. And this term is pretty misleading because it's actually not the bank itself that will give people economic power and opportunity. One of the biggest reasons people don't have a bank is because they don't have sufficient income to need any banking services. So this is something really important, because you'll probably hear in a lot of social impact projects, you know, bank the unbanked and crypto for crypto for social good. But I think it's really important to take a step back and ask yourself, like, why? Like, what's the underlying reason that we're tackling on this issue of banking the unbanked, when really it is a lack of economic power and buying and income that is preventing people from accessing financial services, along with a whole host of other problems, but that's important to keep in mind. So fortunately now, with blockchain and open digital finance, any person with a cell phone can be onboarded into the digital economy and be served by decentralized financial services. And this is huge. What this means is that with Good Dollar, anybody can open up a digital wallet, connect their Facebook, Google, or email address, open it, register for an account, pass a simple face verification process. Don't worry, your data is hashed. We don't store any of your data, and start receiving a daily crypto UBI, which is a real has real value. It's a small amount of free crypto every single day, but the idea is that you can either if you give a person, what's the saying? If you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. If you teach a man to fish, he'll feed a village. I think there's some like iterations of that thing, but the idea being here is that if we can give people access to digital assets to start learning how to participate in the digital economy in a risk-free, no investment way, it will provide a huge opportunity for people that don't have the means to invest in NFTs or buy some Ethereum when they're thinking about their daily livelihood. And this is so far we've onboarded over 350,000 people to the Good Dollar economy. 70,000 people daily are claiming UBI, and we see that our members are coming from countries like Nigeria, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Philippines. The list goes on. There's 183 countries so far. So like I said, we're on a mission to deliver a baseline UBI to 100 million people, and create an accessible onboard ramp to digital money, and to help the majority of the world access the global financial system while providing a basic crypto financial education. So how does it work? This is a quick little video. You open up your wallet, click claim. It's a non-custodial wallet. You can link it to your MetaMask. And there are a couple ways to spend your good dollars. These are community-led marketplaces. These are community-led swapping. So I'll share some examples in a bit. But this is an ecosystem that we invite anyone that is interested in getting involved in social impact oriented projects to join this ecosystem of doing good. You can see all of our statistics on a live dashboard that you can access through the wallet, and a little bit about what a crypto basic income is. I'm going to skip over this because I don't want to keep rambling, and I'm not sure how many people are on the call, but what blockchain is Good Dollar hosted on? Good Dollar is hosted on Fuse, a sidechain with Ethereum, and we have plans to migrate to other blockchains as well. So what Good Dollar is trying to achieve is aligning the incentives for impact investing on DeFi. So for those that don't know what DeFi is, decentralized finance, it's DeFi lets us align the incentives for users to onboard into the digital economy. So the interest that's generated from investing by staking crypto into the good reserve is part of that goes to the claimers that are claiming UBI daily. And part of the interest from that staking it goes back to the supporters as a reward for doing good and contributing to the UBI ecosystem. Good Dollar is an automated market maker backed by other currencies, which makes it relatively stable token. And there are two ways to support Good Dollar. That's by staking it and holding it. So by staking it, you give a portion of your yield earnings to Good Dollar UBI. Sorry, let me go back. And by holding Good Dollar, you're swapping Good Dollar and the reserve increases based on the value of the currency held by all the members. So there are multiple ways to participate and earn in an open UBI economy. Like I said, there's claiming, there's supporting through staking, buying. There you can, as a developer, we have a ton of grants open. As a non-developer, we also have a lot of grants open. We also have our DAO. Our DAO is live, our governance token is live. Everyone that has Good Dollars also can claim their governance token. So Good Dollar, so this is also a way to help onboard people into, experimenting in how to participate in the DAO, how to make a proposal, how to vote without having to actually invest in the token itself. You're given the token. Like I said, we have a marketplace. You can farm Good Dollar on FuseSwap if you're more crypto savvy. You can swap it on FuseSwap. You can also, we've run a couple of donation campaigns. So for example, with the war in Ukraine, we set up a multi-sig wallet to send Good Dollar donations to the Ukraine DAO. We've also run some crowdsourcing campaigns so people can send their Good Dollar, can nominate local charities and grassroots organizations and send their Good Dollars to the causes that they care about. And we'll be doing another one of those campaigns really soon. More ways to earn Good Dollars is through bounties and also becoming an ambassador. So if, like I said earlier, if you're interested in becoming an active community manager, if you want to be a moderator in one of our groups, or if you want to launch your own project, definitely get in touch. We're always looking for more ambassadors. We have about 20 so far in about 10 different countries. And since there are 183 countries that Good Dollar represents, we're trying to get the whole world. So the more the merrier. Please get in touch. I would love to meet you. Some other components of Good Dollar, like I talked about the yield farming for good, the wallet DApp, and our DApp that enables people to support Good Dollar by interacting directly with the smart contracts that are generating the UBI. Just some numbers to date. We have from the 56, we have $56,000 stake. That's actually wrong. We have over $56,000 stake. 350,000 people reached, $80,000 worth of Good Dollar UBI, which is coming just from the interest alone. So the interest from the 1 million stake is actually what created this $80,000 UBI, which goes to show that yes, there is enough. Their smart contracts can deliver and distribute a universal basic income. And plus we've had 200,000 transactions. Now, a couple of examples, and then I'll share some other examples besides Good Dollar in terms of social impact. But here we have one of our first ambassadors who lives in Nigeria. He crowdsourced his Good Dollars. What's the word? He swapped them to his local currency, cashed out, and used that the Nigerian naira that he was able to crowdsource through Good Dollar to pay for his university fees, which was the equivalent of $43. Another example of how Good Dollar is being used to help people cover some basic needs. Another ambassador in Ghana is offering mobile minutes in exchange for Good Dollars. So you can send him your Good Dollars, he'll send you real airtime, and that's 200 Good Dollars for one, one Ghanaian dollar worth of real airtime is 17 cents. And these are just the two examples of what's happening in the Good Dollar economy. And aside from Good Dollar, because I think it's important to say that in Web3, in this ecosystem, there's no one project fits all model for addressing the global inequality issue and trying to alleviate poverty. It takes a community. So there's multiple UBI projects, there's Impact Market, there's Circles, there's Proof of Humanity. And what's really important here is that we work as a community and we empower each other to do more good, to reach more people. There's also multiple DAOs. I see someone wrote in the comments, so many DAOs. Yes, there are so many DAOs. There's Climate DAO, there's Dream DAO, there's Moss Earth, which I believe is also a DAO. And these are, it's really exciting to see this space take off and to connect with so many people that are passionate about making a positive change in the world. So I am now going to stop talking and open up the floor for questions. But before I do that, I wanted to say that there are a ton of ways to get involved. One, DAOs, get into a community, get into a DAO Discord, connect with people that seem interesting to you, working on interesting projects. Another great community is the Positive Blockchain community. So they're a database of 1,000 social impact projects built on blockchain. And they are hosting a workshop to co-design the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think the next workshop is happening in about 2 weeks. So I can drop the link, positiveblockchain.io, I think is the website. And one last note, I think really like where we are right now in terms of the development of this space, both in terms of utility and adoption, education is such a key component and key, I think probably the most critical barrier to access that we need to tackle head first. Most of this information and education about Web3, crypto, NFTs is in English, and most of the world does not speak English. And so I think it's important to zoom out and remember that if you're listening to this talk, if you're in this summit, and if you own any amount of cryptocurrency, you're part of the 4% of the world that owns cryptocurrency. And this is very much like the early days, and we have the ability to shape what the future looks like and how inclusive and how we coordinate as people, as a world, using this great technology, and also redesigning what it means to use currency, and our values around that, especially when it comes to basic needs and access to basic needs. So with that, thank you everyone for, especially the Web3 organizers, for having me. And yeah, open the floor for any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jessica. This was amazing, and love your ending note too, in terms of like a call to action and kind of going over it with Q&A. One question that I just had, especially with like the ethos of social impact, like I think a lot of Web3, like there's the idea of decentralization, democratization, but in terms of social impact, I haven't seen it as like readily available on like roadmaps for like a lot of Web3 companies and organizations, and would just love like your perspective on how like just Web3 organizations might be more like conscious and like responsible for how they're going to be driving kind of like the future of the internet and like this shifting culture. And like you said, that advantage 4%. Yeah, would love to hear your perspective there. And we also have some questions too in the Q&A.
So I think, so your question is how do we integrate impact into roadmaps?
Looking at like, I think overall, like across all different like Web3 organizations and projects, maybe ones that whose mission isn't directly tied to social impact, how might they be more like conscious of their own social impact, or how might they like kind of better influence into that space as well?
Great question. And this is another pitch for Good Dollar, is that smart contracts. You know, now we have the distribution mechanisms to redistribute aid and impact, and use a percentage of revenue and redistribute that to the places where it needs to go, and that's smart contracts. So all it takes is, you know, integrating code into existing code, and aligning with the projects that are on a mission to do this, and do it. Like it's not as complicated as it was with, you know, Web 2, where you have to sign exclusive partnerships and host a gala, and you know, like I don't know if my answer is making sense here, but how do projects be more conscious of social impact? I think it's understanding what the ecosystem of impact looks like in Web3, understanding how easy it is to partner up with the project that's about Web3. So like Doing Good, for example, is a platform for NFTs, where a percentage of royalties goes to the social impact cause of your choosing. And again, that's all smart contracts. So there's a way now to like program impact into projects like pretty easily. It's just about awareness.
Really great. I know we're almost close on time, so there was a few questions in the chat I just wanted to cover very quickly. And one of the first questions was, how do you do a user verification if the user doesn't have like an official identification card? And then the second one too is a little bit more on the technical note too, in terms of scaling. How do you envision scaling Good Dollar, like to even a wide user base of like 100 million users, when sometimes blockchain technology itself can be limited? And are there other like different like L1 like blockchains that you've looked at in your team?
Yeah, great question. I know I only have a minute, so I'm going to try to answer really quickly. How we verify users, we do a simple video face selfie using Web3 authentication. So that's just to prove that every person is human and unique. We hash your data, we don't store your data, and that's just so that you can start claiming UBI, and we avoid duplicate accounts. The second question, have we looked into other blockchains? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, in terms of scaling, like how do you envision scaling other alternative L1 blockchains you've looked at?
Yeah, so definitely the next step for us is to go to other L1 blockchains, whether we're looking at Celo now, we're looking at a couple of others, and just replicating our smart contracts there, so that people can have access to, so we can bring in more liquidity to the ecosystem and have more people, more options for people to build and claim and swap the Good Dollar token.
Super great. I know we're at time right now, and thank you so much, Jessica, too. Like, it really excited to check and like looking more into Good Dollar. And again, like we've posted your socials and can continue the conversation offline as well. But super exciting, and thank you so much for your time. We are going to take actually now a short 5-minute break as we let our other panelists come in for our Queer and Web3 panel. And I'll be handing that off to Hannah, who will be moderating. But we'll be back after a 5-minute break. And thank you again, Jessica.
Okay, while we are waiting for our last panelist to join, I wanted to quickly introduce RJ, who will be helping moderate and also be a panelist on this session. RJ, I miss you so much. Yeah, we originally met at a meetup where I was the only female, and it was kind of scary, and he was such like a warm face and such a welcoming person to like welcome me into the community. So hello.
It's so good to see you again. And look at you from working at MailChimp and like getting everything figured out to helping to organize this event. I'm so proud of you. You're doing great.
Thank you. And RJ's calling in from Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, I'm usually from the Bay, but was in town for another conference to meet some of our investors and stuff. So I'm jet setting, I guess, or something. I don't know.
No. Well, even more props for you for making some time out of your day to come and like help moderate this panel.
I gotta support my girl.
But no, yeah, whenever RJ is back in the Bay, we help co-run NFT Bay Area along with our friend Jeremiah. And so hopefully we'll be organizing some more IRL events soon. So you'll be able to see this lovely human being around the Bay. But I think Juan Carlos and Kay are here. I think we're missing one more panelist, but we can go ahead and start off with just a round of introductions on your background, what you're doing in Web3. And then hopefully our last panelist will join us and then we'll start with the questions. But RJ, if you want to kick things off and then popcorn it, that'd be great.
All right, that sounds great. All right, so again, welcome everyone. Super thankful to Hannah, Deb, and the rest of the team for putting all this together. It's incredible to see. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is RJ Ruggles. I'm the CEO and founder of Homeroom. We're the world's first Discord community management agency, in addition to now building out communities for larger enterprises, Web3 startups, and content creators across Discord, Luma, Slack, and Circle, and hopefully islands and tribes very soon. I am joined by two of our lovely guests, and I will let them go ahead and introduce themselves, Jax and JC. JC, would you like to go ahead and kick off?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy Saturday, everyone. Greetings from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My name is JC Carrion. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Coin Custodian. And we're working towards helping communities and creators become safer on the Web3. A little bit about me. Maybe we do this right now, RJ? Yeah? All right, awesome. I was originally born in Ecuador. I fell in love with computers super early on. I managed to get myself into a computer science program in New York City. And then after finishing that, I went to work for corporate America, building HR systems for Fortune 500 companies. And then finally, it was my turn to go and build one of those myself. So I quit my job and I have been building startups ever since.
That's amazing. And then we are joined by two of our other guests, Key. I hope I'm saying that correct.
Yeah, you're saying it correct. It's Key.
Hello. Why don't you introduce yourself to the rest of the participants?
Awesome. So my name is Key. I use she, her, or they, them pronouns. Basically, my affiliations is that I'm building with Women Build Web3, which is a new DAO that basically onboards women and non-binary developers into the space. I'm also a member of Developer DAO and a member of Boys Club.
That's
I'm
amazing.
sure a lot of people know what Boys Club is. I actually went to the um, the happy hour last night, and almost everybody either was part of Developer DAO or Boys Club, so it was actually really funny. Um, and I actually come from a non-traditional background. I come from a background in nonprofit work, and I was also a mental health worker for the last 6 years. And then uh, basically earlier this year, I decided to pivot into the tech industry, and I got really into Web3 and NFTs and crypto. And so now I'm here. So I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much for being with us. And then finally, we have Tammy as well. Tammy, if you would like to introduce yourself as well.
I think Tammy might not be able to.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had the grid view on. I thought they maybe I was missing them. Okay, cool.
So good.
Well, with that said, thank you to all the rest of the panelists for being here. We're so thankful to have you. And what I wanted to do was kind to do a little bit of a popcorn style in terms of just asking some really key questions that I think are helpful for us to explore when we're talking about, being queer or openly LGBT within the space. So kind of kicking things off, I would love to hear from each of you, what are some of the challenges that you or peers that you might be working with have faced when presenting as queer inside of Web3 spaces, if any? And if you've had, if it's on the opposite side, I would love to hear if you've had really positive experiences in being, openly queer in those spaces.
Ladies first, perhaps.
Okay. So I say, like, honestly, I haven't had a lot of challenges. I know that there are some challenges, like in certain, I guess certain communities may not be diverse where there is a lot of representation. So I have experienced that where I guess like I feel less comfortable in those spaces and like actively using and engaging those spaces. But I would say for the most part, I think when it comes to even navigating the gigantic ecosystem that is Web3, it's about finding the communities that align with you. So for me, I knew what was really important for me from the beginning was being able to find and identify communities that were inclusive in terms of they had queer people, they had non-binary people, gender non-conforming, and trans people, but also people of color and Black people as well. And so I feel like over time I was able to actually find those communities. And so yeah, I think that's been like the most beneficial, is being able to like seek out those communities, but it did take a while. So it took a while to kind of like wade through all of the different communities out there to actually find a community that I fit in with. So I think some of the issues mostly is just lack of representation, and with some of the larger communities that are like more successful, sometimes there is a lack of representation of queer people in general. So that's kind of been my experience personally.
JC, what about you? Have you had similar experiences or has yours been different?
I think one of the challenges, at least for me, has been to connect with other people that are LGBT in the space and really having those opportunities to explore and collaborate, right? Because sometimes it kind of seems to me that we are building almost like in silos. Like just seeing today, all of you guys, I've been in the game for like 3.5 years now, and I have never run into all of you, so that tells me that there is a lot of people like me that are building the future out there, and yet we are all in little silos. So I think that's something that we can all work together towards fixing, and having events like this actually creates those opportunities and the space for people to connect. The other thing, I don't know if it is just because of my generation. I'm one of the very super early millennials, 1982. Every time I go to like a social event, a networking event, that's always in the back of my head, like tell people I'm gay, like do I just wait? How does it work? What are the rules of the game? And I pretty much have reached out to a few mentors, and the advice I have been given is, unless you know the person, because you really don't know the perception of people. And at the end of the day, when you're in the context of building a startup, we try to keep it as business-like as much as possible. But I feel like that's been like a challenge for me, like clicking in later on the social events, just because it's not my scene.
It's interesting, just to kind of share from my perspective. I agree with both of your takes. I think that the challenge is that how do you feel comfortable enough being your authentic self in those spaces? And then on top of that, how do you find those opportunities to connect with other people who are like yourself? I find for me, I very much agree with Key. I think that representation is one of those big keys. I'm openly queer, I'm openly poly, I'm openly kinky. My other startup is actually a kink focused, like fetish-based brand, and I have no shame around that. And we celebrate it, we love it. We have members. Sorry, room service. We have members of our team who are trans. Myself and our operations manager are both non-binary. And we don't hide those things because, in my opinion, presenting yourself as such. Thank you so much. You're great. I really appreciate you. Presenting yourself as such and putting yourself out there allows others who, maybe like you, JC, who are like, do I say it? Do I not? When you see that person, it's nice to be able to go and be able to okay, I can let my weave down. It's cool. We can connect, you know what I mean? And so I find by just presenting yourself authentically, it helps to create those connections. So thank you guys so much for that. It's wonderful to get those spectrums of ideas. So one thing I think, and maybe I'm being a little spicy by asking this question, but I feel that within Web3, I've observed that accessibility and inclusivity, those are often cited as the core ethos of Web3. But that said, kind of building on what we just talked about, we're seeing very few prominent LGBT and POC individuals who are leaders within Web3 organizations. When you look at Bored Ape Yacht Club, or you look at OpenSea, or you look at even other Web3 adjacent companies, like maybe a Polywork, there are very few diverse voices who are in leadership positions within those spaces. So what would you say can be done, or do you feel that maybe people like us could do to encourage the LGBT community to come into Web3? And I'll throw that one to Key first, and then I'll give some of my thoughts.
I mean, personally, I don't think the issue is there aren't LGBTQ plus people in Web3 who are looking for leadership positions, who are looking for these roles. I don't think that is an issue. I think the issue is when it comes down to the selection process. Because also being in the space, I as a person, I've been looking for a Web3 job for a while now, for a couple months. And I've gone through hundreds of rejections and even programs like accelerator programs, founder programs, where when I'm on Twitter and I'm seeing the photos of the people who are chosen for these programs, who are chosen for these initiatives, who are receiving the most of the funding, it usually, they all look the same. And so I don't think the issue is that we're not there. I think the issue is that people are not considering us for the positions. And I think the issue isn't, I think sometimes also the issue is me, I came from a non-traditional background. And so also when we're competing, when we're competing for these positions, we're competing against people who have been in the corporate world for a very long time,
right,
who come from Ivy League schools, who probably worked at a lot of the big tech companies already, or already have more established careers. I think also that comes down to, privilege and access. So if I've already lived a privileged life, I'm able to go to these top schools and afford these top programs and afford the state-of-the-art training and easily get my foot into the door of these big companies. That's going to make a difference against somebody who may have not had exposure to that at all. So, didn't go to a Ivy League, or didn't have the access to get the education that was needed to actually be considered for these positions. So I think there needs to be a lot of change, not only in the hiring process, but also the programs that exist to successfully onboard people who come from non-traditional backgrounds and also who are queer, who are people of color, who are Black people, to really be in these leadership positions. I always say when you don't prioritize inclusion and you don't prioritize accessibility, you actually are doing more harm to yourself and your organization, because there's actually more power in diverse voices, diverse perspectives. And so basically you're selling yourself short by not considering um, entire populations of people who have brilliant minds and have brilliant ideas that they can bring to the table.
I 100% agree with you. It's actually really fascinating to me because one thing that I've observed is like when you are looking at the hiring process for a lot of people, they're looking only at credentialing, which don't get me wrong, is something to consider, right? If someone's coming with this highly, successful or highly coveted background, that's wonderful. But then you have to look beyond that, right? And if we're looking, when we talk about pattern matching and identifying like what are the key indicators of a successful employee, if you're hiring all the same people with all the same backgrounds and all the same experiences, then how the fuck, excuse my language, but how the fuck are you expecting to create something new? You're going to get the exact same ideas, the exact same perspectives, the exact same proposed solutions to those problems, which inevitably will lead to, Facebook almost crumbling governments or Twitter being bought by the world's largest billionaire. That's how we end up there, is why preventing a diverse set of individuals to be, inclusive and to provide value. Because at the end of the day, the idea behind this whole ethos around Web3 is supposed to be accessibility, decentralization, and inclusion. And what that means to me is that ignoring what we did in Web 2, ignoring a lot of this pre-existing notion of what a good background is, and instead saying, okay, this person went to City College, that means they probably interacted with a much more diverse group of people from a wide range of classes. That means that they might have had to juggle multiple jobs, meaning that they probably are really good at time management. If they're coming from a background of, like for myself, I was a sex worker and a makeup artist before I did what I do now. So it's like, as a startup founder, that's been lovely because as a makeup artist, I had to learn how to manage clients. I had to learn how to deal with a person who's mad because I messed up their wedding makeup and they're sitting right in front of my face. So I had to learn how to keep a professional tone and all of those things, which are transferable skills, right? And so now as a CEO, all of those skills and that knowledge has informed me to now be running a venture-backed startup, right? But if I hadn't been given opportunities by others who wanted to take a chance and give me that access, I never would have gotten there. So it is being very intentional, as you said. JC, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I actually wanna second on what Key and you yourself said, as you were describing, like going to City College and going during daytime. That was like my story, right? I went to 2 part-time jobs during daytime, nighttime I went to school. But what I really like that Key mentioned was really what we're seeing is this whole problem of privilege and access, right? Until I left my job and I became a startup founder, I hadn't realized how important having a network is. And when I look around at my own close friends in the LGBT community, I really don't have anybody that is LGBT and can relate to what I'm going, or that I can lean in for help. So I think we have an opportunity, as all of us who have been there, to be intentional, right? Be intentional in helping out those that are coming behind us. And mostly, I can tell you the best benefit has been when somebody has done an introduction to somebody else and open that door, right? Because when you are given the opportunity to connect with the networks that can empower you, that can enable you to reach your true potential, that's when like the magic happens, right? But sometimes we look at these things in a vacuum. We look at, some founders that might make it into YC, and you really look into the background, you can see a lot of privilege and a lot of access to opportunities, which is fine, right? This is a free country. You can, more power to you. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that all of us that are here, once we make it there, to remember being intentional, looking back, doing that intro. Doesn't take too long.
to build on what you just said, JC, I think one thing that a lot of people forget is like the reason why those in power and power is because that's what they did for each other, right? When you look at policies around redlining in terms of how neighborhoods were built, or you look at terms of, you know, funding where bank loans weren't given to Black people at all, you know, that is exactly what that was people of success looking back at primarily cis white men and saying, here are these opportunities so you can come with me. So it's our duty and our responsibility to do the same for others behind us and doing it differently, right? We're not looking back and saying, all right, queer people, that's it. Straights, you see the door, bye. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that, hey, straights and queers, we want you all to come with us. And that's a difference in mentality. It's about inclusivity, not exclusivity, which previously it was all about the exclusivity, and now we're transitioning into the inclusivity. So I again, getting spicy. My final question before we kind of finish off. A lot of us are aware, you know, earlier this year, a prominent figure in Web3 for a very large organization was exposed for bigoted speech with ENS domains. And even after doubling down openly in Twitter Spaces, we noticed that the community didn't vote this person to be removed from their position. Do you feel that these kind of scenarios are indicative of the future of Web3, or do you think there are steps that maybe we collectively or leaders in the space could take to help prevent that eventuality? I know it's a big question. Yeah, I can start off on this one if you like me to. Okay. I think that we're at a really important inflection point. And I kind of ask this question because I think it's something that people really need to think about is when we see those kind of things happening and those patterns and that mentality starting to occur, it's indicative of what the wider community believes, right? Because at the end of the day, if the whole idea behind Web3 is that it's community governance and community voting, and then the community makes that decision, that tells you how the community feels. So then that tells us as leaders in the space that there is a problem that needs to be fixed, meaning that there needs to be steps taken to prevent this from continuing. Because if we don't, that's where we're going to end up. And so I'm not saying that I have all of the answers, but what I am saying is that it's the kind of the onus is now on those Web3 leaders to then say to their community, you were wrong. And we're going to make this decision because it's the right decision. And yeah, maybe it's not what you voted for, but not every community makes the right decision. That's how we ended up with our previous president. So sometimes it takes someone to stand up and say, we're going to do something different for the betterment of the community, because the community always needs leaders. It can't be all based on consensus. There has to be someone doing a driving force and then helping to help guide and provide guidance and understanding and knowledge and training so the community themselves have a better sense of what is and is not going to benefit themselves.
Same thing. I wanna add a few points, RJ, to what you just mentioned, because something that attracted me to the web, this whole idea of community, and not just community, but an empowered community, right? And hopefully, at some point, we're gonna be able to create the whole vision with full governance. But it really, like what you're describing, really brings up to front to really also have that differentiation between the community and leadership. Because sometimes leadership means, you know, going the opposite direction and being there for the values that you believe, and really figuring out how do I let my community know that really this is a no, or we should be going this way, right? And obviously that's an answer. I'm a big believer of, you know, locality. So that's really comes down to the community, and really the community being able to acknowledge when certain things aren't right. I myself, I'm guilty sometimes. I'm part of an HOA community and I don't go to the meetings, you know, I just like, yes, I vote. It's like, you know, and sometimes it's that, sometimes we just need leadership to engage the community a little bit more to truly understand what it means, right? Like you were mentioning the last president, right? Hey, making America great sounds great, right? But how you want to make it, that's where I truly see different than the ex-president.
Yeah.
Get a little spicy here. I can't help myself.
It's
So
okay, girl. Go.
I specifically didn't hear of that situation.
That's
So
weird.
like I'm not 100% sure about, but I've known it has happened before because I'm aware of another situation with another big like NFT marketplace. I won't name who, but basically their community manager, it was like a couple months ago, their community manager basically was exposed for using like racist language on Twitter, although they were old tweets, but they were very like racially motivated. And at that time, that person did lose their position. And like that company did take a stance of we don't tolerate racism and things like that. But again, when you go look at what their company looks like in terms of employees, there's nothing to support that in terms of most of your employees were white. Most of your employees still are white, even after the situation. And so I think the issue comes down to um, like a lot of organizations and a lot of like companies using inclusivity, diversity, and accessibility as like marketing tactics and more as like a PR type thing, but not really embodying what those things like need to include, which is making sure that okay, if I'm gonna say that I'm inclusive, if I'm gonna say that I'm diverse as a company, then like I need to make sure that's reflected in everything that I do. And I know that um, a lot of spaces in Web3, a lot of different organizations and DAOs, they have a hard time with that, and they've even said, "Oh yeah, like inclusivity is hard for us," but then they're not putting the actions that are needed to correct that and to basically, you know, to correct that and make sure that they're doing things the right way. So for a lot of people, they just think it's hard and I don't know how to do it, or they try to do it themselves and they're not really consulting people of color. They're not consulting more marginalized people. And I think that's the issue. So I think I think in general, we have a long way to go. I know that there are a lot of people who are pushing um, for people to really embody this, you know, inclusivity, accessibility, and diversity. But it's really going to take people stepping up and really showing their commitment through their actions and not just their words or just putting it on their website or, you know, claiming these claims. Um, there has to be action to it. And so that's just kind of my response to that. I do think, in terms of the space, it has offered a lot of opportunities and pathways for people who have may not had ever had access to different types of opportunities before to now be in a place like that. Like even for me, just some of the things that like with my DAO, we have sponsorships where we're able to send like our members to different conferences, to different states and countries. And like that's opportunities that a lot of people in our DAO have never even seen before. And so I feel like really it's about doing the work and you have to be willing to do the work, not just claim, you know, claim
Yeah.
power. So.
It's actually, I know we're running close to time, so I just want to say this last thing before we go to the closing question. You know, it does require being intentional. And I try to explain to people is that that doesn't mean that every solution of what we do in being intentional is the permanent solution. I always look at affirmative action as an example. Affirmative action in the long term is not a great solution. Like it is not falsely, it is purposely lifting people up and putting them in a space, like artificially inflating the numbers, but you kind of have to because you spent 400 years with them being excluded. So you have to force it in order to then have enough diversity that it can then occur naturally, if that makes sense. And so what that means is like, if you're thinking about hiring practices, like my HR manager is sitting right behind me, when we were choosing out which job boards that we wanted to send, he and I collaborated and built out, all right, we're going to put our posting specifically on job boards targeting women. We're going to put our postings on job boards that are specifically targeting POC. We're going to put our jobs out on LinkedIn. We're going to go on AngelList. So that sounds, and that isn't hard. That was not hard. All it did was it took a 30-minute conversation of, all right, what are the things that we can do to try to get this job role in front of the eyes of a diverse group of people so we could then have the best kind of candidates possible. And it worked great. And so that's the other issue. It's like you said, Key, is like you actually have to do the work. But the funny thing is a lot of that work isn't hard. It's just that it takes time to figure out what kind of solutions are available. And if you only have a set group of people who all are coming from the same background, you're not even going to have the knowledge to even understand what those easy solutions might be. So
I know we're at time, but can I just add one more comment?
go.
Also, when you reach out, like when you want to be more diverse, when you want to be more inclusive, and you want to reach out to people of color and queer people to like represent and lead that, make sure you have a budget for that.
Yes.
Because
We need to eat too.
and then that gets down to like tokenization and also just like utilizing our free labor to like uplift your brand and company to essentially make you more money, and then you don't give us anything in return or help us out of our situations. So just be mindful of that. Don't
Yes.
ask for free labor.
If the only time you're talking about queer issues is during the month of June when you turn your logo rainbow, I see you. So just to finish up, I want to say first, thank you, JC and Key. This has been so much fun. I just followed you on Twitter. JC, find me on LinkedIn and send me your Twitter because I would love to connect with both of you. Especially if you're in the cannabis space, Key. So me and you definitely need to talk. But with that said, let's finish off with our final question. 1 minute each. I'm gonna have JC go first, and Key, and then I'll finish. What is the one recommendation of a Web3 resource or community that you would recommend to someone in the LGBT community who is looking to either discover, learn more, or find opportunities in Web3?
So I think one, YouTube. Love freaking YouTube. Super awesome. But there is a fantastic resource by SoftBank. This past summer, they have a crypto session. I have the link. I can share it with you guys. They pretty much have a bunch of videos that were done. They brought us speakers. There's a bunch of documentation that go really in detail into the opportunity in different areas, right? Let it be DeFi, let it be NFTs, DAOs. So that's my go-to material. I've been covering it for like 2 months now, and I'm still not done. So there's plenty of meat right there. That would be my one resource to share with all of you.
Wonderful. Key, what about you?
So mostly my recommendation will probably be communities, just because that's mostly what I know. So a few communities that really, so one that I'm a part of is Prism World, which is run by realgirl.eth. So they've been doing a lot of work in terms of creating, basically creating a more like centralized queer community for specifically Black people and people of color. Also, I believe there are 2 other organizations. I believe there's Museum of Queer and then QMODA. And then also in terms of NFT communities, I believe PAF spoke on another panel, but Take Up Space NFT and Monster Melancholy Club are actually all good resources in terms of queer representation in the space.
Amazing. Mine is also communities. Obviously, I run a business that literally builds communities for other businesses. So obviously, that's like my bread and butter. For me, Odyssey DAO is like one of the big ones that I always like to start off with. I think they've done probably, in my opinion, the best job in like giving you like your 101 crash course in Web3. I'm just gonna shout out Developer DAO as well. I know Key, you're part of that. It's a really great community. They're really focused on doing some amazing things. And then also check out Third Web. Third Web is another organization that's actually providing free education on how to use either no code or traditional coding to solve Web3 issues. And that last one is really important because no code, I'm a no code dev myself, is something that everyone can do. If you were a secretary, if you were flipping burgers, if you're a barista, like it does not matter what your background is, anyone can learn no code, and then you can end up building your own applications, software, and everything of that nature. So I highly recommend you guys check those out. So with that said, I guess I'm going to hand it back over to Hannah and Deb. Thank you everyone so much for having us. This has literally been like the best thing I've done this week. LA is cute, but I just love talking to people like this. So thank you so much for having me. And thank you, JC and Key, for being amazing panelists.
Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much again for all coming and being part of the Web3 Inclusivity Summit. And RJ will definitely have to organize an IRL meetup in SF soon. So this entire community.
I got you.
I don't know. But yeah, we're going to transition into our very last session of the day, also known as our closing ceremony. Our guest speaker is Rebecca. If Rebecca, you want to turn your screen on, we can jump right in because I know we're running a little late, but no worries because this is the last session and it's okay if we go over time. But yeah, let's see. Okay, let me enable her video really quickly and then we will get started. We're good.
Hey. I didn't try it until just then. I'm like, oh, it doesn't work. Hello, everybody. Well, thank you for having me here. Really quick, are we trying to end right on the hour, or do you want me to go a half hour? Like whatever works, I can make it fit.
Whatever works. Let's shoot for around 3, but I know we're starting 6 minutes late. So if you want to end 6 minutes late as well, that's fine because this is the last session.
It's fine. I think actually a few of my slides are a little bit more like about Web3, which I think this crowd might already be a little bit in the know on that. So, but I'll share my screen. So yeah, the talk that I offer to give to close out the event here is a little bit different, I think, in that I'm not necessarily talking about Web3 directly, but a little bit more metaphorically. I mean, and directly too, but this is something I've been thinking a lot about is, I think the thing that gets me the most excited about Web3 is kind of a lot of the almost like philosophical or like the social movement piece of it, and kind of how that applies to what we can take away in real life as well. And so just wanted to kind of share some thoughts about this here. I'll kind of keep an eye on the chat too, if people have questions or want to chat about any of this, or to kind of let me know which topics to go deeper on or whatever. But I'll start by just sharing a little bit about myself. Yeah, okay. So this is my trail on OwnTrail, which is the startup that I founded. And I'll actually put a link to my trail in the chat here as well, if anyone wants to connect with me on there or get to know me more. But as you can see from all of the little call outs that I put on this slide, I am multifaceted, as I think a lot of people who are in the Web3 space are. So, I have an engineering background, I'm a mom, I am an artist and an aerialist, I love my creative outlets. I am the founder and CEO of my own startup, OwnTrail, and I also advise and invest in other people's startups. I'm a writer, I write for Forbes and I wrote a book. Before starting my company, I was at Zillow for 15 years. I was vice president of product and vice president of community and culture there. And I'm really passionate about Web3. So that's kind of a bit about me in the multi-hyphenate sense. And one thing that I'm really passionate about sharing and learning about in others is like all the pieces that we are. Because I think, we live in this world where we've been asked to cleanly compartmentalize ourselves into these neat boxes that have been defined for us. And what I really love about Web3 is that it's all new, it's all big and undefined, and we can be all the different things that we want to be and not necessarily forced into those existing boxes because there's no one there to force us, right? We're kind of navigating it ourselves. So sorry, let me make it, okay. So in this talk, like I kind of, because full disclosure, I have done this talk one other time before it. So what I put it together for was a little bit of a like less aware of what Web3 is audience. And so I'll go, and since we're short on time, I'll go a little faster through that part since you've already been through 2 days of this summit and know a lot about what Web3 is. But kind of just zooming out, thinking about like Web3 as a technology, yes, which is I think how it gets talked about a lot. And so that's, the blockchain technology that powers cryptocurrencies and NFTs and play to earn gaming and so many other things that have and have not been built already. And it's amazing, innovative technology that has clearly gotten a lot of our minds spinning about the possibilities there, which I love. But then, like I mentioned in the beginning, what really gets me excited is the fact that it's also a social movement, right? And so these concepts that both define the technology within Web3 also define that social movement, and that's this decentralization. autonomy, just the really strong sense of community that goes along with it. So like Own Trail, my startup is a Web2 company, and we've been very community centered from the beginning in terms of how we grow, but also how we develop products. And so the reason I started looking into Web3 was like kind of a high level understanding of some of those kind of underlying philosophies that I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. I should figure out if there's a there for Own Trail, because it's so in line with the way that we're approaching building and growing a company. The punchline right now, I think, is that probably there's no reason that we should be moving to the blockchain right now. There's, probably some future tokenomic stuff, but nothing yet. But in the meantime, I've completely fallen down the rabbit hole myself on a personal level, and really see a lot of tie-ins to kind of what I do for a day job, which is thinking about how we navigate our lives in this authentic and supportive way within a community, and what I've learned about Web3. And so just to kind of drill down on, and probably this slide's not news to this audience here, but really thinking about the evolution from Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3 around consuming content to creating content to really owning content. And I think that when I look at my own life journey, I think it's, there's been kind of like parallel metaphors there as well, which is, going from really absorbing a lot and learning to starting to create my own, to feeling, really ownership over who I am, how I'm showing up, where I'm going in the world. And so I wanted to, like, for the rest of this talk, just kind of diving into some of the concepts that I think really resonate in Web3, and talking about how those apply to the journeys that we're on and the trails we're blazing. So I will start with the idea around fungibility. So as you likely know, like the difference between something that's fungible or non-fungible is that it's, fungible means it's replaceable. Like I could, give you $1 and you can give me back a different $1 and we're even, right? You are non-fungible, right? There's only one you, there's only one me, like that. We've known that for as long as, since we've watched Sesame Street, but I think like this idea of non-fungibility is really important, because blazing a trail is non-fungible too. So like if there's only one you, there's only going to be one of your path through life as well. And while that seems kind of obvious, I think that we live in this world that kind of implies that there's like a right path, right? So like you're told that essentially there's a right path you're supposed to be taking in life. Certain milestones you're supposed to be checking off along the way. You get into a career that has like, a certain path of like ladder steps you're supposed to be taking from there. Like there's a lot of pressure, like whether it be like familial pressure, societal pressure, career pressure, like all those things that imply the idea of one right path. Like you're supposed to know where you're going and how you're going to get there. And because of that, you look around and you see like the journeys other people are taking. And I put that in quotation marks because I think we oftentimes don't see the real journeys. We see like what someone might share on LinkedIn or social media about like the wins or the highlight reels. And that implies that everyone else has this right path that's linear and clean and they're getting it right. And then you look at your own and it's all over the place. You don't actually know even where you want to be going or how you're going to get there. And you feel like you're getting it wrong. So I guess like the big takeaway here, and the thing that I feel really passionate and excited about, is the idea that there literally is not a wrong. There can't be a wrong because there's no right, right? And so like you can look at other people's journeys, and even if you have the authentic view into them, which like that's basically what you get on Own Trail, is you see the paths of other people and what they've taken. So very authentically, so you can see where they've been, but like you're never going to replicate that, and you shouldn't strive to. Like you're blazing your own trail, and that is non-fungible. That's not something that you could exchange for anyone else's experiences or perspectives or aspirations or any of that. And I think that the sooner that we realize that, like there's this huge, I think, relief that comes from that in life, which is that like you're not getting it wrong because there is no right. And that's something that I carry with me very much through all the ups and downs of that journey. And so, these are many of the trails on Own Trail, but like that message that no two paths are the same and they shouldn't be. Okay, so then this idea of immutability has been really interesting to me too, because when something lives on the blockchain, then it's essentially immutable, right? Like it's been carved in stone essentially. And for a while I was like, oh, that doesn't feel like it applies to, you know, the way that we really live our lives, because in reality, like, yes, an experience that you've had might be like factually that happened, but our perception of that experience can really change over time. So like, for example, there's things in your life that maybe felt like the worst thing that could have happened in the moment. And then you look back on it, you know, months or years later, and you're like, oh, that was actually the best thing that could have happened, right? Like what resulted from that was, you know, was way better than what I had hoped for, right? So like things like failures or like losing a job or a relationship or things like that, that can feel really bad in the moment can end up being really good. Also vice versa, like sometimes you get exactly what you hoped for, and it turns out that it wasn't really what you wanted, or it didn't serve you. And so like the idea that our perception and our understanding of an experience can change over time made me really wary of this idea of immutability within you know, within Web3, within the blockchain. But what I've seen happening that I think is really cool and actually like fits much more with my perception of life is this idea of like evolving assets or records, right? And so like in the NFT space, I've seen some really cool things around that lately. Like I don't know how many of you like saw the lit NFT where Robert De Niro like changes his facial expression based on the price of Ethereum over different points in time looking back. Like I thought that was really cool. So it's basically programmed in to have him reacting to how Ethereum has changed in the different time periods, like the past 5 minutes, the past hour, the past year, whatever, and it's different facial expressions based on that. Or I heard about an NFT recently that changes based on your Twitter feed. So if you're like if you're tweeting really spicy content, then it shows up one way. And if you're being more kind of like professional and, you know, middle of the road, then it looks a different way. And so it's actually reacting to real life events that are happening. And then we've seen other projects that just kind of like are programmed to morph over time. Like that I think is really interesting. And so really embracing the idea that like something can be written on the blockchain, but the contract and the code around it can be such that it's going to evolve over time. And I think that there's a parallel there to our lives. Let me remember what my next slide is. No, still in this one. But there's a parallel there to our lives. We're like, yes, we you know, are programmed this certain way, whatever that means, right? Like who we are, what we're like, the circumstances we were born into, the nature and the nurture and all of that. But we're programmed to evolve, and our perceptions are going to change over time, and our experiences, and there's still like there's still the unknown and the changing within that. And I think that piece is really important to kind of think on and embrace as well. Okay, so the next part, and this very much speaks to what matters to me, is this idea of autonomy. And that's, you know, really the concept of there not being gatekeepers, right? And like you don't need permission. So like what you're going to create, how you're going to contribute to an effort, you know, if and how you want to monetize that, even just like your own identity, like how and who you are today and how you're showing up. Like there's no one there to give you permission for any of that. And which can be a little bit daunting, you know, especially if we've been living a life in which we have kind of gotten so used to the permission giving of gatekeepers that we're waiting for somebody to tell us what to do. But once you get past the daunting piece of it, like it's so exciting what can happen from that, because it's not about saying like, you know, waiting for someone to tell you what to do or showing up in a way that you've been told to. Like even things like using your real identity or pseudonym, like that's an option. You can be who you want there. And so like, yes, it's a little chaotic because everyone's kind of figuring out how to do that, but then what comes from it, and we see this with DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, is that like when there's shared vision and values within a community, you don't necessarily need gatekeepers in order to make progress there. And so I think that you get to decide what trails you're blazing, and it doesn't have to be this individualistic act either. In fact, I think it's much better when it's not, when it's a community act of working towards goals together and contributing and showing up and owning that in the way that serves each one of us individually. So this is where I date myself with this one, but it just felt so right for this. I don't know if anybody remembers the movie Pretty Women, but I love where she's like, you don't own me. I decide who, I say when, I say how much, but that like totally reminds me of the kind of the vibe here. And I love it. So I'm okay aging myself with that one. Okay, so the next concept is around decentralization. And I think like kind of like I was talking about the individualism versus the community mindset, like I think this really comes in with decentralization, right? Because like in a centralized organization or structure or whatever, whether that's like the workplace or like governments or just kind of different social aspects, if it's centralized, then it kind of forces people to act individually because you're all trying to like answer to the same entity and you're being managed by the same entity, and it kind of creates a sense of competition, which I think ultimately can be more lonely and less productive in the end. Like I really believe in the power of this more abundance mindset that comes with like everyone's in it together as a community. And so I think like with decentralization, it does move into the community over the individual. People have agency over how they want to show up. And part of that agency like takes away some of the, needing to answer to a single entity, and that takes away a lot of the competition and replaces it with the collaboration. So again, well-functioning DAOs, I think, are a great example of this. I've been in a few, like I'm in one kind of smallish all-women DAO right now that is like the best experience of my life. It's amazing. I've tried to be part of some really massive ones where it's a little chaotic. So it's not that it's always going to work perfectly, but like I think the concepts there can really lead to what comes from the abundance mindset, which is all of us lifting each other up and helping each other along and showing up as ourselves in the way that we want to be. So I guess kind of like tying together these different philosophies is the idea that you are non-fungible, and so you're owning your uniqueness, but also like taking away the stress of feeling like there's one right path and like you're getting it wrong, because you're not. It's your path, and so you're getting it exactly right for you. Or if you're not, you have the autonomy to change that too, right? Your story is not immutable. It's designed to evolve over time, and so really thinking about you own what your story is, both where you've been and where you're going, and you have control over that. And so your perspective can shift over time, and the way that you own your story can shift over time. And I think that like the power of reflecting on that and then putting your story and yourself out there in the way that serves you, even if that's different than the way it might have served you last year or might next year, is a powerful act of ownership, which is very in line with that Web3 philosophy as well. And then this idea of like, you have autonomy. And I think, when we talk about stop asking for permission here, that is something that can feel really scary, and it's kind of a muscle to flex. And, for me, even before kind of discovering the wonderful world of Web3, I've been building up that muscle for a long time of speaking up, taking initiative on new things that aren't necessarily handed to me on a platter or waiting to be asked for it, but seeing when there's a problem to be solved and stepping up to do that. And almost asking for forgiveness more than permission when there is that power structure at play, or ideally just doing it, not even needing the forgiveness either. But I encourage everybody here to really like channel that that autonomous piece of Web3 into your own life and think about like, what do you really want to be doing, and how might you just go and do it without waiting for someone to tell you or give you permission to do so. And then, again, really thinking about the decentralization aspect of community and how we can all be supporting each other. And so, I think a really, a very simple, like every person here can go do this act right now is to not wait until like you are an expert in Web3 to start bringing more people in. Because there is no expert in Web3, like it's also new and also evolving, that like, I think that's impossible. Like there's definitely people that have more experience than others so far, but you're learning as you go. And I think even the idea of like reaching a certain level of expertise in order to feel like you can teach or feel like you can bring people along or feel like you can, speak up on things. Like that's inherently a very centralized mindset to begin with, right? Because that's saying that like, some institution or some accreditation or some like, there's some bar that's been set by someone else that says when you're ready. And, because this is an inclusivity summit, I think it's important to name the fact that we're at a really crucial point in this whole Web3 space, which is that it's still early, right? That's the thing that everyone keeps saying, and it's true. But like because it's so early, there's the opportunity to bring enough diverse representation into Web3 to really change power structures, to change the way wealth is redistributed, to change who is, seen and leading the way in this whole new frontier. And there's also a very real possibility that we just replicate all of the existing inequitable cycles that exist out there in the world. And I think in order for the former to happen, which I'm sure we all agree is the desired outcome here, it takes all of us kind of shedding any doubt or insecurity about, being an authority to bring more people in and just like do whatever you can. So like for me, the second I started learning about this, I started sharing what I'm learning. And that includes like sharing really interesting resources and what I've figured out and what's working, but it's also sharing all the fails, all the times I've like lost a ton of money on like really messed up Polygon bridges or whatever. Or like, if you've been rugged or anything like that, like sharing the failures as well, but just sharing it all, giving people the knowledge that you're getting and bringing them along and creating that really inclusive community to do so. And like, that is literally what is going to like create the future of what happens here. And we're either going to replicate systems, or if everyone that cares about inclusivity and access and diversity within Web3 is doing everything we can right now to propagate that, I'm actually pretty optimistic about where it goes. And so little soapbox there, but I really want to like share that idea of decentralization means that each one of us is responsible for shaping the direction that we go in this space. And so that is, I think, that is all. Those are the big messages that I wanted to share around this, and hitting the time target perfectly, since I know that you all have been 2 days worth of this and there's a happy hour waiting, right? Or was the happy hour last night? I'm in Seattle, so I didn't get to do any of that.
Yeah, there was one in New York yesterday and then one in San Francisco today, but we are looking to potentially give out like mini grants so that people can start organizing their own like meetups in Seattle and like Vancouver and around the US. So
okay, if anyone here is in Seattle, hit me up if you want to do a little mini happy hour here. Awesome. And connect with me. That's my Twitter handle, but also like connecting with me on OwnTrail is a great way to do so as well. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. And you probably want to wrap it up, but I'm happy to take questions through these channels as well if anyone wants.
Yeah, for sure. Kimberly, do we have any questions lined up?
I think we're good for now if we wanted to wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, thank you so much, Rebecca. That was amazing, and really love the talk, and definitely we'll check back in about like what Hannah was saying with the mini grants, because we'd love to help facilitate more meetups too for all of their locations.
Yeah.
Kim. Go ahead.
You'll have to excuse us. We have been on the Zoom since 9 a.m. But yeah, so with Rebecca's talk, that kind of concludes day 2 of the summit and the entire summit. I don't know if Deb wants to come up and speak a bit, but she has been such a tremendous force in organizing this. Again, it all started from this like little idea at ETH Denver, and then we looped in Kimberly and like a bunch of other people to make this happen. So thank y'all so much for attending and listening to all the amazing speakers and panels and sessions. And again, if you want to connect with any of them, we've been tweeting out their like handles. So you can find that information on our Twitter at Web3 Inclusivity. And then as Kimberly mentioned, we're potentially looking into giving out mini grants so that we can organize a bit more like casual like meetups around the US, because we know not everyone is located in San Francisco or New York. So keep your eyes posted on our website and our Twitter for that. And Kim, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think you got all of that, Hannah. So looking forward to seeing anyone at the SF Happy Hour. And yeah, big shout outs again to Deb for leading, and also Megan as well for all her help today, and Hannah and Peggy too. Just super, super awesome team. And thank you everyone for attending too for the 2 days. I know a long time on Zoom is a lot, but really, really exciting talks and panelists that we had. So thank you to our speakers and panelists and everyone. So hope to stay in touch and continue the conversations.
Yeah, and then one last shout out to all of our amazing sponsors, and especially Harmony for allowing us to like really fund this event and put it together in such a short amount of time. And again, if you want to check out more of what they're doing, and I know they're like hiring a ton for social media and like marketing roles right now, just head over to their Twitter at Harmony Protocol or send me a DM and I'll get y'all connected. But again, shout out Harmony, shout out all the attendees and speakers and panelists, and hopefully we can make this like an annual thing and keep the good inclusivity vibes going. So yeah, thank you all again.